The action takes place in a prison in the city of Xi'an. In the prisoner visiting room, on opposite sides of the glass, are a father and son. Rick asks his father to tell him the whole truth about why the monsters destroyed the city of Donghae, because he wants to find out the whole truth and achieve freedom for his father. 8 years ago, the city of Donghae was shaken by an invasion of monsters. It became the largest tragedy in the entire history of China. Only his father, Chris, managed to survive this tragedy. The investigation showed that Chris left the city even before the invasion of monsters. Since unauthorized absence is a serious crime, Chris was called a traitor to the homeland. He was sentenced to death with a 10-year reprieve, taking into account his past merits. His father's conviction left a mark on the next 8 years of Rick's life. He was kicked out of school, denied employment and medical care because he was the son of a traitor. But Rick believed that someday he would be able to clear his father's name from this stigma. Looking down, his father told Rick that he had no need to bring up the past. After which, he looked into Rick's eyes and with despair in his voice invited him to leave the city and abandon his father, because the burden of being the son of a traitor to the motherland is very heavy. Hearing this, Rick jumped up and hit the table with his fist, because his father is not the person everyone takes him for. Having finished talking with his father, Rick left the room. 2 police officers were waiting for him at the exit. Calling Rick the son of a traitor, they informed him that now he would have to pay 3 times more for visiting his father than before. With a mockery on their faces, they tell Rick that it is already a big indulgence that he is visiting him, because his father betrayed his homeland. Rick is furious. He does not understand how his father, a man who risked his life for his country, could be accused of treason. After leaving the station, Rick makes a promise to himself that he will definitely reveal the whole truth and free his father from prison. He also understands that the only one who can tell it is his father, but in order to see him again, he needs to pay 9,000, which is simply a huge amount for him. All this time, Rick received money by working and risking his life as a mercenary of the reserve team of meteorite fighters, a special organization dedicated to fighting monsters. Each citizen has a special watch on his wrist that shows his main characteristics, such as health, strength, agility, intelligence. For an ordinary person, all indicators are equal to 1, but for an official meteorite fighter, they are no less than 10. Rick is thinking about how he can get more money, because working as a small mercenary in this organization brings him a maximum of 3,000. He even thinks about selling his only expensive item, a pendant given by his mother for his birthday. According to her, this pendant is made from a fragment of a star that fell at night, so this gift is very valuable and has a high value on the market. Slapping himself on the cheek, Rick drives away thoughts of selling the pendant. Because this is the last thing that remains from his mother, he understands that the only option is to find a high-class mission in the Union. To do this, he comes to an organization for mercenaries, where mostly newcomers like him live. Some of them are looking for the glory of a fighter, and some come here only for material benefits. Seeing Rick, the mercenaries throw ridicule at him. They don't understand why he came here again, because he is the weakest in the reserve team. But Rick doesn't even pay attention to them, because he only needs an E-class task. To do this, he turns to his boss, a small bald man, whom he jokingly calls Uncle Todd. Rick asks Todd for a suitable E-class assignment, explaining that he urgently needs a large sum of money. Lighting a cigar, Todd replies that going on such a mission with such preparation is real suicide for a fighter of his level. Continuing his speech, he added that Rick was already very lucky that he was still alive, because even on F-class missions, Rick was just cannon fodder. Todd reminds Rick that he is just a reserve soldier and nothing more. With despair in his eyes, Rick explained the whole situation to his uncle and that he had nothing more to lose. After lighting another cigarette and considering Rick's position, Todd finally fulfilled his request. He handed him an E-class task, the purpose of which would be to clear a dungeon with monsters of the appropriate level. Seeing the contract, Rick was stunned, because the amount that was written there was much more than he needed. In parting, Todd warned Rick that the squad he was going to was not an easy one, and he constantly needed to be on the alert. Rick equips himself with all the available equipment. He is excited, because fighters from beginners and stronger will take part in the mission. But he reassures himself that despite the fact that he is a reservist, the only thing that is required of him is to perform well as a scout, which he has already done more than once. Arriving at the gathering place, Rick sees his new squad for the first time. The first person he saw was a girl with pink hair, about his age. What made her stand out from everyone was her youth and expensive equipment. Noticing Rick, she looked at him with an incredulous look and introduced herself. Her name was Rose, and she was the commander of this detachment. Seeing her, Rick froze with simultaneous amazement and fear. Looking at her equipment, he understood that Rose was at least an average category fighter. Her sword attracted special attention, in the center of which Rick noticed the core of the beast sparkling in different colors. The core of the beast is an extremely unique thing, because it can only originate in 1 out of 1,000 monsters. Such cores are used to create special equipment for a fighter. Such equipment significantly increases the strength of the one who uses it. Having assessed the situation and calmed down a little, Rick extends his hand to Rose for introduction, but his palm is suddenly intercepted by a boy with purple hair. With a mocking expression on his face, he explains to Rick that the only purpose he came here for is to be cannon fodder, bait for monsters. Then he squeezes his hand with such force that Rick's body starts to tremble. A stately-looking old man intervenes in the matter. He orders the boy to let go of Rick's hand, mentioning that oppressing a reserve fighter is unworthy of their squad, to which the guy replies that he was just joking, and with a grin on his face asks Rick not to take everything to heart. And at the same moment, he quickly throws Rick his contract, which flies with such speed as if he threw not paper, but a stone. But Rick's reaction was enough to easily stop this throw with just 2 fingers of his hand extended forward. The team is surprised by his reflexes, and they come to the conclusion that Rick, although he is a reservist, is suitable for the role of intelligence officer. Having caught his contract, Rick stopped looking at the new members of his team. The team consists of 6 people. For the most part, they are all novice fighters, but everyone is equipped in the best possible way. Having natural intuition, it seems to the main character that they are all connected to each other by more than just a squad. Rick's particular attention is drawn to 2 mid-category fighters who use equipment with beast cores, a stately old man, and Rose. Considering all these factors, Rick realizes that he has nothing to worry about and signs a contract, after which he and his new team move into the lair of monsters. After the world was shaken by huge changes, monsters began to dominate in deserted places. Such places were called forbidden zones. Firearms were no match for these monsters and even enhanced some of the specimens, causing them to mutate by absorbing poisonous gas. However, weapons made from the monsters themselves could cause damage to them, so weapons made from high-level monsters cost a lot of money and are a luxury item for some because they are extremely difficult to obtain. Meanwhile, our heroes reach the lair of the monsters. Once it was the busy center of a large city, but now a dangerous area where the creatures live. Hiding behind a wall, Rick notices vile creatures making strange sounds. He sees before him creatures that look like mutated amphibians. These are E-class monsters, which are popularly called fish lizards. Their scales are almost impenetrable to any weapon, and their fangs can even bite through metal. Suddenly, one of the creatures notices Rick and directs its fierce gaze at him. Undeterred, Rick loads his bow and shoots at the monster. His projectile hits the monster right in the eye, but the arrow immediately ricochets off him, which only angers the monster more. With a furious and hungry roar, all the creatures rush towards Rick at the same time. But his reaction is enough to jump back. Rick realizes that the only chance to defeat them is to lure the monsters to the team outside. Running away from the creatures, Rick thinks that if he had not studied the area in advance, he would not have had a chance to survive. These creatures are incredibly fast and strong. Their scales are impervious to any weapon in his arsenal, and their claws can cut through sheet metal. But he also understands that all creatures must have weak points. And in the moment, dodging the long tongue of the amphibian, an interesting idea came to Rick's head. Turning to face the monsters, he loaded his bow with 3 arrows and shoots them directly at the creature's tongue, flying at him. But all of his projectiles did not cause any damage to the monster, but only bounced off the slippery tongue, and minor wounds from the impact immediately healed. Rick realizes that he is unable to resist these creatures in any way, and the only solution is to quickly run to the exit. Surrounded by a horde of monsters, and having gathered all his remaining strength, he runs as fast as he can towards the exit without looking back. Seeing Rick running away through the cave and calling for help, his team immediately engages in battle. The enraged creature breaks the stone wall with one blow and rushes towards the squad. The monster, with all its fury and enormous scope, directs its blow towards the squad, but Hank staunchly blocks it with the help of his shield. Hank is an old man with a powerful physique. A mustache flaunts on his face, allowing one to think that he is from noble blood, and he is also a mid-category meteorite fighter wielding a shield with a beast core. At the same moment, Rose cuts the monster into two parts with her sharp blade, leaving him no chance. The main character is glad to see what strong allies he joined the team with, because with such comrades, it will not be difficult to completely clear the lair. The squad unanimously praises Rosa, saying that her blow has no equal and the one who feels it is unlucky. But at this moment, the monster, cut in half with its last breath, rushes at the squad, directing its mouth at the boy with purple hair. Being a meter away from the monster's mouth, the heroes were stunned by surprise. With a characteristic grin, the purple-haired man shoves Rick straight into the amphibian's mouth, telling him that it's his time to fulfill his role. Looking into a huge mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, the main character thinks that he is about to die. But thanks to his reaction, at the moment of the bite, he pushes off the monster with his foot, jumping away from it to a safe distance. And again he sends an arrow to the creature, in a place already familiar to it, in the eye. The wounded creature, screaming in pain, is at the same moment furiously finished off by Rose. The monster's hot blood washes Rick's body in multiple drops. At this moment, the pendant hanging around Rick's neck began to make strange sounds. Rick's eyes lit up blue, and in his mind he heard that killing the E-Class monster activated the launch of the system and its adaptation to the owner. Rose orders Jack to examine the monster's corpse for beast cores and other useful equipment, to which Jack is indignant, because this job is not for him. They have a new reservist for this. But seeing the furious look of his captain, Jack still began to examine the corpse, because Rose saw how he shoved Rick. After a difficult battle, the squad decided to rest a little by the fire in order to gain strength for the further journey. Enjoying the warmth of the fire, Rose suggested that Rick try a new type of food for the squad. It will restore strength faster. Holding the provisions in front of Rick's face, she smiled and said with a small amount of pride in the recruit that he turned out to be a good scout. These words confused Rick a little. At that moment, he thought that she was not as indifferent as she seemed at first glance. Looking at them, Jack noted that Rick coped well with the role of bait, after which he added that it suits him very well to be a whipping boy. In response to this joke, the squad burst into loud laughter. It seemed that the sound of laughter reached the center of the city. Old man Hank, slapping Rick on the shoulder, told him not to be offended because these were just harmless jokes. Jack always loved to make fun of others. During the cheerful conversation, the new acquaintances did not notice how quickly night came. Since Rick was the weakest of the squad, it was decided to leave him on guard to give the more important members of his squad a rest. So when he saw Rose approaching him, Rick was very surprised. Approaching Rick, Rose told him that she was only fulfilling one of the conditions of the agreement, according to which two people must be on patrol. Talking under the light of the moon, Rick noted that Rosa had an unusual accent, not similar to the local one. He asked her why she was doing this task, being so far from home. In a heavy voice, Rose said that she was from the northern city of Chin, where ferocious monsters first appeared, and then added that each member of her family, upon reaching adulthood, must undergo such a task to clear the dungeon. Having answered Rick's question, Rose asked him back why such a weak fighter like him came to such a dangerous place full of monsters. The main character wanted to tell how much he wanted to bring his father back and find out the whole truth about the fall of the city of Donghai, when he suddenly felt a strange rustling at his feet. Looking down, the heroes were horrified by what they saw. In the place where they were standing, a huge abyss suddenly formed, leading straight into the subway, and our heroes quickly began to fall down. Rick tried to grab onto any nearby fragment, but his attempts were unsuccessful, and they fell into the abyss at great speed. The last thing they saw was the mysterious silhouette of a man standing on the edge of a cliff. Having woken up, the heroes saw an underground path in front of them. Strange rustling noises were coming from the distance of the tunnel, as if someone was scraping their claws on the stones. Having recovered a little, Rick put on his night vision goggles to better understand the situation and surroundings. Having looked around, Rick thinks about what caused the ground to collapse from under their feet. He also notices that the nearest exit from this subway is blocked with huge stones. The heroes try to figure out what happened and come to the conclusion that most likely it's all about the soil of the surface on which they stood. Placing his palms on the boulder and looking up, Rick noted that the depth here was at least 20 meters. Realizing that they could not get through the barrier of stones, the heroes decided to look for another way out of the tunnel. Thanks to special glasses worn by the main character, he was able to find the route to the opposite exit. Looking into the darkness of the subway, it seemed that it covered the entire city. Having walked a short distance, Rose became somewhat wary because her sword began to emit vibration and noise, which appear only when monsters of at least E-class are nearby. Rick was surprised by this, because he had never heard of meteorite weapons being able to sense monsters from a distance. Unsheathing her sword, Rose explained to Rick that this phenomenon is called sword sense. A meteorite fighter with sword sense is able to quickly master any type of meteorite-bladed weapon and can even rely on it to detect monsters. This kind of skill is a top-class skill. Rose's blade did not deceive. From the darkness of the abyss, the bloody gaze of dozens of hungry creatures rushed towards the heroes. With mad fury, the creatures rushed towards Rose and Rick, getting closer and closer to the heroes. Despite the fact that Rose wielded the meteorite blade, the number of monsters terrified the heroes. It seemed that there was no end to them. Leaving Rick behind, Rose makes a graceful dash and cuts down the creature that attacked them with a sweeping blow. Rick asks Rose for permission to join the fight, because he sees that Rose alone cannot cope with such a huge number of monsters. To which Rosa refuses, calling him just a weak intelligence officer whose task is to monitor the situation. Surrounded by a horde of creatures, Rose shows the newcomer a special skill of sword sense, immersion. After using this ability, the tunnel glowed with a golden color, and her blade began to shine with many different colors. Rose's eyes turned the same golden color. Her speed and strength seemed to increase tenfold. Standing behind Rose and watching her disembowel the monsters one by one, Rick is surprised at such enormous strength. Its capabilities seem to him higher than those of a simple average fighter. Despite the strength of the monster's scales, Rose cuts off their heads, one by one, leaving mountains of corpses in her wake. Another severed mouth flew towards Rick, and in its death throes it grabbed his hand with a fierce grip. Rick was not taken aback and hit as hard as he could on the already dying mouth of the monster, thereby finishing him off. After killing the monster, its eyes glowed blue again, and a notification appeared in front of its face that the system's adaptation speed had been increased. Rick is perplexed. He does not understand what this message means and why it appeared in front of his face again, but decides to look into it later, because now there is a battle. Having finished the fierce battle, Rose's sword turned crimson with the blood of amphibians. It seemed that she had killed every single creature in this subway. Shaking off the blood from her sword, Rose ordered Rick to continue looking for a way out, because they were already delayed here. Having reached the opposite exit, the heroes are surprised by what they see, because their path was again blocked by a shaft of huge stones. Finding himself locked on all sides, Rick peers into the passage. It seems to him that he is locked from the outside. Without having time to think about the situation, Rose sullenly brings her golden blade to Rick's throat. Looking at Rose with a surprised look, Rick asks her why she put her sword to his throat, because he also doesn't understand what's happening here. But Rose only continues to hold the blade at his neck, enveloping Rick with her cold gaze. Rick is outraged by Rose's behavior. He tells her that they are allies and must stick together, the only way they can get out of here. Recent associates look intently into each other's eyes. Seeing sincerity in Rick's gaze, Rose understands that he is not lying. After that, she sheathes her blade and explains her action by saying that she was checking up on Rick, because too many strange coincidences have happened lately. Looking at Rose with a surprised look, Rick suddenly realizes that someone deliberately caused this collapse, wanting to lock them here. Rose apologizes to Rick for her actions, and adds that everything that happens here most likely concerns only her, and he is just a pawn in the hands of those who forced them to get here. After what had been said, Rick thoughtfully lowered his gaze. He realized that most likely the whole point was that there was an internal struggle for power in Rosa's family. Since the advent of the meteorite fighters, there have been families from which a huge percentage of the Union members came. Such families were nicknamed the meteorite families. Their iron law repeats the words of the inhuman dogma that only the strongest survive, and only death awaits the weak. If one of the family wants to distinguish himself, he will have to complete a special task of hunting in the lair of monsters, and also survive in battle against his relative competitor. After thinking about this, Rick realizes that they need to get out of this place as soon as possible. Rick is completely concentrated on finding at least some way out. Thanks to his intelligence inclinations, dozens of subway points intersect in his head at the same time, and mentally, he tries to get into any crevice of this place. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to Rick's head. In a hurry, afraid of losing his mind, he shouted to Rose to follow him, because he remembered that on the way here, he saw one place with wide cracks through which they would probably be able to get out. Rose smiled, and with a slight trembling in her voice, she said thank you to Rick and that she was very lucky to be on the same team with him. Hearing this, Rick replied with slight embarrassment that there was something he had been wanting to tell her for a long time. Rose looked at him with a surprised look from her blue eyes. Rick said that he could no longer run because the air here was very dirty and his stamina was not enough for such frequent movements. The fighters stopped to rest a little, and a conversation began between them. Rose asked Rick why he, an ordinary reserve soldier with no real combat experience, dared to take on an E-rank mission, and added whether he really wanted money so badly. Taking the pendant given by his mother in his hands, Rick replies that he needs this money more than anyone else in the squad, saying to himself that his father has only 2 years left before his sentencing. Happy memories of life when he lived with his parents emerge in the mind of the main character. With their hands leaning against the glass, Rick's parents watch the city in which monsters are raging, and Chris swears to Rick's mother that he will definitely exterminate them all in order to finally show her the sea and live a calm family life. That year, Rick's mother left this world. She died during a small attack by monsters when she was trying to save someone. Squeezing the pendant even more tightly in his hand, Rick remembers that at that moment, he did not even realize that his mother was no longer there, but only saw Laura's name among the soldiers killed in battle. Closely examining the blue of the pendant, Rick does not understand how his father, a man who lost his love in a battle with monsters, could escape from the battlefield. He convinces himself that there must be some other reason that is being hidden from him. Looking at the deflated Rick, Rose apologizes to him, saying that she shouldn't have asked such personal questions. Having rested a little, the heroes continued on their way. And so, having found those very cracks in the mountain, climbing over the fragments of the rock, with hard work they still manage to get out. But before she has time to catch her breath, Rose's attention is attracted by the sounds of a pulling bowstring. Looking up, Rose saw a hail of dozens of arrows flying straight at them with precision. Being under a hail of arrows, she deftly jumps away and with all her strength pushes away the exhausted Rick, shielding him from the shells with her body. Rose hugs Rick and with a loud sound they fall to the ground. It seems like she was able to dodge all the arrows. However, Rose suddenly feels a bright flash of pain in her shoulder blade, spreading throughout her body, causing her to scream. Quickly throwing off Rose's body, Rick sees an arrow sticking out of her back. Looking at its tip, Rick realizes that this projectile is poisoned. In order to avoid the rapid action of the poison, the main character quickly pulls the arrow out of Rose's body and immediately remembers that he took the antidote with him on the mission. After which he rests her body against the stone barrier that protects them from arrows and holds out his hand with the antidote, telling her to drink it quickly. Weakened by the effects of the poison and severe pain, Rose, barely focusing her tired gaze with a heaviness in her chest, looks up. Seeing the silhouettes of people on the mountain, the main characters froze in surprise because they did not expect to see these people here. On the mountainside with a proud look stood Hank and the rest of their meteorite squad. Hank, with a grin on his face, calls Rose his niece. He is surprised that she was able to dodge a hail of arrows and acknowledges the fact that it is not for nothing that she is considered the most genius from the current generation of their family. Observing the situation, Rick realizes that this task was originally designed as a trap for Rose, and her entire squad are members of her meteorite family. Hoping to bring her uncle to reason, Rose reminds him how much her father did for Hank, because he saved the life of his family and came to the rescue more than once. But her words had no effect on Hank. He doesn't care about honor and duty, because the only thing that has value in this world is material wealth and power.
Not wanting to continue the conversation any longer, Hank takes out a device from his pocket that looks like an activation remote for explosives, and at the same moment, without hesitation, activates it.
Pressing the button activated the explosives. A powerful explosion occurred, and the entire nearby area was surrounded by bright flames, and massive stone mountains were shattered into small fragments. Looking at Jack with a piercing gaze, Hank asked him if he had dealt with the creatures in the area, because a loud sound could attract a large number of monsters here. But Jack, with his characteristic smirk, assures Hank that he has nothing to worry about, because he has everything under control. Enjoying the view of the burning earth and the stones flying into smithereens, Hank and the squad revel in their victory. The old man, with a grin on his face, says how immensely sorry he is that his beloved niece died at the hands of the son of a traitor to the motherland, because no one expected that he would come to them, to the squad. Meanwhile, a bright flash and noise from the explosion attracted the attention of the monsters that had accumulated on the pond, which Jack had to deal with. At the last moment, the heroes managed to escape from the explosion by jumping back into the tunnel, but Rose's condition worsened every minute. Looking around, they noticed dozens of creatures in the depths of the passage, peering with bloody eyes into Rose's wound. The heroes suddenly realized that the amphibians were attracted here by a special smell emanating from Rose's wound. They understand that the arrow was saturated not only with poison, but also with a special bait drug. Rick is surprised at how thoroughly Rose's squad thought through the plan to kill her. Moreover, Rose adds that Hank wanted to put all the blame for her death on him. Stunned by this response, Rick realizes that if their plan works, his father will be sentenced without any delay. Gritting his teeth in anger and clenching his fist, Rick assures himself that they will definitely survive and get out of here. At the same moment, the vile tongues of the reptiles rush towards the heroes. But despite her wound, Rose deftly cuts them apart with one blow, showing Rick that she can still fight. Realizing the situation they are in, Rick concentrates on trying to find another way out of the underground. After some thought, Rick tells Rose that there may be another way out. The heroes quickly went there, fighting off a huge number of hungry amphibians along the way. While watching Rose fight off the monsters, Rick remembers that the exit they are heading to is blocked, but he realizes that they may be able to get out through it. Rick noticed that from prolonged active actions, Rose's hand began to darken from toxicosis. He thinks that if she continues to fight, then the antidote will clearly not help her. The heroes stopped, feeling a slight gust of cold wind on their faces. Rick joyfully points his finger up, pointing to the crevice, because now they have another chance to get out of here. However, at that very second, Rick's joy turned to horror. After all, the smell emanating from Rose's wound attracted even more scaly monsters here. Leaving Rick behind again, Rose orders him to run away because he should not die here for her sake. And at the same moment, he makes a graceful dash towards the creatures, cutting their bodies one after another with quick blows. Realizing that they have no other choice, Rick begins to clear the passage. Barely noticeable glimmers of moonlight begin to break through the pile of stones. Finally, he managed to clear the way out. Realizing that they cannot cope with all the monsters, Rick sets a special trap for them, after which he shouts to Rosa to quickly run to him. Gathering her last strength, Rose, running away from a flock of creatures, deftly slips under Rick's trap. A crowd of amphibians deprived of intelligence continues to rush forward, but they run into an obstacle that they cannot overcome. Having got out, the heroes watch as the passage through which they just made their way collapses. Rose praises Rick for his ingenuity in fighting the fish lizards, and also adds that if not for his trap, they most likely would have died. But before she can rejoice, she feels a special noise made by the handle of her blade. Looking around, the heroes see in front of them many monsters who were attracted here by the loud sound of the explosion. Realizing that a battle cannot be avoided, Rose tries to join the fight, but her strength is hardly enough to hold her sword. Feeling a sharp weakness, Rose falls from powerlessness, and with her last breath she tells Rick to run for his life. Rick picks up Rose with one hand, and with the other he picks up the meteorite blade that has fallen to the ground. Looking into the eyes of monsters, Rick shows with all his appearance that he is ready to fight to the death. Smelling the sweet smell emanating from Rose's wound, the furious creature attacks the main character at breakneck speed. However, thanks to his reflexes, Riku manages to blow off her head with one strong blow from the meteorite blade. But this was not enough to kill a monster of this level. From the severed mouth of the monster, a knife-sharp amphibian tongue rushes towards Rick's body. Not having time to dodge the blow, Rick suddenly feels a sharp pain in the chest area. Lowering his head down, he sees that his body has been pierced right through. Realizing that he will not survive from such a wound, Rick mentally asks for forgiveness from his father for not being able to save him. After which, Rick's lifeless body falls to the ground, showing no signs of life. While on the verge of death, Rick's pendant suddenly floated above his body, and its color changed to gold. His body is fighting for life in agony, and Rick himself again sees a strange notification in front of him. It says that he killed 3 fish lizards. The accumulation of energy is complete. The God of War system has been activated. After activating the God of War system, the characteristics on Rick's bracelet began to increase rapidly. Rick does not understand what is happening to his body. It seems to him as if he is sleeping and floating in a stream of infinite power and wisdom. He again sees a notification in front of him that the distribution of the main attributes has been completed. After which, Rick came to his senses. His heart was beating in his chest, so that it seemed like it was about to jump out, and his whole body seemed to be on fire. Looking down, Rick saw that the wound on his chest had completely healed, not even leaving a scar on the skin. Having come to his senses a little, the main character sees that the monster's gaze is directed towards Rosa. Without missing a beat, Rick immediately grabs his sword, thereby attracting the attention of nearby creatures. The monsters furiously attack Rick, destroying everything in their path, but he easily fends off their attack, noticing their every move. At this moment, Rick realizes that his agility has increased significantly, and his reflexes have become much faster. Moreover, holding the meteorite blade in his hands, Rick feels how enormous power permeates his body. Rose's sword was inlaid with a high-quality E-class beast core, which was why she was able to cut through fish lizards so easily. Surprised by the new power, Rick looks at the monsters without a drop of fear. The enraged creatures try to pierce Rick with their tongues again, but the main character easily parries the attack, after which he quickly pulls out from behind his back his knife with a fishing line attached to it and accurately throws it towards the monsters. With the strength of one hand, Rick knocks the creatures down by just pulling the fishing line slightly to the side, and at the same moment he instantly appears before their vile jaws. With cold calculation, he simultaneously cuts off the heads of 2 fish lizards, washing himself with their icy blood. It seems that even creatures incapable of experiencing emotions have animal fear in their eyes. Confident, Rick calls on the creatures to continue attacking him in order to avenge his relatives. Hearing this, the creatures rush in a crowd towards the main character. Their ominous roar permeates the entire battlefield. Several of the creatures manage to grab onto Rick's body, tightly squeezing his flesh with their sharp teeth. But despite this, the main character cuts the bodies of amphibians in half with just one sweeping blow. Thanks to his excellent reflexes, Rick easily sees all the blows aimed in his direction. The agility and speed of his movements leaves no chance for the creatures to inflict any damage on him, and the striking power of his sword has increased so much that he can easily cut through the durable scales of fish lizards. Having defeated his opponents, Rick realizes what enormous power he now possesses. The main character promises himself that he will never hide behind Rose's back again. Opening his wrist, Rick decided to check how much his characteristics had changed and saw that all indicators had increased at least 4 times. Delighted with his new abilities, Rick remembers that he has more important things to do. Since the sound of the tunnel collapse caused many fish lizards to gather outside, Rick decides that it would be safest to hide Rose's body inside. Rick sees that Rose's condition is worsening, her pulse is beating slower, and her body begins to break out in cold sweat. Having laid Rose's body in front of him, Rick realizes that he needs to treat her wounds. With embarrassment on his face, he apologizes to Rose for what he is about to do. By removing the white collar from Rose's collarbone, Rick exposes her wound. Seeing her, Rick thinks that bandaging and treating the wound will not be difficult for him, but the smell may attract unfriendly guests to her. A bait drug for fish lizards is a liquid with a specific odor that can cause them to go crazy. Such drugs are made in special laboratories from mutated plants. To kill the smell of this drug, Rick takes out a yellowish flask with a strong, pungent odor. This medicine is made from the excrement of a skunk monster. Most monsters try to avoid the source of this smell. After apologizing to Rose, Rick treats her wounds with this medicine and also bandages them. Having finished treating his wounds, Rick decides to rest a little in order to understand in more detail the events that happened to him. Resting his hand on his chest, Rick notices that the pendant around his neck has disappeared. It turned out that the pendant with the meteorite fragment became a full-fledged system for controlling the characteristics of the meteorite fighter, the so-called God of War system. A table with his main characteristics opened in front of the main character. Rick is surprised at how quickly he managed to develop to the rank of rookie, because not long ago he was just a reservist. Moreover, at the bottom of the table he notices points available for distribution. Not understanding how it all works, Rick asks the system to explain to him how it works. But in response he heard only a slight rustle. Angry, Rick starts poking at all visible places, hoping to figure out the functionality. Thinking that he wanted to add these points to the strength the addition icons lit up on the screen, Rick realized that the God of War system works from thought. After adding just 3 points to his strength, Rick felt how much easier it became for him to hold his sword. Deciding to test his new powers, Rick sets a trap for the fish lizard. He places Rose's collar, soaked in arrow poison, on the dead rat, which immediately attracts the creature's attention. Instantly finding himself behind her, Rick quickly points his blade towards the monster, and with incredible power, despite its durable scales, it easily breaks through the creature's skull. For killing an E-class monster, the God of War system rewarded Rick with 3 ability points. Rick is surprised by this, because he was able to defeat the monster with incredible ease. At such a pace, if he kills all the creatures in this lair, he will be able to receive the rank of a fighter of the highest category and independently free his father. By adding unallocated ability points to his main attributes, Rick's fighter status changes to medium. The main character feels how power fills his body, and his sense of the sword has become even better. With a menacing look, turning to face the immense darkness of the cave, Rick declares the hunt for monsters open. The main character wanders through the cave, leaving behind mountains of mutilated corpses of fish lizards. Wanting to gather all the nearby creatures in one place, Rick scrapes his blade against the stone wall, which makes a loud noise. The trick worked, and the fish lizards in the area rush towards Rick in a rush, immediately attacking him with their tongues. The main character's new abilities allow him to easily dodge attacks, getting closer and closer to the enemy. Having gotten close, Rick comes face to face with angry monsters. Deftly parrying their attack, he ends up behind the amphibians, and with just one swing of his blade, blows off their heads. Rick guts the bodies of monsters in search of the cores of the beast, and also keeps valuable parts of their bodies, such as scales and claws, for himself, because they are valuable in the market. After finishing the battle, Rick checks the system for the God of War, and realizes that, having reached the middle level, the reward system for killings has changed. Now for killing a monster of this level, he receives only 1 point. Having finished the work, Rick realizes that with such strength, it will not be difficult for them to get out of the tunnel. Continuing on his way, Rick's attention was attracted by a loud roar emanating from one of the caves in the tunnel. Rick looks around the corner of the cave and is surprised by what he sees. He sees in front of him a huge mutated creature with 2 heads, one of which resembles a fish lizard, and the second is the mouth of an alligator. He understands that the strength of such an individual is no less than E-level. Mutated monsters are a symbiosis of 2 types of monsters. Their combat power is much higher, which makes them much more dangerous. The mutant notices several fish lizards lurking in the corner of the cave. Turning his fierce gaze on them, the monster throws out his sharp tongue in their direction. The mutant easily breaks through their durable scales, piercing the fish lizards one after another, stabbing them on his tongue like a fork. After which, with merciless greed and hunger, it devours their bodies. Rick was horrified by what he saw. He understands that he is not able to cope with a monster of this level, and decides to return to the cave to Rose to think about his further plan. Returning back, Rick again begins to treat her wounds. He realizes that in this state they cannot defeat the mutant monster. Rose's condition has improved somewhat, and she finally opens her eyes. Seeing that Rick is touching her body, Rose instantly puts a knife to Rick's throat, but having understood the situation, she immediately removes it. Rick told Rosa about everything that happened to him. Rosa is surprised by such transformations of Rick. The thought arises in her head that he was hiding his real strength. Continuing the conversation, Rick admits to Rose that he is the son of a traitor to the motherland, who is now in prison in the city of Xi'an. Surprised by this confession, Rose understands Rick's motives and asks for his forgiveness, because Rick ended up in this situation due to strife in her family. Rick replies that it doesn't matter now because the only exit from here is blocked by an E-level mutant monster, adding that they need to return home as soon as possible in order to resolve problems in their families. The heroes set off on their further journey. Arriving at the place, Rick shows Rose that very monster. Looking at him, Rose understands that this individual is much more dangerous than an ordinary E-level creature. Looking around the creature, she notices that the fish lizard's long tongue is used for long-range attacks, and the alligator's powerful tail and mouth full of sharp teeth are used in close and medium combat. The monster's skin is as strong as armor, almost impenetrable. A meteorite sword will not be enough to wound it. Understanding all these factors, Rose explains to Rick that he can only hurt this creature by using the full potential of the meteorite sword by activating it. In the fight against monsters, people rely on the meteorite weapon, the main power of which lies in the core of the beast. Rose explains to Rick that under normal conditions, the sharpness of his sword is enough to pierce the scales of a monster. But for a mutated individual, this is not enough. Having previously folded the skin of the fish lizards into 3 layers, Rose activates her blade and cuts it with a slight movement. Rick is surprised by such a great power of the activated blade. Now he understands how Rose managed to fight the monsters so easily. Rose explains to Rick that the activating sword should cause the beast's core to respond. In response to this, the blade will begin to flicker and its power will increase several times. But this ability has a side effect. After several uses, the core of the beast will begin to collapse. Therefore, such power must be used only at critical moments that threaten the hero's life. Given Rose's condition, she will not be able to fully activate the blade, and Rick will be forced to fight the monster. In order to master this new ability, Rose gives Rick 3 days. In order for the core of the beast in the weapon to respond, you need to spend a long time in battles with monsters, coming to understand it. A gifted fighter will cope with this in 6 months, but for the vast majority, life will not be enough. But looking at how fiercely Rick fights, Rose believes that he will succeed. After spending half a day fighting, Rick still does not feel a response from his sword. Rose is not surprised by this, because even she, with the innate gift of feeling the sword, took 2 whole days to feel the response. But she also adds that their time here is limited, because if they don't make it, Hank will take part in her family's inheritance ceremony. After spending a few more hours fighting monsters, Rick decides to test his war god system. He sees a notification in front of him that the beast core in his blade is not activated. In order to activate it, you need to spend 10 points, and also be a fighter of the average category. Having completed all these points, Rick activates his blade. The meteorite sword has a new property. It is increased sharpness, and the sword itself shone with bright colors, illuminating the entire darkness of the cave. Rose is surprised by Rick's amazing talent, as it only took him half a day to activate the blade. After using his first meteor blade activation, Rick collapses to the ground from exhaustion. Rose gives Rick the medicine, explaining that in addition to the bonuses, the core greatly overloads the user, absorbing his life energy. Having rested a little, the heroes went to the cave to the monster. Arriving at its location, Rick, without even a second's hesitation, quickly rushes towards the monster's mouth. Seeing Rick, the enraged creature emits a powerful roar, after which it points its tongue towards the main character. Rick deftly parries the mutant's attacks, step by step approaching the mutant's mouth. Approaching the attack radius, Rick decides to first cut off the fish lizard's head in order to weaken the mutant. After hesitating a little, Rick sees a huge mutant tail quickly flying in front of him. Rick tries to block the blow with his blade, countering the weight of the monster's tail with incredible difficulty. But the force of the blow is so great that from the pressure, Rick begins to bleed from his mouth, and he feels wild pain in his muscles. With a slashing blow, the mutant throws Rick straight into the wall with a loud sound. The force of the collision is so great that it shatters into small stones. Shocked by the blow, Rick heavily rises from his knees, using his blade for support. The horror of what is happening is visible in his eyes. Seeing that the main character is still alive, the creature emits a loud roar, the echo of which spreads throughout the cave, after which the creature quickly attacks the main character, trying to bite the alligator with its powerful mouth. But at the last moment, Rick managed to dodge the bite by jumping up. Without allowing Rick to catch his breath, the creature immediately attacks him with its long tongue, directing him to vital points. The main character jumps back, trying to parry multiple attacks. But the creature's tongue is long enough to injure Rick again, this time leaving a mark on his face. Hiding behind the wall, the main character reflects that he cannot cope with such a strong mutant because he cannot find his weak side. Mutant monsters have weaknesses and strengths which mainly depend on the type of mutation. But this mutant can attack from any distance. Plus, he has thick scales that protect him from any type of attack. The main character understands that he has no right to lose. Memories from childhood begin to emerge in his head. The action moves to the moment of the funeral of Laura, Rick's mother, when he and his father Chris stand at her grave. When the city was attacked by monsters, his mother helped with the evacuation, after which she went missing. But little Rick, wiping tears from his face, does not believe in Laura's death, because her body was never found. With a sullen expression, Chris swears on Laura's grave that he will exterminate every single creature and give their son the opportunity to live a normal life. The action flashes back to the moment of the battle. The hungry creature looks towards Rick, after which he attacks him again with his powerful tail, destroying the wall behind which he stood with a blow. Small stones scatter throughout the area, but Rick reacts to the attack and manages to dodge it, jumping in the other direction. Clenching his sword tightly with both palms, Rick shows the creature that he is ready for a mortal fight. Rick's blade lit up with a bright light, the colors of which illuminated the entire cave. A new notification appeared in the God of War system, showing that Rick's innate perception skill had activated. Now the main character is able to sense all changes within a radius of 10 meters. With the new ability, Rick's vision increased to 360 degrees, and his reflex speed doubled with the ability activated. The monster's movements have slowed down significantly for him, and now he easily notices every rustle made by the monster. Parrying the next attack, Rick activates his sword and points it straight towards the monster's neck, after which, without much difficulty, with a powerful sweeping blow, he chops off 2 heads at the same time. The monster's vile jaws fall to the ground. Rose looks at Rick with a stunned look. She's surprised that he managed to defeat a monster of such a level. Standing over the corpse of the creature, Rick with a sullen look tells her that it is time for them to go, because they are waiting at home. After searching the mutant's corpse, Rick discovers 2 E-level beast cores. The main character places them in his luggage. Having finished examining the corpse, the heroes set off. With Rose on his back, Rick runs along the monster-ravaged streets, feeling some peace for the first time in days. Holding Rose by the hips, the main character feels the warmth of her body, which causes him embarrassment. With trepidation in her voice, Rose thanks Rick for her latest rescue, adding that if it weren't for him, she would probably have died. To which Rick replies that she has nothing to thank him for. They walked this path together, helping each other in difficult situations. The heroes enjoy the carefree atmosphere. A smile appears on their faces for the first time in a long time, and the wounds from long battles seem to hurt a little less. But their pleasure is interrupted by a hail of arrows flying straight at them. Having dodged the arrows, Rick and Rose see Jack coming to meet them along with his new subordinates. Jack calls Rick a whipping boy and wonders how he managed to survive because he is a complete weakling. Still holding Rose on his back, Rick looks angrily in their direction. Jack adds that Hank sent him here to make sure Rose didn't survive. To which Rose replies, as soon as she returns home, they will all be tried as rebels, and Hank will answer personally to her father. After hearing this, Jack grins and calls Rose a naive fool, and also adds that he has been eyeing her for a long time and was waiting for an opportunity. Jack orders his subordinates to attack, adding that whoever kills Rick first will let him have fun with Rose. Jack's henchmen rush towards the heroes with a malicious laugh and lust in their eyes. But Rick defeats each of the bandits in an instant, leaving them no chance. Jack is stunned by Rick's strength, as he remembers him as a weak reservist who served as cannon fodder. Having let Rose off his back, the main character invites Jack to settle scores for old matters. Jack is furious at Rick's self-confidence. He doesn't understand where he gets his strength. Deciding that it's all about his blade, Jack orders his subordinates to use firearms so that he does not get closer to them. Without moving, Rick activates his new perception ability, sensing every bullet flying at them. After which, with a quick movement, he cuts all the projectiles aimed at him. In the blink of an eye, Rick finds himself face to face with his enemies. None of them can even notice Rick's movements. He quickly destroys them one by one, leaving them not a single chance to win. Having defeated all the henchmen, Rick just as quickly finds himself in Jack's face, telling him that now it's his turn. From what he saw, Jack turned to stone. His body was bathed in cold sweat, and his mind was taken over by bestial fear. Realizing that he has no other chance, Jack tries to escape by pushing Rick aside. to which Rick says that he doesn't mind playing cat and mouse with him if he amuses him for at least a couple of minutes. Rick's movements are so fast that to Jack, they seem like flashes of black lightning spreading around the entire perimeter. At some point, it seemed to Jack that he had managed to move away to a safe distance, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the area of his right arm. Seeing that she was no longer there, Jack roared in great pain, after which, exhausted and mutilated, he falls to his knees in front of Rick, begging him for mercy. To which Rick replied that if he apologized to Rose and also promised that they would not see him again, he would let him go. Unable to accept defeat, Jack grabs the tip of one of the nearby arrows and tries to attack Rick. But this attempt was doomed to failure. Without any regret, the main character counterattacks Jack with a strong blow. Inflicting fatal damage, Jack's lifeless body falls to the ground. Having finished the fight, Rick again puts Rosa on his back. She once again thanks him for her salvation, and also adds that a detachment from her family should soon come for them. Rose didn't lie. After resting a little, they heard the sound of a roaring engine approaching them, after which they saw several cars heading in their direction. People belonging to Rose's family came out of green jeeps. The first of them was a gray-haired man, loudly rejoicing that they had finally found her. This gray-haired man was Mr. Henry. In appearance, he was somewhat reminiscent of Hank. Only an idiotic beard distinguished Henri from him. This man served as a butler in Rose's house. Realizing that it is time for them to part, Rose hands Rick a piece of paper with her address, making him promise to hang her up as soon as he is in the city of Chin. Watching the conversation of the young people, Henry notices that his mistress gave her sword to Rick. This greatly worried him, because he is the son of a traitor. Saying goodbye, Rose once again reminds Rick to be sure to find her, because she still wants to tell him so much, and the main character calmly follows her with his eyes. Sitting behind the wheel, Henry makes a remark to Rosa, because a person of her blood and status cannot be with a person like Rick. He explains to her that he is the son of a traitor, and if people find out, this will greatly affect her reputation. To which Rose, with her eyes downcast from embarrassment, timidly replies that they are just teammates, and together they risk their lives to get out of here. Henry believes that his mistress is simple-minded, and Rick himself is trying to fool her, after which he mentally apologizes to her for his subsequent discourtesy towards Rick. Meanwhile, Hank's squad reached a battlefield strewn with corpses after a fierce battle. Hank looks at Jack's mutilated body with tears in his eyes. He cannot believe his eyes. Melancholy and anger permeate his heart. Taking Jack's lifeless body in his arms, Hank furiously shouts that he will definitely avenge him, and no one will be able to escape from his divine punishment. Meanwhile, the action moves to the prison where Rick's father is being held, and we are shown a helicopter approaching the landing pad. This is a special officer helicopter designed for people of special rank, as well as for transporting especially dangerous criminals. A man in an officer's uniform and hair as blue as the sky comes out of the helicopter. Next to him is a woman with yellow glasses and the same hair color. Looking around, they notice that the prisoners here are in fairly comfortable conditions. Officers working in this prison report to the commander that individual rights are emphasized here, and all criminals are treated appropriately. Looking at the officer with an enraged gaze, the commander asks him about the conditions of detention of the traitor, to which he receives the answer that his conditions of detention are the worst in the entire prison. Indeed, life in Chris's cell could hardly be called comfortable, because apart from dirty walls, a bed and bars, there was practically nothing else there. But Chris steadfastly served his sentence. This day was no exception. Chris, as always, was peering blankly into one of the cracks on the wall of the cell, when he suddenly heard the sound of voices already familiar to him. Introducing himself as old acquaintances, Commander Louis, with an ominous grin on his face, asks Chris for permission to take him to a new, more suitable place of detention. Meanwhile, a taxi arrives at the prison. Rick gets out of the car. After long battles, he was able to accumulate the amount necessary for the meeting, and he is glad that he can finally meet his father, because he wants to tell him so much. Anticipating a conversation, Rick suddenly hears a loud engine noise coming straight from the heavens. Raising his head up, Rick sees a huge installation floating in the air, the size of which is comparable to a large building, and powerful turbines allow it to fly while emitting a powerful roar. This installation is called an air prison. Air prison is the harshest place to serve a sentence. Not a single prisoner has ever left it alive. Only the most inveterate maniacs are kept there, and recently traitors to the homeland have also been sent there. Realizing that this giant is here for his father's soul, Rick quickly moves forward to help him. Meanwhile, the helicopter needed to transport Chris to this prison has already arrived on the roof, and he himself is being slowly walked straight towards him. Hearing the hum of the turntable, Rick hurries to the aid of his father as best he can, deftly making his way through the obstacle of police officers. Finally reaching the helipad, Rick, surrounded by a squad of police officers with rage in his voice, loudly shouts the name of his father. Hearing this, Chris stopped with horror in his face. Commander Louis and his assistant carefully examine the unexpected guest who has suddenly arrived. They are surprised that he is here. The police, seeing a stranger on the roof, try to detain Rick, but the first of them falls to the ground from a powerful blow to the face with his fist. Looking at this, Louis tells Chris that he has a very interesting son, worthy of his traitor father. Knocking out the police officers trying to detain him one after another, Rick gets closer and closer to his father. Having approached a distance of 5 meters, Rick grabs his sword, hoping to overcome the last obstacle separating him from Chris. But at the same moment, he feels a quick gust of wind against his cheek, as if a train had just flown past him. Realizing that he will not be able to dodge the blow, overwhelmed by such speed, Rick intuitively activates his new perception skill. Due to this, Suzanne blocks a quick blow aimed in his direction. A loud sound is made from the biting blow, and Rick tightly clamps her hand with his hand. Looking through the yellow lenses of her eyepieces, Suzanne assesses her opponent, surprised that he was able to stop his attack. After which she jumps back in the blink of an eye, easily freeing her hand from Rick's strong grip. Realizing that a fight cannot be avoided, Suzanne takes the stance characteristic of her fighting style. Putting her hands forward, she tells Rick that she will not let him through any further. With a sullen look, Rick asks her to leave, because he just wants to say goodbye to his father, otherwise he will be forced to force his way to him. Hearing this, Suzanne instantly finds herself behind Rick, and sends a swift blow towards his neck with a flat hand. But thanks to his perception skill, Rick at the last moment manages to block her quick blow, the force of which passes through his entire body with a loud vibration. Watching Rick's movements, Suzanne is surprised that he managed to parry her attack again. She begins to understand that this cannot be just an accident. A fierce fight ensues between them. The loud noise from their collision spreads throughout the entire area, and the battlefield sparkles with multicolored colors. While fighting Suzanne, Rick is horrified by her strength and speed. He understands that she is at least a high-category fighter, and if not for her perception skill, he would have been in the grave long ago. Putting his hand on Chris's shoulder, Louis asks him if Rick is really his son, because if so, then they both manage to hide their real abilities very well. But Chris himself is very surprised at how strong Rick has become, because when they last saw each other, he was just a reservist soldier. Meanwhile, Suzanne is increasingly taking the initiative in the battle, leaving multiple injuries on Rick's body. Pinned in a corner and tired from the long battle, Rick realizes that his only chance of victory is to activate the meteorite blade. He charges the sword with his energy, after which the blade lights up blue. Lunging towards Suzanne, Rick shouts to her that if her hands are in the wrong way, she should retreat immediately. The loud sound of their collision echoed throughout the city, and the entire surface of the prison roof was covered with a cloud of dust. After the dust has cleared, the main character sees Suzanne in front of him, on whose body there is not a single scratch, and on each of her gloves the core of the beast is visible. Breathing heavily after the violent collision, Rick tightly grips his sword with both palms, anticipating the follow-up attack. And at that moment, he hears a cracking sound coming from the handle of his blade. The core of the beast inlaid into the blade crumbled into small pieces. The battle is interrupted by Louis, loudly clapping his hands. He admits to Rick that he has extraordinary strength for his age, and given all his efforts, he will give him a minute to say goodbye to his father. Finally, Rick was able to approach his father, who was shackled in huge chains. For the first time in a long time, Chris smiles. He is glad that his son managed to become so strong, then adds that his mother would be proud of him. Hearing this brings tears to Rick's eyes. Taking into account Rick's new strength, Chris tells him in a serious voice that he can now finally tell him the whole truth about the fall of Donghae City. Placing his hand on Rick's shoulder, Chris tells his son that he can find all the evidence he needs in this case in a safe located at a military base in the city of Chin, after which he whispers the password for this safe. Rick is surprised when he hears the word used for the safe's password. At the end of the time given to him for conversation, Chris nevertheless gets into the helicopter sent for him, and together with Louis and Suzanne, flies towards the air prison. Standing on the roof, under the light of the full moon, Rick follows the helicopter with his eyes, and once again makes a promise to himself that he will definitely find out the whole truth and free his father. After some time, the action moves to Rick's apartment. The main character sleeps calmly and carefree in his bed, despite the loud noises made by his alarm clock. Ruffled from the sudden awakening, Rick hits the alarm clock, wanting to turn it off, causing it to shatter into small pieces. Seeing this, Rick realizes that he is not yet fully accustomed to his new power, and at some points he needs to control himself. Getting out of bed, he walked to the wide window of his apartment, peering into the life of the city. It seemed to him as if nothing had happened. While admiring the views of the city, Rick suddenly hears the sound of his phone ringing. In the receiver, he heard the voice of Uncle Todd, who with a dissatisfied tone asked the main character how long he would wait for Rick to come to him for the necessary things for the trip to the city of Chin. After these words, Rick realized the purpose of setting the alarm clock and quickly went to Uncle Todd's office, promising that he would take a Diet Coke with him as an apology. Arriving at the office, Rick, rubbing the back of his head, tells Todd that he was late because he was moving an old monster across the road. This cheered up the gloomy fat man a little. While drinking the Coke Rick brought as an apology, Todd reflects on how in a couple of days this little guy went from being a reserve soldier to being a real fighting unit. Rick, with a grin on his face, tells Uncle Todd that he promised not to let him down. He had to become a little stronger. After this, Todd gives the main character a backpack with all the necessary things for the trip to the city of Chin, including the certificate of a fighter of the initial category, adding that 3 months must pass for certification to the intermediate category. Todd also warns Rick about increased vigilance on his part, because the military base in the city of Chin is a very dangerous place, full of guards. Looking at the care of funny fat Todd, Rick thanks him for caring about such a weakling like him all these years. In response, Todd simply turned to the window and told Rick in a grumpy voice that he only cared about him so much because his father helped him a lot in his youth. Rick thanked the grumpy fat man again and headed out, promising Todd that he wouldn't let him down again. As Todd follows the main character with his gaze, he is surprised at how quickly children grow up, because just recently Rick boasted to him of the title of reserve fighter. But now he is a real warrior, capable of fiercely fighting monsters. Looking at the train ticket that Todd booked for him, Rick realizes that he is leaving only in 5 days. In the remaining time, he decides to get new equipment, including melting down his sword with 2 beast cores, because the old one burst during the battle. He understands that in addition to new equipment, he will also need to hone his skills as a fighter because the military base of the city of Chin is full of high-class masters. While talking about this, Rick heard his phone ringing again. This time, on the phone, he heard the voice of his old friend Peter. Rick was glad for this call because it seemed to him that they had not seen each other for 1,000 years. Having learned that Rick was now in town, Peter invited him to meet at their old place. Rick agreed to this adventure, adding that he was now a rich man and would put everyone on the table. Peter is a fair-haired boy Rick's age, although he is not a meteorite fighter and does not have unique skills, but he was the only one who did not turn his back on Rick when his father was put behind bars. After finishing his phone call, Rick decides to stop by the mall to look for some gear before the meeting. On the way there, he remembers various incidents from his childhood associated with Peter. There were many such cases, but most of all, Rick remembered how Peter protected him from a hail of stones that were thrown at him, calling him the son of a traitor. As on his birthday, the only one who congratulated him was his best friend Peter, secretly bringing him a gift from everyone despite the censure in society. And even the apartment in which Rick now lives was rented by Peter, because everyone refused him, citing whose son he was. Remembering this, Rick didn't even notice how quickly he got to the place he needed. On a warm summer evening, the shopping center was filled with many people. Having passed by passers-by, Rick feels that 2 fighters of the initial category are standing next to him. Rick realizes that his new perception ability can determine the strength of an opponent near him. The main character realizes that during the fight with Suzanne, He could not feel even a drop of her power, which means that they are on completely different levels. In today's society, the status of a fighter is valued more and more. Strong fighters are more often chosen as life partners than others. After all, if your chosen one is a fighter, you will feel safe when monsters attack. There were even more people inside the shopping center than on the street, so Rick decides to first sell all the equipment collected from the corpses of the fish lizards. Arriving at the trading floor, the main character sees a gallery of monster cores. It presents various specimens of E-level monsters, the minimum price of which is estimated at 2 million. Looking at them, Rick realizes that his core is worth much more. But unfortunately, the demand for such cores is small due to the huge price, so the only way to earn money is to sell cheap equipment collected from monsters. Nevertheless, the main character managed to earn 200,000 from this. Having finished selling the arsenal, Rick notices a girl he knows who works in this shopping center. Looking at her, Rick, using his new ability, realizes that she is a meteorite fighter of the initial category. He is surprised by this, because they have never discussed this before. This girl was Monica, Peter's friend. Long ago, he brought her into his company with Rick, and since then they have become close friends. She was always friendly and good-natured with everyone, and she always exuded tenderness and kindness. So Rick is even more surprised that she joined the meteorite fighters. Reflecting, Rick thinks that perhaps she learned from Peter about his situation with his father and financial problems, which is why she decided to take such a serious step. In any case, Rick decides that now is not the time to distract her from work, and he will ask all the questions that interest him in the evening when they meet, after which the main character goes to the workshop to melt down his sword. There he was met by a woman in a business suit, who explained to him that in their small town there was no foundry of the level necessary to melt down such a powerful weapon. A little upset by this answer, Rick decides that he will melt down his weapons upon arrival in the city of Chin. In such a large place, there will definitely be masters of the highest category. Looking dissatisfied at the back of the main character, the sellers are surprised how a fighter with an entry-level certificate got such rare material. They come to the conclusion that most likely Rick is an errand boy for some strong fighter, because he himself does not look like someone who could defeat a mutant monster. At that moment, a mysterious silhouette of a woman appeared behind them. In a sweet voice, she clarified with the sellers whether this person had definitely come in to melt the core of an E-level beast. Seeing this woman, drops of cold sweat flowed down the faces of the workshop workers. They did not expect to see their mentor here today. After a short conversation, the woman in the suit hurriedly went to catch up with Rick, explaining to him that a master of the highest category had suddenly come to them. The main character is happy about this news, because if he manages to melt down the sword earlier, he will be able to master it faster. Rick was taken to a special room for working with elite clients, after which the same master entered it. The main character looked at her with an incredulous gaze. He had doubts whether this master would be able to perform such a difficult job. The master introduced herself. Her name was Alice. Outwardly, she was no older than Rick, which greatly surprised the main character. He even thought that most likely, she was the assistant of that same foundry worker of the highest category. After that, the girl extended her hand towards Rick, telling him that she wanted to see the egg of the beast, to which Rick does not agree, saying that it is rude of the foundry worker not to be here in person, and he will entrust the egg of the beast only to him. An absurd pause hung between the heroes, after which Alice provided Rick with her certificate of a foundry worker of the highest category. The main character was surprised by what he saw, because the local foundry workers are 2-3 times older than her, and are only novice craftsmen. Looking at Rick, Alice again asked to show him the required material, adding that if there were no flaws in it, then her work would be free, and he would only need to pay the cost of the raw materials. Realizing that this offer is very profitable, Rick decides to trust Alice, after which he shows her the stone. The core itself was a yellowish stone with many different shades, in the center of which is the silhouette of a defeated monster. Taking the core of the beast in her hands, Alice froze in delight, because the stone was perfectly preserved, and colossal energy was released from it itself, which means that it was obtained in a fierce battle and not obtained by third-party methods. After closing the box with the stone, Alice tells Rick that the stone suits her and he will take on the job. But before that, She wants to meet the owner of the stone in person to discuss all the necessary details with him. To which Rick answers with confidence in his voice that he is the owner of this stone. These words made Alice laugh very much. The sound of her cheerful laughter was heard throughout the workshop. After which, her laughter suddenly changed to a serious tone. She slammed her palm on the table, telling Rick not to joke with her like that. To which Rick replied that there was nothing special about this, because at first he also did not believe that she was a top-level master. Although he was young, she had sufficient strength to obtain such a core. Alice looked closely at Rick, her gaze filled with doubt in the words Rick said. But still, she told the main character to follow her to the workshop, adding that she would now show him how a real weapon is prepared. With the advent of meteorite equipment, foundry began to flourish, and the status of the teachers of this craft grew more and more. However, not everyone can be called a casting mentor, but only those masters who are capable of making meteorite equipment. If there are enough materials, recasting the sword will be very simple, but when you need to insert the core of the beast, it is a completely different conversation. Rick watches Alice work hard, watching her. There is no doubt in his mind that she is a master of her craft. After some time, holding a red-hot blade in his hands, Alice tells Rick that his sword is almost ready, but the next stage will be very difficult, depending only on him. Alice still believes that Rick is not the owner of this stone, so when he agreed to continue the process, she was somewhat surprised. She explained to Rick that the moment the core of the beast and the weapon merged, all the frantic energy contained in them would burst out. It will take a strong fighter who can immediately suppress it. If it turns out to be a fighter who defeated the monster, then success is doomed. But if not, then the fighter himself may die from colossal power, after which Alice suggested that Rick call his parents here, the real owners of this core. But Rick just grinned back at her, adding that she shouldn't worry because he could handle everything. Alice is outraged by Rick's behavior. She considers him an obstinate boy, but still decides to inlay the beast's core into a weapon. Having finished with the process of installing the stone, Rick's blade glowed with different colors, and an ominous aura began to emanate from the blade itself. At this moment, from the core of the beast with a furious roar, the spirit of the monster defeated by Rick in a fierce battle is released. Looking at his terrifying aura, Alice asks Rick to immediately suppress his power, otherwise this creature could be reborn and then be in trouble. Rick looks with a confident look at the remains of the soul of the defeated monster. In this look, there is not a drop of fear of the creature. The main character imagines their fight scene with the monster, after which he accumulates all his physical and emotional strength in his hand, directed towards the spirit. It only took a couple of seconds for Rick to fully concentrate his energy in his fist, and he easily seals the beast. Seeing how quickly Rick sealed the monster, Alice realizes that he is indeed the one who defeated it in battle. Only a true killer can make the monster's soul remnant in the core feel fear to instantly subdue it. With another person, the soul remnant would continue to fight fiercely. Looking at Rick, Alice wonders whether it is even possible to become such a strong fighter at such a young age, because she has never met such amazing people before. Afterwards, Alice apologizes to Rick for his manners, saying that she should not have doubted his strength based solely on his age. Rick does not hold a grudge against her, because at first he also did not believe that she was a master of the highest category, and he is also grateful to her for his new blade, asking her permission to use it. Holding his new sword tightly in his palm, Rick feels the power pulsing inside his palm even more than before, while the weight of the blade seems to have been halved. Having opened the system of the God of War, Rick sees that the characteristics of the blade have changed significantly. It has two new properties, increased sharpness and a special E-class strike, and also, the blade now significantly increases the dexterity and strength of the user. Seeing that the main character liked his new sword, Alice invites him to become his big sister and always help in this type of work. To which Rick turned his nose up, mumbled that she was only one rank higher than him, and in general she did not believe that he could defeat the monster himself. After which, Alice added that if he agrees, he can always get a good discount from her on remaking any meteorite weapon. Hearing this, Rick immediately agreed with this proposal. Calling Rick her new brother, Alice laughed with her bright laugh. She is glad that they will now be friends, because he will always supply her with a different interesting arsenal for practice, which will help her quickly master the skill of a foundry worker. To cement their new friendship, Alice tosses Rick a VIP card. With her help, Rick will be able to receive benefits in all trade centers of the country, as well as go to special places inaccessible to most ordinary people. After saying goodbye to his new sister, Rick decides to go to the testing training area in order to try out his new sword in battle. Test zones are places where fighters can test their weapons with the help of special fighter trainers. To become a trainer for meteorite fighters, you need to be a strong meteorite warrior and also own a weapon with a stone of at least F rank. The salary of such people is high, so this is a tasty place. Basically, all the trainers here train fighters of the initial category with weak cores of the beast. But if a really strong fighter, of at least average rank, comes to the arena, then for such cases there is a special trainer at the training ground. In this training arena, that guy was Jim. He is an advanced category fighter and owns an E-rank core himself. Having learned that a visitor with a black VIP card had arrived at the training base, Jim was very happy, because he was already bored with weak fighters. In view of the approaching large-scale battle, the passage to the arena was blocked so that none of the casual visitors would be harmed. Entering the arena, Rick holds his blade in his hands, anticipating the upcoming fight with his trainer, after which he heard a voice behind him and turned around. In front of him, he saw Jim and a smiling Alice. Jim looked like a very formidable opponent, and in his hands was a huge two-handed axe the size of a small man. Looking at Rick, Jim is surprised that he is so young and already owns a weapon of this level. Jim greeted Rick, then added that he had a very good blade, but it was of no use if a brat like him was using it. Jim seemed to embody a ferocious bear, just as huge and strong. He himself was head and shoulders taller than Rick, and also surpassed him in terms of fighter level, because he is an advanced meteorite warrior. The heroes dispersed to different sides of the arena, preparing for the upcoming fight. Silence reigned over the entire training ground, and everyone present was afraid to make a small rustle. Rick had heard a lot about Jim, because they live in a small town. Once upon a time, when he was still a mid-category fighter, he was able to defeat 100 E-level monsters single-handedly. From himself, Rick feels an aura similar to the one he felt during the fight with Suzanne. Rick understands that the only option to somehow equalize their difference in strength is to use his sword, because it significantly increases his agility and strength. Realizing that Jim is using a heavy two-handed axe, Rick makes a swift lunge in his direction, relying on his high agility, after which he quickly performs many accurate blows, aiming for Jim's body. Jim somehow notices these blows. The speed and agility of the main character greatly surprises him, after which Jim takes a defensive pose and spins his huge two-handed axe with just one hand, thereby completely blocking all of Rick's blows. The moment he blocks the blow, Rick sees an opportunity to attack again before Jim regains his balance and activates his perception ability. And at the same second, he tries to attack again, directing his blade towards Jim's body. But Jim, calling Rick a naive boy, makes a powerful attack with his second palm, throwing the main character several meters back. From the strong blow, Rick can barely stand on his feet. He is surprised at how much power his axe gives him. If he didn't have a sword that increases strength and agility, Rick might not have gotten up at all from this blow. Looking at their battle, Alice doubts that Rick will be able to defeat Jim, but still she does not lose hope in him, wanting him to give his best. Jim reminds Rick that they are in the arena for testing weapons, not sparring, so he should show off the full power of his activated blade. After which he activates his axe, forming a vortex of a powerful red-gold aura around him. Activating his axe, Jim says that now it's Rick's turn to show the true power of his sword. Rick accepts Jim's offer and also activates his blade, after which he assumes an attack stance and fully concentrates on his weapon. In a split second, Rick covers the distance between opponents with a quick dash, after which Jim attacks, but he also attacks him in response. After the collision of the blade and the battle axe, a loud noise was made that echoed throughout the area, and the bright light of the activated weapon colored the entire arena. Rick barely holds back the full weight of Jim's axe, realizing that he won't be able to hold it for long, but at this moment, the main character remembers the new ability of his blade. Continuing to hold off Jim's onslaught, Rick activates the God of War system and uses his new move called Penetration, after which his blade deftly slipped past Jim's axe and passed tangentially near his face, thereby leaving a wound on his right cheek. Seeing his blood, Jim was seized with a frantic rage, and he uses the ability of his axe, which is called the Mountain Destroyer. After its activation, Jim begins to spin in a mad whirlwind, destroying everything in his path. Feeling the power of this attack, Rick barely manages to jump back. After his attack, Jim sees that the entire training field within the strike radius has been destroyed, and the floor has turned into a pile of stones. Looking at his hand, Jim is surprised that such a young fighter forced his E-rank ability to activate. On this note, the battle was decided to end, and the entrance to the arena became public again. One of his subordinates immediately ran up to Jim, trying to cheer up his captain. He says that Rick was simply lucky to block his blow, and all his strength depends only on the sword and nothing more. In response to this, Jim looks at him sideways, calling him an uneducated suck-up. After all, even if a weapon is good in itself, then in order to fully reveal its power, it must have a suitable owner, especially for a weapon with a mutated core. After which, Jim goes to Rick, who has just left the arena, calling him by name for the first time. He asks him to apologize for accidentally using his E-level ability, because it could have left injuries on his body, and also adds that if he somehow injured him, he will pay for all medical treatment. Rick is surprised by Jim's kindness, because he seemed to him to be a more stern person. Rubbing the back of his head, he tells him that he is fine. In parting, Jim tells Rick that his sword is extremely powerful, but his skills in using it are crude, so in order to become even stronger, he needs to train his E-level skills. Looking at the friendly conversation between Rick and his trainer, Alice suggests that the main character give a name to his new blade. Rick agrees with this, because a great sword needs a great name, after which he calls his blade the Bone Crusher. Arriving home, Jim feels a sharp pain emanating from the wound in his shoulder. Looking at her, he realizes that if he had not used his E-level skill, he could have been left without an arm. Jim is surprised at such a great strength of the protagonist's blade. To pass the time while waiting for his appointment with Peter and Monica, Rick walks around the mall in search of equipment or skills that suit him, when suddenly he hears a noise coming from a nearby crowd, forming something like a circle. In the crowd, he hears a guy in a loud voice trying to negotiate with some people that he will return their money for their stone. Rick realizes that this voice belongs to Peter, after which we are shown Peter and Monica, surrounded by a crowd of spectators, and opposite them stand 3 fighters of the initial category, showing with all their appearance what kind of scum they are. A group of 3 fighters of the initial category claim that Monica stole the core of an F-rank beast from them. Moreover, this core was mutated. Already somewhat beaten, Peter tries to reason with the bandits, telling them that if Monica stole something from them, then he is ready to fully pay all their expenses. The friends look disdainfully at Peter, telling him that apparently he doesn't understand who he's dealing with because they are meteorite fighters and they obviously don't need money. After which, one of the bandits points his finger in Monica's direction, saying that this beauty stole the stone from them and now she herself must pay for it. To which Monica refuses because she did not take any stone from them and they are just ordinary bandits. Hearing this, one of the members of this group says that she doesn't need to pay money, because they will simply search her with their own hands, and if they don't find anything, they will immediately leave. Peter covers Monica's body, calling them bastards. He says that the first person to touch her will regret it greatly. But these words did not frighten the bandits at all, and at the same second, Peter sees a fist rapidly flying in front of him in his face. But the bandit's fist rests against some kind of barrier, and he himself cannot understand what is happening. After which he sees Rick confidently standing in front of him, covering his friends with his back and easily holding the bandit's fist with one hand. Rick tells the scum that they will be very sorry for deciding to mock his friends. And at the same moment, with one light blow of his hand, he knocks out one of the bandits. Looking at this strength, Peter and Monica are perplexed, because the last time they saw each other, Rick was no stronger than an ordinary person. Rick looks demonically at the bastards who attacked his friends, telling them to attack and show him the very power with which they obtained the core of the beast. Seeing that Rick knocked out their brother, the remaining fighters of the group rub their fists, discussing that now he will pay for this blow. After which, they attack Rick with a scream, telling him that first they will deal with him and then they will have fun with the girl behind him. But Rick doesn't even try to dodge their attack, but immediately counterattacks them with quick blows all over his body. Then he throws their bodies to the side like a basketball. Having come to their senses a little, the bandits try to attract attention to themselves, saying that a thief appeared in the shopping center, who stole the core of the beast from them and then beat them. But suddenly they felt a strong aura behind them, from which goosebumps ran throughout their entire body. This made them fall silent. Behind them stood Jim, who seemed to have grown even larger since their last meeting. The spectators watching the fight were surprised that Jim was here, because he was now supposed to go to his new guild. But Jim did not pay attention to the onlookers, but only asked Rick if he needed any help. After which he wrote down the names of the fighters from the group in his notebook, assuring them that they would spend the next 2 years in a not very pleasant place. After which, he turned to Rick, telling him that usually such incidents do not happen in such a calm place. But when he learned that Jim was going to the guild, the hooligans were blown away. Looking at Rick, Peter and Monica cannot believe their eyes because he talks to Jim in a calm tone as if he were an equal fighter. Having said goodbye to Jim, the friends got into Peter's car. Finally, Jim asked Rick not to get lost, and if he was in trouble, he would always help. Looking at the car driving away, Jim thinks that upon arrival at the guild, he will definitely give recommendations for Rick, because his skills are unique for such a young age. Finally, the friends were able to get to their favorite local cafe. The aroma of the local dishes aroused the appetite of even the most real gourmets. As promised, Rick orders his friends a full table of food and drinks, after which Peter raises his glass and offers to toast old friendships. After drinking his glass, Rick looks at his friends with joy in his eyes. It seems to him that they have not changed at all since their last meeting. But still, he does not want to tell them where he got his strength from. A tipsy Peter waves his hand, saying that this is his own business, because when he wants, he himself will share it with them. Rick says thank you to Peter for everything he does for him. The entire subsequent evening passed in such a cozy atmosphere. The characters chatted merrily and drank, remembering various incidents from childhood, until it was time to say goodbye. After walking their friends to the car, Peter and Monica ask Rick to be careful and also wish him success in his upcoming mission. Having said goodbye to his friends, Rick feels warmth in his soul. He is glad that he found time to communicate with them, but it is also time for the main character to go on his new journey to the city of Qin. The city of Qin is located at the foot of a huge mountain of ghostly rain. The city itself is many times larger in scale than Rick's hometown. All the monsters' lairs in this city are located inside the Phantom Rain Mountain, and this place is also considered the largest concentration of monsters in all of China. In the southern part of this mountain, near the city, there is the same military base that the protagonist's father spoke about. Rick watches the movement on it through his binoculars, and the base itself is covered with a protective barrier that protects it from monsters. While observing the facility, Rick sees many guards patrolling all the entrances and exits of this base, understanding that with his current strength, there is no way for him to get there, because he will be arrested before he even gets to the gate. In addition, this is a restricted area. If an outsider appears there, it will cause a big reaction from the authorities. Rick has been in this city for 10 days. During his stay, he realized that due to the large concentration of monsters on the mountain, Qin City has become the most powerful city in the south. In the center of the city, there is a headquarters that is hundreds of times larger than the headquarters of the city of Xi'an. The strength of the guards outside the building is equal to the strength of the Meteorite Reserve fighters, and on each floor of the building there are squads consisting of beginner-level fighters. The captains of these squads are mid-level fighters. Elite squads are led by advanced Meteorite fighters. They are stationed in important departments of the guild, and some departments are guarded by people of the highest level. Entering the headquarters, Rick attaches his VIP card to a special chip, after which the doors to the building open. He finds himself in the guest room, which is represented by a bar with many places where fighters of different levels discuss the latest news and also brag about their achievements while drinking a few glasses of beer. Rick calls the bartender's blue-haired girlfriend Kat over to him. Kat has been working here for a long time. Despite the fact that she is an average fighter, she was the first person Rick became friends with when he arrived here. Having poured Rick a glass of his favorite drink, Kat says that several squads should soon return from missions, and she will definitely recommend him to them. Sipping his drink, Rick realizes that with his strength he can easily get into any team, but his purpose for coming here is different. However, during the 10 days he was here, he was unable to find any useful information for himself. Suddenly, he sees that bar visitors began to gather near the local TV, on which an emergency message began to be transmitted. It stated that the army was inviting all interested mercenaries, as well as the families of the meteorite, to join a joint operation to clear out the monsters. The rewards for participating in it are very high, and the 10 best fighters in this operation will have the opportunity to work at the Ghost Rain base as a security consultant. After a meteorite fell to Earth and monsters appeared, 3 structures were organized to protect against them, the first of which was State, represented by the Army. The second, which Rick belongs to, is represented by hired fighters who fight against monsters for money. And finally, the third, which is represented by the families of the meteorite, who for the most part fight against monsters for the glory of their family. Every year, the number of mutations increases, which means an increase in the population of monsters. So all 3 of these structures regularly carry out joint hunts for them. In this game, the rewards for joint hunting are much higher than in previous ones, and the top 10 will have the opportunity to learn special D-class skills based on Ghost Rain. Rick understands that with his strength it will be difficult to get into the top 10 fighters. But he is serious, because if he succeeds, access to the safe his father told him about will be open to him. At this moment, a voice from the loudspeaker rang throughout the room. All participants in the joint operation must go up to the room for registration. Arriving there, Rick sees a lot of people wanting to take part in clearing out monsters, because this year you can get very valuable rewards for this. In the corner of the room, he sees the bartender, Kat, already familiar to us, standing, and next to her a short, fat man with blonde hair. Kat is surprised by Rick's appearance here, because according to the documents, he is a fighter of the initial category. This mission is too dangerous for him. After which, she turns her head to the blonde boy and asks him to look after Rick on the battlefield. This boy's name is Morty. He belongs to the Pooh meteorite family. Although he is only 15 years old, Morty is already an average fighter, and he also has the talent of innate divine power, and his father, Hughes, is the president of the Mercenary Association. Morty is upset by Kat's request. He believes that she fell in love with Rick, although she promised to be with him when he grows up, to which Kat replied that she would introduce him to her younger sister, who is even more beautiful than her. After this statement, Morty agrees to look after Rick if her sister is truly as beautiful as she says. Kat thanks Morty for his helpfulness, but in reality, she is alone in the family. After which, a train arrives for the new detachment, which should take them to the gathering place of the fighters, where they will be shown their further goals. After the meteorite fell, all transport systems were destroyed. Only the railway was restored. Nowadays, train ticket prices are exorbitant. The reason for this is the danger of deserts outside cities. And the wilderness between Chin City and Ghost Rain Mountain is even 100 times more dangerous, due to the powerful monsters that fill it. One of these, a D-rank monster eagle-eyed fox, is watching the train on which the squad is traveling. But the minds of these creatures are well developed enough to understand when not to attack, so the train calmly continues on its way. Finally, after some time, the train arrives at the Ghost Rain camp. After leaving the train, the fighters chaotically formed 3 groups. The most noticeable of all the fighters were the 2 standing in front of the first and second groups. At the front of the first column was a fighter named Gray. He is an advanced level fighter and also a member of the Lai meteorite family. In front of the second column stood the boy Morty, already known to us, eating another chicken leg with great appetite. From the window of the Ghostly Rain headquarters, the main organizers of this cleanup observed the arriving detachment. One of them was Brooke. He is the chief instructor at the Phantom Rain military base and is also the supervisor of this operation. Next to him, on a luxurious sofa and with a cigar in his hands, sits Hughes, Morty's father and the president of the Mercenary Association. He slowly smokes his cigar, saying that his son will definitely get into the top 10. The only one who can stop him is Gray from the Lee family. In the room with them, there is also an old man named Juan. He is the patriarch of the Lee family. With his whole appearance, he looks like a cunning elderly fox and tries to sweeten up Husa at every opportunity. Looking at how they flatter each other, Brooke believes that they both look more like clowns than cunning manipulators. The action moves to the operation area, which is the outer area of the mountain. It consists of many mixed layers of monsters, the strongest of which are D-rank. Rewards in the competition are graded depending on the level of the monster layer cleared by the fighter. 1 point for F-level monsters, 10 points for E-level monsters, and 100 points for D-level monsters. 3 days are allocated for the entire operation. Last year, the worst of the best scored 500 points. Rick realizes that if he wants to get into the top 10, he needs to score at least 600 points. He finally reaches his destination, Around him there were only destroyed buildings and suspicious silence, and on the way here he did not come across a single monster. Suddenly, with the help of his perception skill, Rick senses many solid objects flying towards him. He manages to jump back, deftly parrying all attacks directed towards him. After which, he sees in front of him many vile arthropod monsters covered with a hard rocky shell. They are called stone spiders. Stone spiders are F-rank monsters common to the outer area of Ghost Rain Mountain. Their web and fangs are poisonous, and the worst thing is that they live in flocks. In one nest, there can be 100 or even 1,000 individuals. Looking at the arthropod monsters, Rick understands that this abandoned city is nothing more than a lair of stone spiders. But this did not frighten the main character at all, because this is an excellent opportunity to earn the necessary points. At this moment, a swarm of arthropod stone creatures attack Rick in their entire huge flock, pointing their poisonous fangs in his direction. But the main character immediately counterattacks the spiders. With a swift gust like lightning, he rushes through them, cutting everyone in his path. From a whole family of poisonous stone spiders, all that remained were small stone corpses covered with green mucus. Rick realizes that with his current strength, F-rank monsters pose no threat to him. However, spiders have a herd and territorial instinct. As soon as they gather, they will begin to capture all organisms within the radius of their zone. That is why, on the way here, Rick never met a single monster, which greatly spoils his original plan, which consisted of killing E-class monsters as much as possible, because for them he can get more points, as well as improve his characteristics, thanks to the God of War system. Looking into it, Rick sees that he gets practically nothing for killing such low-level monsters. At this moment, he notices that another family of stone spiders begins to crawl out of another abandoned room in this city. Rick decides this is the perfect opportunity to try out his new maneuvering ability that he recently learned. After which, Rick creates a powerful stream and pushes his foot off the ground with such force that the stones beneath it are destroyed into smithereens. After using the ability, Rick's body begins to move at tremendous speed, changing its trajectory in a split second, allowing him to quickly move between multiple opponents with ease. Even though the technique was only entry level, the spiders could not even touch Rick's body. Now the hero already has several unique abilities in his arsenal, but constant practice and training are required to strengthen them. Having dealt with all the monsters in this location, Rick sets out on his further journey. The action moves to a forest located on the side of a mountain. We are shown a huge crowd of fighters trying to furiously catch someone. Their target was Morty. He managed to break away from them and climb a tree. Seeing that the fighters ran past him, a stone fell from Morty's soul, because if they had caught him, most likely he would not have been able to survive. After jumping from a tree, Morty feels pain in his shin area, after which he notices that his leg is injured. He is furious that someone dared to get rid of him. Coming out of the forest, Morty walks along a road unknown to him, focusing on the nearest visible buildings. After which, he comes to an abandoned city and notices that there is not a single soul here, and there is complete silence around. Suddenly, from the darkness of one of the buildings, he notices many hungry glances directed in his direction. Seeing a lot of stone spiders in front of him, Morty realizes that he has fallen into their nest. His body is taken over by bestial fear. Out of fear, Morty cannot move. All he can do now is cover his face with his hands so as not to see how the spiders are devouring him. But at that moment, a flash of blue light flew past the cowardly fat man, and monsters that fall within the radius of the flash are divided into head and abdomen, staining the battlefield with green mucus. It was Rick, holding his blade in his hands. He asks Morty how such a child came to be here and how he received approval from the military. Looking at Rick, Morty realizes that this is the same guy that Kat asked him to look after. Rick helps Morty get to the nearest room safe from monsters, and also treats his wounds. Looking at the mountains of dead arthropods, Morty realizes that Rick is clearly not the weak fighter that Kat thinks him to be, because he dealt with the spiders with extraordinary ease. Having finished treating the wounds, Rick calls Morty a tadpole and tells him that with such wounds he will not be able to continue the operation, so he must sit here and wait for reinforcements. The yellow-haired fat man is not happy with Rick's tone and tells him whose son he is, to which Rick replies that he doesn't care at all. After which Morty remembers that Kat told him that Rick has only been here for 1 month. Most likely, he has not yet heard enough about his successes and status. He also understands that if he remains here alone, then the people who hunted him will certainly find him, and then they will definitely kill him. He must somehow force Rick to guard him at least until his wounds heal. After which, Morty tells Rick that the maneuvering technique he used is complete garbage, but it just so happens that he has an E-level maneuvering technique, which he's willing to kindly share with him. This proposal interested Rick, because for his main goal, he needs to master as many skills as possible. Rick, with an incredulous look and a slight smirk on his face, asks Morty if he is telling the truth, to which he replies that he would not lie and extends his hand in order to conclude an agreement. After which Rick can't stand it and bursts into laughter, because where does an ordinary fat man get E-level maneuvering techniques? To which Morty replies that he and the Pooh family, the son of Hughes and a famous genius of various techniques, for him this is a simple trifle. Rick looks at Morty with a surprised look, because the name of Hughes from the Pooh family is familiar to him. He knows that he is the president of the association and a mercenary. Morty adds that while they are here chatting, the mercenaries are looking for him, so they need to hurry up. After which, to prove his words, he transfers the E-level maneuvering skill to Rick, and when the operation is over, he will give him all the instructions for using it. In the system of the God of War Rick, a notification appeared about receiving a new skill that has not yet been activated. Reveling in his capabilities, Morty thinks that Rick must be shocked by the skill he received because it costs at least $1 million. Now, he will definitely agree to help him. Rick agrees to help the fat man, saying that as soon as he clears the spider's lair, he will take him deep into the mountain of ghostly rain, where it is much safer. The heroes shake hands as a sign of agreement. Rick tells the fat man his name, to which he replies that he has known him for a long time. After which, they hear a loud noise of glass breaking into pieces. The heroes notice that from the broken window, 2 razor-sharp hooks are flying towards them at rapid speed, aiming at Morty's body. Rick covers the fat man's body. With a quick movement of his blade, he deflects the hooks flying at them. 3 attackers appeared from the darkness of the building. These people were the ones who initially pursued Morty. They are surprised that he was able to break away from them with such an injury. Morty calls them bastards who can only fight wounded heroes, and once his father finds out about this, they are definitely not residents. To which the 3 masked men reply that his father will never know about this, because they will now kill both him and Rick. Morty tells the main character that Kat asked him to look after him. Therefore, he must get out of here so as not to upset her, because she is very beautiful, and also tell his father everything about what happened here. Rick is surprised that Kat asked this funny fat man to look after him, as well as his courage, because being left alone against 3 average fighters is certain death. To which the leader of the masked people says that he will not let anyone escape from here, because they do not need extra witnesses. Morty looks at them with contempt, then says that these masks do not help them hide their true identities, that they are from the Lee family he can smell from a mile away. The 3 masked fighters are surprised by the young master's insight. They don't understand how he figured them out. Hearing the surname Lee, memories from childhood flashed in the protagonist's head. Once upon a time, his father Chris saved the Lee family from monsters, for which they swore that they would follow him for the rest of their lives. Old Man Vaughn himself often pleased Rick as a child, calling him a special child, and if he ever needed anything, he would definitely help him. But when the trial of his father came, one was the main witness in this case. He called Chris a traitor to the homeland, and the reason for the fall of the city of Donghai. Rick asks Morty if Vaughn is the head of this Lee family, to which he replies that this bald old man Vaughn is still at the helm and often spoils his father's plans. Hearing this, Rick was overcome with rage and took a fighting stance, showing by his appearance that he would not run away from his father's traitors. Looking desperate, Morty gathers all his strength to attack the traitors, yelling at Rick to run away quickly while he tries to stop them. But 2 masked fighters immediately counterattack him. Attacking him with their sickles, Morty barely has time to block the blows with his shield. And the 3rd number attacks Rick from behind, telling him that he was unlucky to be next to Morty. But Rick sharply turns his fierce gaze on him, answering that it was their bad luck that he was here. Then she attacks him with a quick blow of her blade, leaving a deep wound on his body. From the injury received, the 3rd number jumps to the nearest safe distance. At this time, Morty holds back the attacks of the 2 remaining fighters. Rick quickly moves toward the 1st and 2nd numbers and helps Morty repel their attacks. The fat man is once again surprised by the strength and speed of the main character. Having regrouped, the masked fighters analyze Rick's movements, considering a plan for further battle with him. Looking at them, Rick realizes that they cannot be underestimated because each of them is an average category fighter, and they also use F-tier weapons. It will not be possible to achieve an easy victory. Besides, if the battle drags on, then more allies may come to their aid. They need to end the battle quickly, after which Rick activates the perception skill. Now he can read all the enemy's movements and also has a review of 360 degrees. And at the same time, he also activates the maneuvering skill and makes a quick dash towards the masked fighters. Understanding that the main character will now attack, the first number orders the others to hit him with a joint attack, and in the meantime he activates his sword. After this, the second and third numbers simultaneously attack Rick with their hooks, directing them straight towards his body. Thanks to his perception skill, Rick clearly sees the flight of the sickles and manages to parry their attacks with his weapon. However, at the same moment, the first number suddenly appears in front of the hero, swinging his activated blade. The first number powerfully attacks the main character, but Rick manages to dodge the blow despite the fact that the weapon is F rank. It has enormous destructive power. A long, fierce fight ensues between Rick and the number 1. The fighters are in no way inferior to each other. After which, Rick jumps back in order to think about his further battle strategy. He understands that they can't stay here because they still need to get the points necessary to get into the top 10. And if the fight drags on, then he definitely won't succeed. The only option left is to use the full power of the Bone Crusher by activating it. Seeing his stance, the masked fighters call Rick a fool for not allowing him to activate his weapon, and then point their crossbows in their direction. With a powerful volley, they fire a hail of projectiles towards Morty and the main character. Rick, using his maneuvering skill, reflects all the projectiles, barely keeping up with each of them. He realizes that his maneuvering skill is not strong enough to protect both himself and Morty at the same time. Before he had time to think about it, at that moment one of the shells wounds Rick's hand, leaving a deep mark on it. With difficulty, Rick still manages to cut the remaining shells, but the wound on his shoulder is bleeding heavily. Looking at how hard it is for the main character to fight, Morty is irritated by his helplessness, because due to a leg injury, he is forced to stay behind Rick. Analyzing the fight, Rick understands that the teamwork of this trio is impeccable. Their long-range and short-range attacks perfectly compensate each other. In order to win, he needs to somehow disrupt their teamwork. After thinking about it, he proposes a plan to Morty. Hearing what Rick told him, the fat man smiled, because the plan was really not bad. And at this moment, Morty suddenly begins to run in the opposite direction from the main character, at the same time provoking the trio of fighters with caustic words. Seeing their target running away, number 1 orders the others to stop him from leaving. After which, all 3 rush towards Morty at once, trying to catch up with him. This was Rick's plan. As soon as they were distracted, the main character immediately appeared in front of one of them. After which, with great speed, he attacks fighter number 2 with a powerful blow of his blade, inflicting a mortal wound on him. Seeing this, number 1 and number 3 instantly turn around and fire their crossbows towards Rick. One of the arrows still hit the target. It flew right through Rick's shoulder, inflicting a deep wound on him. Feeling intense pain in his shoulder, Rick jumps back to catch his breath before the next attack. Thinking over a new plan, Rick realizes that even if they are left alone, these fighters are still dangerous, especially the number 1. Seeing that Rick is wounded, his opponents immediately attack him, wanting to avenge the death of their brother. At this moment, Morty shouts to the main character to save himself. He has already done a lot for him and should not die here, because Cat is waiting for him. Suddenly, the God of War system, having detected his critical condition, offers the main character to activate the E-level maneuvering ability gifted to Morty, spending 10 points on it. Tilting his body down, Rick barely dodges the attack from the number 1 blade, after which, gritting his teeth with rage, he says that he agrees to spend the earned points on a new ability. The God of War system activated a new skill, after which Rick's gaze changed, showing complete confidence in his victory. The main character feels that his legs have become much lighter, and his whole body is filled with enormous energy. After which he pushes off strongly from the ground, performing a rapid dash towards the 3rd number, leaving behind only a cloud of turquoise wind. Having just been in front of the fighters, Rick literally disappears from their field of vision, which led one of them to bewilderment. Looking at their fight, Morty realizes that the main character has just activated the E-level ability given to him without any instructions. the first person in his memory to succeed in this. At that same second, Rick instantly appears in front of the third number and just as quickly cuts off his hand with a glancing blow. The fighter roared in severe pain. Realizing that the main character would now finish him off, he begs his brother to help him. At this moment, number 1 immediately appears behind Rick, trying to strike him with a sneaky blow. But thanks to the wide view from the perception skill, the main character easily notices this attack. The first number put all his strength into his blow, but he failed to hit Rick, and he himself disappeared from his sight, leaving the same turquoise cloud behind him. Rick, with all his speed and the strength of the activated weapon, attacks the third number. A powerful blow leaves him no chance of survival, and part of the room that falls into the attack area is destroyed to smithereens, raising a high cloud of dust. From the shockwave, all the glass in the room shattered like crystal, and multiple cracks formed on the walls of the room. Being in a cloud of dust, the first number cannot see what is happening. He tries to shout out to his brother in the hope that he is still alive. But behind him, Rick appears from a cloud of dust, pointing his blade at his neck. He says that all 3 of them will soon meet in hell. Then, with a merciless sweeping blow of the Bone Crusher, he inflicts a fatal attack on him. The lifeless body of number 1 fell to the ground, and Rick, with a cold gaze, shook his sword from the blood of the traitors. There was nothing left of the room in which the battle took place. It seemed that a little more, and it was about to collapse. Despite this, the main character searches the corpses of this trio, obtaining good equipment, and also appropriates all the points they earned for himself. Seeing the terrifying strength of the main character, Morty tells him that he can easily take first place. The only one who can stop him is Gray from the Lee family, who sent thugs after him. The action takes place on the other side of the mountain of ghostly rain. We are shown how a huge 2-headed snake, drenched in its blood, tries to carry out an attack with its last breath. But from just one swing of Gray's blade, he falls to the ground like a dead weight. Having sheathed one of his blades, Gray learns that contact with the squad hunting Morty has been lost. One of his people reports to him that although they have lost contact with that squad, he has reliable information that Morty is seriously wounded. This information made Gray happy, because the wounded fat man would definitely not be able to get into the top 10. Moreover, thanks to the actions of 2 allied teams, Gray managed to earn 300 points in just one day. Reveling in his victories, Gray's laughter spreads throughout the area, because now no one will stop him from setting a record for the operation and becoming the number 1 genius. Meanwhile, the main character carries Morty on his back through the mountain forest. Due to severe pain, Morty cannot yet move on his own. Rick suddenly stopped, because the environment around him seemed suspicious. Rick's instincts were right. At that moment, a 2-headed snake monster attacks them, aiming its sharp fangs at the heroes' bodies. It was a great python, an E-rank monster with impressive size and deadly poisonous fangs. The monster tries to attack the heroes, but Rick rushes past its mouth like the wind, leaving behind only a cloud of turquoise dust, after which the main character chops the snake into small pieces like cabbage with multiple quick attacks. After searching the corpse, Rick leaves behind valuable materials for his arsenal, such as poison glands, which are a powerful medicine, as well as fangs, as proof of victory over the monster. After the battle with the monster, Rick does not feel any fatigue. He understands that now E-rank monsters are not a hindrance for him. Morty is glad that he has such a friend, because even with such an injury, they can still take first place. Rick is surprised that the fat man constantly talks about first place, because the main thing is just to get into the top 10. To which Morty replies that there is a secret special reward for first place, which his father told him about. After which, he asks Rick if he has ever heard of the so-called alien artifacts. Rick is surprised by this question because he has never heard of their existence before. Morty explained to the main character that this is not surprising, since they were opened only a couple of years ago. After the night of the meteorite fall, animals began to mutate first. Monsters began to appear everywhere and destroy the usual foundations of life. People began to mutate next, and so the first meteorite warriors appeared. Plants began to mutate later. There were no special changes in their structure, so people did not pay attention to them. However, 2 years ago, 10 years after the meteorite fell, something special was discovered in the plants, which was called an alien artifact. With their help, you can significantly increase the strength of the user, and the artifact itself is an extremely rare loot, and it is a secret reward for first place. Rick realizes that if they want to take first place, they need to get at least 1,000 points, and for this, they need a whole bunch of monsters. To which Morty replied that this was not a problem, because they had almost reached the place to which he had been leading him all this time. A beautiful landscape with a view of the mountain slopes and the rivers washing them open before the heroes. While at the foot of the mountain, Rick's attention is drawn to the strong smell of blood. Looking down, he notices there are many E-level monsters, which are wolves with a sharp horn in the forehead. Rick understands that there are at least 100 of them here, and if he kills them all, he will receive at least 1,000 points, and with the help of his unique system, he will reach an advanced level. Morty brags to the main character that this location is a secret place discovered by his association. Rick is pleased with such a sudden discovery. Grabbing his sword, he declares a hunt for a wild animal. Since the fat man cannot move quickly, he offers to be Rick's shield while he destroys the monsters. Rick agrees with this proposal and follows Morty into battle. The main character easily disembowels wolf-like creatures one after another, earning more and more points. Since wolves are herd animals, when they hear the howl of their relatives whining in pain, they come running towards it more and more. It seems that all the creatures from this location have gathered on the mountain slopes to take revenge on Rick, surrounding the heroes in a semicircle. The battle with a huge pack of wolves lasted until the evening. Despite their number, the creatures did not even manage to wound the heroes. Meanwhile, the action moves to the other side of the mountain of ghostly rain, where Gray is resting under one of the trees after the battle. He's informed that in total, the two teams managed to earn more than 900 points. At this rate, they will be able to break all the records of previous years. Gray is happy about this news, because he really wants to see Morty's face when he finds out that he took first place and also broke last year's record. Night came. After a long battle, the heroes decided to stop and rest a little before moving on. During the entire battle, they managed to earn more than 1,000 points. Having sat down under the mountainside, they lit a fire there, on which Morty cooks food from the monsters he had just killed. Greedily eating a wolf's leg, Morty tells the main character that they have already broken last year's record and first place is already in their pocket. While discussing this, Rick notes that Gray uses 2 teams to earn points, so the points they receive may not be enough for them. Morty tells him that he doubts it, because if the military finds out, the Lee family will receive serious punishment. Continuing to sit by the fire, Rick suddenly feels that they are being watched. However, turning back, he sees only stone cliffs and a starry night sky in front of him. Rick understands that the ability of perception was activated for a reason, so he became a little wary. Meanwhile, Morty has already prepared another leg and, drooling at his mouth, invites Rick to try his dish. The juicy, tender meat saturates Rick's taste buds, and he notes that Morty's cooking is out of this world. Looking at Morty's huge appetite, the main character is not surprised that he is so fat. To which the fat man replies that his main dream throughout his life is to taste what every type of monster on the planet tastes like. Hearing this, Rick realizes that all he can think about is food. Suddenly, the heroes heard a powerful roar of the beast, echoing throughout the entire area. In front of them, they saw a huge wolf with eyes red from rage and a golden fiery mane standing over the corpses of his relatives. Looking at him, Morty tells the main character that in front of them is a D-rank royal beast that has evolved from an ordinary wolf, and judging by his golden mane, he is still evolving. This wolf is the king of D-rank monsters. The king of monsters is a monster that has risen to the top of its rank and is preparing to break through to the next level. Morty tells the main character that they cannot cope with such a creature, because not even all commanders-in-chief can overcome D-level monster kings. And judging by the wolf, he is not in a good mood right now. Rick replies that this is natural, because they exterminated all his children, and he won't just let them go from here. The Wolf King furiously leaps at the heroes, destroying the fire that Morty so carefully built. After dodging the blow, Rick tells the fat guy to forget about the damn meat, because he was the one who jinxed them when he said he wanted to taste a D-tier monster. The ferocious wolf does not lag behind the heroes. It is at least twice as fast as ordinary wolves, and its size allows you to quickly close the distance. Having gotten closer to the heroes, the wolf again tries to attack Rick, directing its ferocious mouth at him, but thanks to his maneuvering skill, the main character manages to dodge, after which he attacks him with a bone crusher, accurately hitting his body. But the blow from his blade did not leave even a small scratch on the body of the Monster King. Rick realizes how strong this creature is, because even the activated weapon could not inflict damage on it. Having hesitated a little after the attack, Rick sees a huge horn in front of him, which is trying to pierce his body at breakneck speed. Under threat of death, Rick decides to use some of the points he earns to improve his maneuvering skill, which allows him to deftly dodge at the very last moment of the attack. After which, the creature, with all its fury and frantic speed, crashes its horn into one of the rocks, destroying it into many small stones. Looking at the destructive power of this blow, Rick understands that he cannot withstand a single such attack. One hit from the horn and he is dead. And in order to somehow resist the monster, he must somehow strengthen his abilities again. After which, he spends all the earned stat points to pump his dexterity to the highest level. But when the skill number reached 99, the system stopped pumping it further, because to further improve it is necessary to become Commander-in-Chief. Morty's body cannot withstand such strong overloads. He asks the main character to run away as quickly as possible. But now Rick is in no mood to run away, because he has just strengthened himself to the level of an advanced fighter. Meanwhile, the Wolf King runs towards the heroes again, his every touch with the ground leaving behind a huge cloud of dust. This time, the wolf tries to attack Rick with his sharp claws, but the main character again manages to dodge the attack, after which he selects a convenient position in order to strike at the monster's weak point, at its legs. He charges his blade and also activates the E-rank Beast Core's penetration ability, after which with a sweeping and powerful blow of his blade, he strikes the animal's leg, leaving a wound on its body. However, this wound healed in the same second as the previous one. Rick is upset by this turn of events because there was no more powerful attack in his arsenal. And at this moment, the wolf still manages to hit the main character with a sweeping blow of his sharp claws, leaving a deep injury on his body. Having been wounded, Rick is horrified by how strong D-rank monsters are, because even as an advanced level warrior, he cannot resist them in any way. After which, the main character decides to listen to Morty's advice and escape from the battlefield. Thanks to his high agility and maneuvering skills, Rick manages to break away from the monster. Once at a fairly safe distance, Morty takes out a piece of meat left over from dinner and offers the main character a snack. Rick is outraged by the fat man's behavior, because the smell of wolf meat can attract the creature here again. While sorting things out, the heroes suddenly see in front of them a group of 5 bandits who look in their direction with hostility. The gang leader notes that the heroes are wounded, and most likely there are extra items lying around in their arsenal. Looking at Morty, the main character notices that this fat man is a real magnet for trouble. The group begins to come closer and closer to the heroes, surrounding them in a semicircle. Using his perception skill, Rick analyzes the fighters. He understands that in front of him are 2 advanced level fighters and 3 intermediate level fighters. Taking out his knife, the leader of the group invites the heroes to give all the equipment to them, otherwise they themselves will take it by force. The rest of the gang members mock the heroes, suggesting that the leader should not stand on ceremony with them, but kill them right away. Fatty and Rick did not like the tone in which the gang members spoke to them, and a displeased grimace appeared on their faces. Seeing that the heroes are in no hurry to give them their equipment, the gang leader takes an attacking stance, telling them that they wasted their chance. After which, the entire group of bandits simultaneously attacks the heroes, pointing the entire arsenal of their weapons in their direction. However, having activated the ability to maneuver, Rick parries all attacks in the blink of an eye and immediately counterattacks his opponents. Those fighters who managed to stay on their feet were surprised by such enormous strength, and horror was visible in their eyes. They see before them a ruthless, ferocious warrior that even 3 squads like theirs cannot cope with. Morty puts an end to this battle by delivering a powerful blow with his shield to the leader, petrified from horror. The sound of Morty's furious punch echoed throughout the area. They shouldn't have called him fat. All gang members knelt before the heroes, asking each of them for mercy. However, our heroes are not the most compassionate people, and vindictive Morty will not forget the words about his excess weight for a long time. After which, they again beat the unfortunate gang of bandits despite their requests for mercy. After finishing the battle, they completely undress the gang and appropriate all their equipment and earned points for themselves. After examining the bodies of the enemies they defeated, the heroes realize that this group managed to collect only 150 points. They are surprised by this, because among them there are advanced level fighters. The main character asks Morty if it's normal that such strong fighters have earned so few points, because there's not much left until the end. Morty replies that this is a common practice, because if you don't know the area, Finding monsters will not be an easy task, so some groups organize secret teams. Secret teams are engaged in collecting points from other teams. Although this is prohibited by the organizers, the current reward is worth it. Continuing on his way, Rick suddenly sees many silhouettes lying on the ground. In front of them, the heroes saw a bloody battlefield, littered with many corpses of soldiers who died in a fierce battle. Rick begins to search the corpses, hoping to find something valuable. But he realizes that their entire arsenal has already been emptied by someone before them. At this moment, Morty notices someone, after which he shouts to Rick that it is a trap. 2 green and purple shockwaves almost injured the heroes, but they managed to parry these attacks. Following the wave, the attackers attack them again, trying to quickly deal with the heroes. Seeing those who were behind this, Morty had fear in his eyes, because he had known these 2 fighters for a long time. Standing in front of them were 2 advanced-level assassin fighters, popularly called the Snake Twins of the Lee family. Looking at them, Rick realizes that it will not be easy to deal with 2 advanced-level fighters. However, the fact that they are from the Lee family makes Rick angry. At the same moment, a hail of arrows flies at rapid speed from another zone towards the heroes. Using his maneuvering ability, Rick manages to dodge all the projectiles flying at him. Looking up, he sees that there are not 2 opponents here at all, because at the top of the tree, there are also several archers of at least average level. Rick understands that in order to win this fight, he and Morty will have to give it their all. Morty is furious that the Lee family, in order to win the operation, created several such vile teams, all for the sake of first place. Looking at him, the twin brothers say that such weak nobodies like them do not deserve to be in the top 10. After which the twin in a green suit attacks Rick, shouting at him that now he will know the true power of the Lee family. Rick manages to block this blow. At that moment, he sees that an E-level core is inlaid into the blade of this fighter. The main character barely manages to hold back the enemy's onslaught. He is surprised by such great power. Continuing to block the green twin's blows, Rick, using his perception, feels the red twin sneaking up on him from behind. And at that same second, from the heights of the trees, the remaining fighters attack Rick with a hail of arrows, putting the main character in a dead end. With a sweeping, massive movement of his blade, the main character parries a flying volley of arrows, as well as a blow from the green twin. Morty covered the main character's rear, blocking the purple twin's blow with his shield. But before Rick had time to reflect the hail of arrows, a second batch of shells flies in their direction. Seeing the massive attack, Rick realizes that he won't be able to dodge this time, so he activates his perception skill. After which he grabs Morty under his bosom, and with the help of his maneuvering skill, disappears from the eyes of his opponents, leaving behind a turquoise cloud. The twins who had just attacked the main character collided with their sickle-shaped blades against each other, and the hail of arrows flying at them littered the battlefield with many shells. Having managed to evade all attacks, the heroes hid behind a tree, pondering further battle tactics. Discussing how Rick was able to dodge the attack while carrying such a fat pig, the twins come to the conclusion that he was hired by Morty's father as a bodyguard. Standing behind a tree, Rick realizes what a desperate situation they are in. Fighting against 5 strong warriors will not be easy. Suddenly, Rick remembers the huge wolf that was chasing them, and an idea arises in his head. Meanwhile, one of the twins offers the main character to hand over the fat man to them, and then they will allow him to leave alive. Desperate Morty once again invites Rick to leave him and save himself, because he shouldn't die because of him. However, Rick did not even think about running away because he still had unfinished business with the Lee family. He offers Morty one very entertaining plan of action, after which Morty froze in surprise because he is not sure that it will work. After which, standing behind a tree, the main character calls the twins jesters, dancing to someone else's tune like the rest of the Lee family. Such statements made the twins very angry. They reject their offer for Rick, saying that now he will share the fate of the fat man. After which, they simultaneously attack the hidden heroes, rapidly attacking with their sickle-shaped blades. Using his maneuvering skill, Rick manages to dodge the attack, simultaneously dragging the fat man along with him. However, the twin killer duo also have high speed, and they immediately appear in front of the heroes, after which one of them attacks Rick. The main character covers his left side with the help of Morty, using him as a shield, and in parallel, using a device on his hand, shoots sticky projectiles towards the archers. However, archers of this level easily dodge the attack, and the projectiles themselves stick to the trees standing behind them. The purple twin immediately attacks Rick with a frontal attack, but the protagonist steadfastly blocks his blow, not yielding to his opponent. The aura of his blade is so powerful that, even while blocked, he manages to leave a scratch on the opponent's hand. After parrying the attacks, Rick again activates his maneuvering skill and disappears from the attacker's field of view. Seeing what a powerful weapon the main character wields, one of the twins has a greedy smile on his face, because a weapon with a mutated core is a very valuable find. The heroes, in a rapid stream, try to escape from their pursuers, jumping from one tree to another. The Lee family squad is trying to catch up with them, but the speed of the main character, even with Fat Morty on his shoulders, surpasses them. The leader of the squad is furious, because if they continue to run after them, they will not make it by the time the votes are counted, and then Master Gray will be very disappointed. The heroes notice that they have already pulled away from their pursuers to a fairly safe distance. Realizing this, Rick turns around and pulls back the sticky projectile he sent, which was his original plan. Seeing the hidden weapon, the Lee family squad became somewhat wary and took a fighting stance, expecting a strong attack. However, only a jar with a greenish liquid of a thick consistency flew past them, which, having reached the center of the concentration of the entire detachment, bursts. A thick, foul-smelling liquid pours over the entire detachment, leaving a characteristic odor on the body and clothes. The twins are furious at such humiliation on the part of the fat man. Now they definitely have to catch up with them, despite the quick calculation of points. The Lee family squad is furious as they try to catch up with the heroes, the strength of the foul odor apparently giving them greater strength and speed of maneuver. Looking at Morty, the main character asks what kind of liquid he used, but he replies that this liquid is nothing more than bait for a wild animal. The heroes continue to rapidly run forward, rising closer and closer to the cleft of the mountain. However, the opponents who are catching up with them are not far behind, and it seems, are about to reach the heroes. The twins understand that there is a dead end ahead of this path, so they will be able to catch up with the fat man in order to finally get rid of him and appropriate the mutated weapon for themselves. Having almost overtaken the heroes, the twins feel a fierce gaze directed at them from the direction of the mountain crevice. Wary, the twins decide not to pursue the heroes further, because the aura emanating from the creature standing in front of them caused fear in them. The same king of D-level monsters emerged from the crevice of the mountain, sensing the scent of the bait. His rage became even greater than at the moment of the fight with the heroes. The twins saw in front of them a huge beast, no, the king of beasts, outwardly resembling a wolf, but with a more furious, bloody look and a huge golden horn. They were wary because the aura of this monster revealed that he was the king of D-level monsters, and the heroes lured them here into a trap. After which, the wolf furiously jumps towards Lee's squad. The positions of the pursuer and the victim suddenly changed in the mirror direction. A huge, furious creature drives a squad of twins to a dead end, blocking the only exit from this place with its massive body. After which he immediately attacks the brothers with his sharp claws. However, with their joint efforts they manage to block this attack. The green twin feels that they are not able to withstand such an onslaught for a long time. To win, they need to think about a battle strategy. He orders the archers standing nearby to aim at the monster's eyes, as he believes that this is its weak point. However, a hail of arrows fired at the creature only bounce off the monster's thick skin without causing it any damage. After which, the wolf, with a strong blow from his golden horn, throws the twins upward, causing them to soar in the air. Upon landing, the twins are surprised by the monster's enormous strength, but they realize that it is blocking the only way they can get to the first team, so they will have to fight. The purple twin, who is also the leader of the squad, orders everyone to get into formation, thus forming a powerful system designed for long-range and short-range attacks. The main character and his new friend are watching the entire fight from under the tent, lying on the mountainside. Rick notes the team's excellent teamwork, and in an instant, they were able to completely come up with battle tactics, as expected of advanced-level fighters. Morty tells the main character that the twins of the Lee family are known for their tactical thinking. However, this creature is not an ordinary monster and will definitely delay them for some time. Taking an attacking position, the ferocious beast emits a powerful howl that echoes throughout the area, after which he again attacks the squad with his huge horn, striving with great speed to tear the brothers' bodies into small pieces. However, they again manage to block it while simultaneously using their weapons, the force of the collision turning the entire battlefield into a pile of stones. From a strong push, the twins fly away from the monster at a distance of several meters, thereby exposing the archers to attack. Seeing them, the Wolf King immediately quickly runs towards them, causing them to tremble in fear. One of the archers tries to attack the creature, but his attempts are unsuccessful, and the creature attacks him with all its might with a powerful blow of its large paw, after which it furiously devours his body, washing its mouth and mountains with the crimson blood of the young soldier. Looking at the huge creature, the twins realize that it is intelligent because it first dealt with the archers, so the purple twin suggests using a special weapon, after which he takes out an elongated golden rope similar to a whip. At the moment when the wolf tries to attack the next archer, the purple twin spins the rope with great speed, forming a whirlwind that cuts through the air. After which, with a quick movement, he throws the rope towards the wild animal. The whip hits the target, wrapping itself around the Wolf King's huge paw, forcing him to stop. After which, the purple twin, with the help of a sharp whipping movement, throws the huge creature like a pet dog. The Wolf King falls to the ground, making a deafening noise and raising a tall column of rocky dust. Looking at this, Morty is surprised that this team had such a rare, unique item, like rope, to hold the monsters all this time. The rope for holding monsters is made from the fusion of the core of a D-tier beast, as well as its burnt tendons. The process of making such a weapon is incredibly labor-intensive, so such a weapon is a very rare specimen. With the help of this item, the process of holding monsters is greatly facilitated. It is used only in cases where fighters are dealing with high-rank monsters. Seeing the perfect opportunity to attack, the twins perform a combined attack together called the double snake spin, creating a destructive golden vortex. Looking at this, Rick realizes that such an attack is not inferior to a D-class skill, and it should definitely damage the king of the monsters. The massive attack caused devastating damage across the entire area, and in the cloud of dust, the silhouette of a huge wolf can still be seen lying on the ground. The wounded animal still stands on its mighty paws, bleeding, breathing heavily, and whining from severe pain. With its entire appearance, it embodies the real leader of the pack. After which, the huge golden horn of the king of monsters breaks away from his body, releasing colossal energy, and flies straight towards the twins. With tremendous speed, the horn simultaneously pierces the bodies of two brothers in one trajectory, leaving them with fatal injuries. From sudden severe pain and shock, the twins fall to the ground dead, losing consciousness. Seeing this, the remaining archers immediately became wary, because their captains were mortally wounded and were aiming their weapons at the wounded creature. However, before they had time to take aim, one of the archers was immediately killed by a fast projectile that flew straight into his head. It was the work of the protagonist. Seeing the commotion, he decided to join the fight. At the same second, the second archer, with the help of a powerful blow from behind with his shield, is incapacitated by Morty. After which, Rick runs up strongly, gaining significant speed for the subsequent powerful jump. Having gained the necessary speed, he jumps from the mountainside straight into the mouth of the wounded Wolf King, concentrating all the power of his blade. After which, activating the meteorite core, he attacks the monster directly in the eye with all his strength, this time causing him enormous damage. The Wolf King roared from the intense bursting pain that rang throughout his body. Looking at the wounded wolf, Morty understands that even if the main character had not attacked him, he would still have died, because he had disconnected his horn from the body, which is the main organ. The heroes suddenly heard a rustling behind them, and looking back, they saw that the twins were still alive. However, before they had time to pull off their next trick, powerful projectiles pierced their bodies, leaving a mortal wound on their bodies. Lying on the ground and writhing in pain, the brothers call the heroes weaklings. If they knew that this would happen, they would have used all their strength at the very beginning. Rick thanks them for the fact that, being on the verge of death, they gave him such a wonderful gift in the form of a half-dead monster, and also a chain for capturing D rank. Morty adds that he would like to see Gray's face now, who learns that the great twin brothers lost, giving all the points they earned to the weak fat man. The twins' faces are filled with ferocious rage. However, they cannot even rise from the ground. With their last breath, they make a promise to the heroes that, even as ghosts, they will take revenge on them. After which, this couple finally dies. Having finished their dialogue, the heroes think of inspecting the prey. However, they suddenly hear the noise of stones coming from under the monster's paw. The dying Wolf King clings to his life and, gathering all his strength, tries to escape from the heroes. Seeing this, Rick shouts to the fat man to keep up, because if they miss the wolf, they will lose a huge amount of money and useful equipment in addition. Meanwhile, the wounded animal runs towards a mysterious dark cave located at the very end of the mountain's chasm. Continuing to chase the dying Wolf King, the heroes realize that he is leading them straight to his lair. Not a single soul could be seen in the depths of the tunnel, only pitch darkness washed its expanses. But the wounded beast does not have time to run into its cave and emits a piercing death howl that can be heard throughout the area, after which it falls like a dead weight to the ground, showing no signs of life. In the system of the main character's God of War, a notification appeared that he had defeated a D-level royal monster, for which he received additional skill points. The heroes approach the huge, dead carcass of the mutilated creature and cannot believe that they managed to defeat it. Morty rejoices at this like a child, because they hit the big jackpot by defeating the king of the D-rank monsters. Rick begins to examine the monster's corpse. In addition to valuable, expensive resources, they also manage to take possession of a D-rank chain. Morty asks the main character to be careful when examining the monster, especially with the cores of the beast, because he wants to give them to his father as a sign of respect. Each of the materials obtained from the Wolf King's corpse is worth more than $1 million. The fur of the Wolf King will serve as an ideal decoration for the walls of the meteorite's rich families, because it is a very rare and valuable catch. The Wolf King's horn is ideal for making powerful D-rank meteorite weapons. Although there is no core, the material itself costs at least $10 million. Rick understands that in an instant, he earned more than $10 million and even a binding chain as a gift. Now he can definitely not deny himself anything. Moreover, Morty counted all the points collected by the twins team, and there were no less than 320. Now Rick will not only take first place in the operation, but will also break last year's record. Reveling in their victory, the heroes high-five each other as a sign of mutual respect and excellent teamwork. Peering into the darkness of the tunnel, Morty invites the main character to go inside. Perhaps there are some valuable things left there. Rick places the fat man on his back and goes inside the Wolf King's lair. The heroes move forward through the cave. Only pitch darkness and complete silence haunt them, foreshadowing something unexpected. Having reached the center of the cave, the heroes see in front of them a bloody battlefield strewn with the corpses of many monsters. Looking at the corpses of the animals, Rick realizes that the battle here took place for more than 1 year, after which Morty added that this battle is the reason for the rapid mutation of the Wolf King. Looking around, the fat man notices that despite the fact that the corpses have decayed, it is still possible to obtain materials worth 300 points from them. Continuing to search the monster's lair, Rick's attention is drawn to a strong aura emanating from the top of the cliff. Looking up, the main character notices something like plant roots hanging from the top of the mountain. Having looked around the mountain, the heroes notice multiple marks on it from the claws of a wolf. Apparently, what is on its top was of great interest to the leader of the pack. Realizing that with his injury he will not be able to climb the rocks, Morty invites the main character to inspect the top on his own. Rick agrees with the fat man, after which he winds his dagger around his new rope, thus creating something like a climbing rope. Climbing over the stones, the main character slowly steps closer and closer to the top of the cliff. Finally, he manages to climb to the top of the mountain. Having adjusted in the darkness, the bright light blinded Rick's eyes. He sees in front of him a huge tree whose roots cover the entire ground and whose branches are filled with multiple turquoise leaves sparkling with bright colors. Looking at it, Rick realizes that this large tree is a mutated plant. The main character wanted to come up and take a closer look at this amazing phenomenon, when suddenly, the tree trunk began to be surrounded by many tails of monsters. Looking up, Rick sees that the tree is guarded by a squad of eagle-eyed foxes, D-level monsters, ready to tear apart anyone who approaches the tree. Looking at how many high-level monsters are guarding this tree, Rick realizes that it was this tree that caused the conflict between the monsters below, after which, he also notices that closer to the crown of the tree, it expands in one of the places, forming an alien artifact. At the top of the tree, he notices a creature with an aura that is several times greater than that of the king of D-level monsters. The main character understands that until he reaches the level of strength of the commander, he will definitely not be able to cope with such a powerful monster. Therefore, he makes the only right decision to retreat. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Ghost Rain Mountain military camp. The soldiers who took part in the military operation are gradually gathering here, because the 72-hour countdown has ended and the operation is officially completed. It's time to take stock. So far, of all the fighters present, only one was able to score more than 500 points, while occupying the first line of the list. Actions are transferred to the main headquarters of the organizers of this military operation. It seemed that nothing had changed inside him. Hughes was smoking another cigarette in the same way, and old Vaughn was watching the arriving fighters, waiting to hear the name of the winner. Using his cane as a support, Vaughn says with a mysterious look that this year the most worthy warrior will win because the opponents were very strong. Looking at him, Brooke once again notices what a cunning fox this old grandfather from the Lee family is. Meanwhile, more and more fighters begin to arrive at the camp, gradually changing the leaderboard. One of these fighters was Ron. He is a member of the military in his city, and is also an advanced level fighter despite his young age. Following him, Gray from the Lee clan, who is also an advanced meteorite fighter and one of the contenders for victory in the operation, returned to the base of the military camp. Looking at them, the crowd begins to whisper among themselves that one of them will definitely take first place, because they simply have no rivals here. However, our heroes also return to the base, eating a ruddy piece of wolf meat. Morty says that he lost a little weight during the operation and hopes that they will have excellent food at the military base. The participants in the operation take turns going one by one in order to exchange parts of the monsters' bodies for points. Looking at the number of people, the heroes understand that a little more and they would not have made it by the time the points earned were counted. Luckily, Rick made a structure out of 2 swords and a newly acquired rope, which allowed them to quickly get to the right place. Looking at the people in line, Morty introduces the protagonist to the main contenders for victory in this operation. The first person he pointed to was Ron, a young man of 25 with brown hair, a genius from the military squad, and also an advanced meteorite fighter. He mainly practices teamwork and joint attacks, and he is also a renowned strategist, so all the hopes of the military are placed on him. Ron approaches the administrator to count his points. At this time, the crowd around him is chanting his name. It is clear that the people like this man. At this moment, Gray's assistant informs him that the twins still have not returned. This greatly angers Gray, because without their points, he may not overtake Ron on points. After counting the points, Ron scores 746 points, which is a fairly rare high result. However, he did not surpass the record of 817 points. Looking at him, Gray thinks that he expected nothing less from his greatest rival because he is the genius of the new generation of soldiers. However, even without the points earned by the twins, he is still able to take first place in this operation. After which, Gray approaches the administrator and throws his arsenal on the table, instructing him to count his points as quickly as possible because he is in a hurry to leave. Having opened the backpack with Gray's trophies, the administrators froze in surprise because there was a lot of loot. After counting the points, Gray moves Ron to the next line, taking first place. Now the crowd is sure that Gray will become the new genius of Chin City. Gray turns to Ron in a mocking voice, saying that he is a great fellow, but he will be the first in this joint operation. After which, he shouts to the crowd, telling everyone that if anyone has not yet completed the scoring procedure, then they should do it quickly, because he wants to take a hot bath and have a feast in honor of his victory. Looking at Gray's performance, his face seems familiar to the main character. He remembers how, as children, Gray, along with his henchmen, beat other children because they looked askance in his direction. And after that, Vaughn constantly apologized to Chris for his son's behavior, promising that this would not happen again. After which, Rick smiles, waiting to see Gray's face after counting the points they earned. Morty, with a confident gait, approaches the scoring rack and dumps several huge bags there. Having opened them, the workers were horrified by what they saw, because they had never seen such a huge amount of production before. Looking at them, Morty asks if everything is okay with his materials collected from the monsters. The crowd around began to discuss the epic appearance of the son of the mercenary president. They are glad that this game has taken such an interesting turn. Looking at Morty, Gray is surprised that he is still alive. The thought creeps into his head that the twins did not return because of his fault. Morty turned towards Gray and with confidence in his voice asked if he was disappointed to see him here, to which he replied that he had no need to rejoice at his death or life, because even if he came, he definitely didn't score more points than him because he was wounded. To which Morty replied that he should not rejoice ahead of time because his points still had not been counted. After which he turned to the administrators with a request that they quickly consider his materials. After counting, it turned out that thanks to the collected monster materials, Morty managed to earn 835 points and deservedly takes first place. The crowd of fighters was amazed at this result, because this is a new record in the entire history of the operation, and Morty himself can rightfully be called a genius. Morty walks past Gray in a mocking manner before asking him what it's like to be lower on the list than a weak fat guy. Ron is glad that the not proud Gray took first place, so he wholeheartedly congratulates Morty on his well-deserved victory, adding that he did not expect such an outstanding result from him. Gray is furious with what happened. He tells Morty that although he won this operation, now he needs to be more careful and look back more often. To which Morty replied that he did not win in this operation because his partner would score the most points, after which he kicks Rick in the side so that he quickly approaches the scoring stand and shows everyone who the real winner is here. Gray and Ron see the main character for the first time, so they are surprised that someone other than their trio is able to score a large number of points. However, Rick's face seems familiar to Gray. Finally, the main character approaches the counter, after which he puts all the materials earned from monsters on it, asking him to quickly count them. After the calculation is completed, the administrator announces that Rick has scored 810 points. Gray, with an arrogant look and a grin in his voice, tells Morty that although this is a good result, it is still not first place, and certainly not a new record. Approaching the main character, Morty tells him to finally stop hiding his main treasure, after which Rick takes out from his pocket the fang of that very king of D-level monsters, from which colossal energy still emanates, and asks to evaluate him too. Morty adds that the administrators better appreciate this artifact, because it was obtained from the king of monsters and not ordinary D-rank creatures. Gray's face is twisted with anger. He tells Morty to stop talking nonsense because the king of D-rank monsters is an unbearable creature for fighters like them. Hearing this news, the entire crowd again burst into loud conversations and arguments about who would take first place. The administrators granted Morty's request and began evaluating the wolf's fang using a special computer, which showed that this fang really belonged to a D-tier monster king. No doubt about it. Gray's face changed. He does not understand how the fat little man and his friend managed to get such a valuable reward. Ron is also surprised by this news. Looking at Rick, he realizes that he is not even 20 years old. He wonders if such geniuses even exist. After analyzing the loot, Rick asks the administrator how many points this fang is worth, to which he just threw up his hands and said in a frightened voice that he should inform his superiors about this, because such materials had never existed before. The D-rank Monster King's tooth had never appeared in a joint operation before. Gray is outraged by this development of events. He believes that this cannot possibly be true, because how could such a young fighter defeat such a strong monster? After which, Gray remembers how the other day, the twins gave him information about a similar creature. This thought sends him into a rage. Now he is 100% sure that these brats killed the twins of the Lee family and appropriated all their earned points for themselves. Realizing this, Gray tries to stir up a fuss around by pointing his finger at the heroes. He calls them charlatans who got their prey dishonestly. After which, he escalates the situation more and more, ordering the fighters around to seize them because they are scammers. But the heroes did not budge, and their gaze showed clear self-confidence. Moreover, Rick is happy about this development of events, because if Gray deigns to attack him, he will kill him at that very second, putting an end to the Lee family's debt to his father. Looking at Rick, Gray feels a terrifying aura emanating from his body. This aura somehow reminds him of the master to whom his family obeyed. Anticipating the coming fight, Rick takes out the edges of his blade from the sheath with just one finger. Suddenly, a powerful aura is released, brightening the entire nearby territory and possessing enormous destructive power, knocking everyone nearby off their feet. This aura belonged to a powerful blade, which dug its sharp end into the ground, crushing it into small fragments. Looking at this massive weapon, Rick tries to understand who owns such a powerful force. He realizes that it is no less than the level of a warlord. After which, the organizers of this event, led by the chief instructor of the military base, Brook, appear on the battlefield. He takes his blade back into its sheath and looks intently at the instigators of this brawl, Old Man Vaughn and Hughes standing behind him. Looking at the warlord, Rick realizes that he has terrifying power, because just one throw of his weapon was enough for him to retreat. He also notices Old Man Vaughn in the crowd, and immediately remembers all the past sins of this old ungrateful bastard. Old Man Vaughn also notices Rick. Unlike Gray, he immediately realized whose son he was, which led him to some bewilderment. A barrier of fighters with shields formed around the instigators of the fight. At this time, Brook explains that fights on the territory of a military base are prohibited, and the army has the right to shoot anyone guilty. However, Gray does not back down. He informs Brook that our heroes cheated, and he demands that the military investigate their case of killing the king of the monsters. Brook agrees with Gray. He also cannot understand how ordinary average fighters could cope with such a powerful creature. Morty covers the main character's back, not understanding why Brook took the side of the Lee family, because they all hate each other. Gray is glad at this turn of events, wanting to wipe the nose of the fat brat and seize what he believes is a well-deserved victory in this operation. Brook reveals that in order to check the cheating record, he will need to check everyone here, and if someone really broke the rules, they will undoubtedly find him. Rick agrees to the test, telling the military leader that he is ready for any questions in his direction, and is also ready to confirm all his actions. Gray realizes that if Brook starts digging deeper, he will find out about the existence of his second team, and then he himself will be called a fraudster. Realizing this, the cunning Old Man Vaughn tells Brook that there is no need for an investigation, because it's just Gray's youthful arrogance, and Rick's victory in the operation is undeniable. Hughes adds that he will not participate in the investigation, but if the military requests it, he will not object, because this is their territory. After weighing both pieces of advice, Brook decides to introduce a new standard for killing the King of D-rank monsters. Coming closer to the main character, he says that from now on, such material costs 500 points, which means Rick's unconditional victory in the operation. The crowd roared in amazement. Such scores had never been seen in an operation. Moreover, people were sure that no one would be able to beat such a high bar even in the future. Brook gives the protagonist a friendly pat on the shoulder, congratulating him on his victory in the operation, and also adds that he has a very bright future if he continues to work in this spirit. Rick just smiles a little, telling the warlord that he cheated a little in the fight with the monster. In a one-on-one battle, he would definitely lose. Brook extends his hand to the main character, inviting him to join the military, adding that if he agrees, he will guarantee him the rank of colonel and a place in the elite squad. Only 1 in 100 of the entire population of China gets a place in the elite military detachment. Such an opportunity occurs very rarely, but at this moment Hughes intervenes, smoking his cigarette. He suggests to Brook not to rush the horses because Rick is still a mercenary fighter. He calls the main character a genius and says that the Mercenary Association does not simply refuse such an excellent fighter. Looking at the many words of praise towards Rick, Old Man Vaughn seems to again feel in the shadow of his father. After which, he also joins in congratulating the winner, telling Hughes that the mercenaries were very lucky to get such a valuable fighter. And as an apology for their son, his family will hold a gala dinner in honor of the end of the military operation, and everyone involved will be invited to it. After this, he asked permission to leave, taking with him all the remnants of his squad. Gray complains to the old man that the heroes killed the twins, taking their points for themselves. They cannot let them get away with it, because he should have been the winner. To which the enraged old man replies that he should shut up, because even with 3 groups, they could not kill the fat man, and they also lost in the operation. After which, he thinks that Rick is really Chris's son, and he should not allow him to return alive from their territory. Ron also joined in the congratulations of the main character. It turned out that he was a very friendly guy, after which Morty suggested going to the military base to finally receive his rewards. Rick is glad that he won, because he will now be able to legally stay on the military base, which will allow him to find the treasured safe. Finally, the heroes arrive at the ghostly Rain military base. Up close it seemed even more huge, and its defenses were absolutely impregnable. Selected fighters are delivered to the base by special transport designed to move around this territory. Despite the exciting moment of the award, Morty sleeps soundly, which surprises the other people in the car with him. Rick realizes that the defensive power of this territory is even greater than he imagined, watching it through binoculars. It's good that he did not dare to sneak here earlier, because it would have been certain death. Finally, the heroes are disembarked from a special car, taken to the entrance to the main building. Getting out of the transport, the heroes see a large crowd of people standing in line to receive their rewards for the operation. Ron explains that the line is so long this year because all of the first 100 fighters received valuable awards. Morty also added that in addition to the awards presented by the military, fighters also have the right to keep all the materials they earn, which can then be sold and earn a lot of money. At this time, an officer approaches the heroes and shows them the way to the room where the 10 best fighters are being collected, adding that Commander Brook is already waiting for them. Entering the room, the officer bows his head in front of the military leader, while Brook calmly looks out the panoramic window, admiring the view of the fabulous mountain. The heroes greet Chief Instructor Brook, saying they are glad to be here. The military leader orders his subordinate to bring out special awards intended for the best fighters. Handing out a special box to everyone, Brook explains that it contains identification cards for military base employees, as well as a check for an impressive amount of money. Upon opening his reward, the first thing Rick notices is the pass, wondering if it will be enough to get into the secret part of the base. But before he had time to think about his options, he was deafened by the joyful cry of Morty, who was able to earn as much as 3 million for the operation. Ron also checked his awards. For 4th place, he was awarded 2 million. He was happy with this money because he needed exactly that much for a new meteorite weapon. Having learned their fee for the operation, curious friends looked at the receipt of the main character, after which Morty's face changed with envy, because Rick was paid as much as 8 million for the operation, and yet he still had other valuable rewards. Looking at them, Brooks says that for a person who set a new record and also defeated the King of Monsters, such a large sum is not a pity. Moreover, if Rick agrees to join the military, he will double this amount. Morty looks at Brooke with an incredulous look, condemning him for trying to win Rick over to his side, even though he is a member of the mercenary squad. But the main character rejects the military leader's offer, telling him that he is still happy with his position in the Mercenary Association. Hearing this, Morty reminds Brooke not to forget about the main reward for 1st place, namely the alien artifact. Brooke calls Morty a very petty person, after which, with a calm face, she takes out another box intended for the winner. He hands it to Rick, telling him that this is the very treasured alien artifact. Having opened the box, the main character feels a powerful aura emanating from this item. The stone itself, located inside, was incredibly beautiful. It shone in many different colors, and also had a perfect round shape. The aura from this artifact illuminated the entire room in which the heroes were located with golden flames. Brooke explained to Rick that each alien artifact has its own individual effect, so he must accept it while they observe his changes. In case something suddenly goes wrong, there will be medical workers in the room who will immediately provide emergency assistance. Rick is somewhat confused by the fact that the alien artifact may be a toxic product, to which Brooke replies that it was found not so long ago, so it's hard to say whether it contains any poison. But their conversation is interrupted by a girl in a white coat, assuring the main character that the artifact is harmless to health because they checked it carefully. Rick trusts the medical professional's words and then lifts the stone to his mouth, and with a characteristic sound he swallows it. Putting his hand to his stomach, Rick realizes that he does not feel any changes after accepting the alien artifact. Drooling, Morty tries to find out from the main character what this rare gift from God tastes like. More like meat, or more like sweets or candy. Brooke interrupts the ever-hungry Morty, saying that this is a unique thing and not a source of nutrition. Morty rubs his head and replies that he's tried some of these fruits before, but they were low-level fruits, so they didn't have much flavor. Rick tells the arrogant fat man that he just swallowed it and didn't even try to taste it. After which, he finally notices a change in his power, opening the system to the God of War. Thanks to the alien artifact, he gains an additional 20 points of strength, as well as an increase in his regeneration rate by 10%. The researcher was surprised by the results obtained because other fighters who took fruits with a similar structure received a maximum of 13 points. And this man, despite his young age, managed to get the maximum from the fruit, completely absorbing all its energy. All fighters, after reaching the highest category, need to constantly fight monsters in order to increase their characteristics, so the alien artifact is of particular value for those who are on the verge of increasing the level. Looking at the observers, Rick realizes that they only noticed an increase in the level of his power, but did not see that his regeneration rate also increased. But he decided to remain silent about it. After completing the collection of information about this artifact, Chief Inspector Brooke invites the heroes to go further into the Forbidden Zone to choose a skill for themselves as an additional reward. Rick is happy about this turn of events because he wants to become even stronger in order to finally find out the whole truth about his father. The Ghost Rain Mountain military base was truly enormous in size, with many different special departments. Brooke takes our heroes to one of these departments. All the doors to it are carefully guarded by many elite fighters and soldiers. Walking through the corridors of this building, the heroes notice many doors, each of which has its own serial number. Rick realizes that the restricted area is divided into parts that are numbered in order, and the safe his father spoke about is located in the very depths of the building. After which, he remembers what Chris whispered to him at their last meeting. He said that the safe was behind the door at number 99, 63. The heroes enter Department 72. 3. Access here is carried out using the senior instructor's retinal scanner. Entering the room, the heroes see in front of them a huge supercomputer with many different panels on it. Brooke explains to them that this device is designed to store a huge number of different abilities. After which, he invites Morty and Ron to choose one D-level ability from the list of those provided, because they also made it into the top 10. Morty is happy about this news because with his new ability, he can easily compete with Gray. Since the War Department is a government agency, many of the rarest abilities are stored here, and those provided to them are the best of the D-class. Brooke explains to the heroes that they have the opportunity to gain one of the abilities of fencing, sword techniques, or sword control. From the list of proposed abilities, Morty chooses the breakwater technique, justifying this by the fact that it goes well with his superhuman strength. Ron acquires a sword technique for himself, which he has long dreamed of, but could not save the necessary money. For Rick, the military made an exception because he was able to break the old record, as well as defeat the strongest monster, so he can choose absolutely any D-level ability. Looking at this, the other heroes feel like they have been left out. Looking at the supercomputer, Rick understands that the number of abilities in it is simply colossal, and choosing one of them is not an easy task. Looking at some of the abilities, Rick realizes that such skills are worth at least 10 million on the market. Flipping through the many panels of the supercomputer, he sees skills he is already familiar with, such as Jim's Wind Axe Crusher, as well as improved versions of them. After understanding how this device works, Rick finally finds a sword ability that suits him, called the Sparkling Shadow Sword. Pointing to it, Rick says that he has made his choice and wants this ability in his arsenal. Ron tells the main character that this ability is considered the best in D-level, but it is incredibly difficult to master, so it is better to choose something simpler. However, Rick does not want to choose another, because thanks to the system of the God of War, he can easily master it. Brooke explains to the protagonist that this ability is in the sole possession of the War Department, so he is prohibited from transferring it to anyone else. After which, he tells Ron to escort the new guests back to the guest room. Looking at the leaving heroes, Brooke has doubts about Rick. He believes that this guy should be closely monitored. The heroes again walk through the corridors of the building, passing various numbered doors. Part of the way, Rick and Ron wonder if he will be able to get into the restricted area when he becomes a security advisor. To which he replies that even when he becomes an instructor, to enter rooms with a number above 80, a special application must be submitted. However, if you reach the level of general, the application procedure is significantly simplified and entry opens to almost all doors of the military base. This news made Morty happy because he wants to get to the famous military training base, intended only for elite fighters. The news made Rick even more happy because now he knows how he can get into room 9963. Meanwhile, the action moves to the main building of the Chin City Mercenary Association. Standing on the stage, Hughes, together with the heroes, congratulates all the mercenaries on the end of the military operation, saying that this time, everyone showed themselves well. Turning to the heroes, Hughes says that it was they who made the greatest contribution, and he is very proud of his son and his new friend. As a reward for winning the operation, Hughes gives Rick an envelope with a huge amount of money. Upon opening it, Rick realizes that he just received 12 million, which is even more than the military paid him. Rick is happy about this, because for this money he will be able to afford a carefree life for the entire duration of his stay in the city of Chin. Morty interrupts their conversation, saying that he's already very hungry and it's time for them to taste the meat of the king of D-rank monsters. Rick kindly refuses dinner, telling them that he wants to stop by the training ground. Looking at them, the hero is glad that he has such friends. Running out of the building, Rick didn't even notice Kat standing next to him. Looking at Rick running away, Kat is offended by him because he didn't even say hello to her, although she cared about him so much. After some time, the chefs finally prepared the delicious meat of the king of the monsters. Sitting at dinner, Morty tells his father the whole truth about how the military operation actually took place, including the hunt for his head. Hearing this, Hughes furiously slams his fist on the table, saying how dare they lay a hand on his only son. Morty tells him that if it weren't for Rick, he definitely wouldn't be here, so Hughes must restore his reputation in the city. But Hughes doesn't need to explain this because in his cold gaze it is already clear that he will not spare the bastard of the cunning old man Vaughn. At this time, the main character comes to the training site in order to test his new ability. Looking at his blade, the hero thinks that even without a new ability, he feels a great surge of strength thanks to the alien artifact. Having discovered the God of War system, he realizes that he has 33 unspent stat points, which he decides to spend on activating the ability, after which he weighs all the pros and cons and still clicks on the activation checkbox. After reading the description of the ability, Rick learns that it slightly increases the strength and agility of the user and also hides the sound from cutting the air and has a 5% chance of a double attack. Looking at the training ground, Rick decides to put his new ability to the test. With sweeping, quick strikes, he delivers multiple attacks on the training bag. During the strikes, the main character notices that the strength has increased by about 20%, although the ability has only been studied at a basic level. And the sound of the thread has decreased significantly, which will be very useful in the fight against some opponents who rely on air vibrations. After 20 attacks on the pair, the main character gets a double lightning strike. He realizes that the description of the ability did not lie, and the chance is really 5%. As expected from a D-tier sword skill, even at a basic level of learning, it gives its wielder a significant advantage in combat. The main character also notices that thanks to the eaten alien artifact, his stamina and regeneration rate have increased. Having tried out his new ability, Rick decides to take a walk through the trading shops, hoping to exchange the collected arsenal for new abilities or equipment. Leaving the training base, he unexpectedly meets Kat and Fat Morty, who were waiting for him at the entrance. Kat, in an indignant voice, tells Rick that he is just a bore because after returning, he disappeared without a trace and did not even stop by to say hello. To which Rick, rubbing the back of his head, replies that he wanted to see her right now and even prepared a small gift for this occasion. Hearing about the gift, a joyful smile appears on Kat's face. Greedily devouring the fried chicken, Morty wonders how Rick had time to prepare a gift, because immediately after returning he went to the training base. It turned out that while on a mission, Rick accidentally found a shiny object in one of the reservoirs and put it in his pocket in case it was expensive. Rick gives this stone to Kat, saying that he bought it from very rich merchants. Kat is delighted to receive such a wonderful gift and clutches it to her chest, telling Rick that she has now forgiven him. Looking at their relationship, Morty is jealous of the main character, thinking that he needs to learn his skills in communicating with girls, after which Kat grabs Rick's hand, saying that it's time for them to show him what they came here for. The heroes take Rick to the most elite and safe district of Chin City, the Wu District. It is located in the center of the city and is surrounded by a barrier that can easily protect against a small wave of monster attacks. Walking through the alleys of this area, Rick says that he has heard about it as the safest and most expensive area of the city. Morty replies that in addition to the barrier, the security of this area is ensured by the fact that 70% of the apartments and houses in it belong to fighters from the Mercenary Association. And also, there are elite training arenas for meteorite warriors, excellent service, and a lot of different entertainment. After the night of the meteorite fall, residential areas with defense capabilities have become the most sought-after areas because in this difficult time, there is nothing more valuable than one's own life. Looking at luxury developments, Rick realizes that housing here will cost tens or even hundreds of millions, depending on location and size. Thinking this over, Rick realizes that even with the huge funds he received for winning the operation, he will not be able to buy housing here. At that moment, a woman with glasses, pink hair, and a long cloak walked past Rick, looking down mysteriously. Looking at her, the appearance of this woman seemed suspiciously familiar to Rick, as if he had already met her before. However, he did not attach much importance to this and continued to walk with his friends. After some time, the heroes approach a luxurious mansion with many rooms and amazing architecture. Approaching closer to the house, they are met by the butler, who says that all the documents for the transfer of this housing are ready, and Rick just needs to sign. Pointing his finger at this mansion, Rick cannot believe that this house could belong to him, to which his friends answer that the Mercenary Association generously pays its talented fighters. Now he can live in this house for free, and if he wants to continue to stay in the city of Chin, then the housing will be completely transferred to him. Looking at this huge thing, Rick doesn't believe that this is really happening to him. Having looked around the home, he realizes that the size of this mansion is about 400 square meters, and it is estimated at more than 200 million. Fat Morty tells the main character that these are still small things, and if he continues in this spirit, his father will reward him even more generously. Looking at his new friends, Rick says thank you. He's glad he met them. After which, Kat reminds that there is a 2-day holiday reception at the Lee estate, at which Rick should look great, so they need to buy new beautiful clothes. The heroes are not very happy about this news, because walking around a store with a woman is a complete joke. However, they still agree, after which they spend the whole day in the shopping center, looking for suitable outfits. Several days pass, and finally the long-awaited reception arrives in honor of the military operation at the Lee family estate. A brand new black limousine corresponding to business class drives up to a luxurious, huge mansion. Our heroes get out of this car somewhat awkwardly. Rick looks at the estate with a look of confidence, anticipating the upcoming event and celebration in honor of his undeniable victory. Going inside, the heroes see in front of them a large-scale celebration, and many people dressed in exquisite costumes according to the latest fashion. Looking around, Rick notes that the party is truly grandiose, and the Lee family spared no expense in organizing it. Kat replies that there is nothing grand about it, but if Gray had taken first place during the operation, then everything would have looked much more luxurious, and Morty added that the Lee family has always loved luxury and big money. 5 years ago, the Lee family was not so strong. They spent a huge amount of money on recruiting people and buying weapons, which paved the way for them to power. Rick understands that most likely the old cunning one received this money thanks to his father's betrayal during the trial for the fall of the city of Donghae. At this point, Gray notices that our heroes have also decided to attend this event. He is angered by Rick's appearance here. After all, if it weren't for him, Gray would have taken first place, and the twins would have been alive. A man of impressive size and powerful body stands next to Gray and asks him if Rick really killed the twins during the operation. To which Gray replies that with his own eyes he saw in his arsenal things belonging to the snake twins of the Lee family. This giant was Arthur from the Lee family. He looks at the main character with a fierce look, because it was he who raised and taught the twin brothers everything, so he wants to take full revenge on him for their death. Fair fighting has never been prohibited at Meteorite warrior parties, as long as both parties involved in the fight agree to it. There was also another contender for victory on the guest list, Ron. He came here along with his friends from the military detachment. Pointing a finger at Rick, the military mocks Ron because some mid-level fighter was able to overtake him. At this moment, Ron's attention is drawn to a loud noise coming from the center of the guest room. This noise was generated by the impact of the heel of the thug Arthur's perfectly patent leather shoes. Jumping down, he looks with a piercing gaze towards the heroes, not taking his eyes off for a second. Seeing him, the heroes open their mouths because he had truly impressive and inhuman dimensions. Rick feels what a strong aura comes from this fighter. He understands that Arthur from the Lee family is a very strong opponent. Morty warns the main character to be careful, because Arthur raised snake twins and may be aggressive towards him. Grizzly Bear Arthur Lee, known for his terrifying size and strength, is one of the strongest advanced fighters of this family. Seeing the heroes, Arthur approaches them, asking Rick if he is really the one who won the military operation. Approaching the main character, he says that he has heard about his exploits, after which he invites him to engage in friendly sparring to liven up the party. The crowd around froze in surprise, anticipating the coming battle. But this proposal did not bother the main character at all. On the contrary, complete and imperturbable self-confidence is visible in his eyes. Morty shoves the main character in the shoulder, telling him not to fall for this trick, because Arthur is one of the strongest fighters of the Lee family. But at this moment, Gray intervenes, telling the main character that such a strong fighter who took first place in the operation simply cannot refuse this offer because people may have doubts about his leadership. To which Rick replies that he is not at all afraid of this giant, but is simply afraid of killing him, thereby insulting his great family. Gray replies that someone like him will definitely not be able to kill Arthur, so he can afford to fight with all his might. And in case of defeat, the Lee family will not take revenge on him. Hearing this, Rick accepts Gray's conditions and agrees to the fight. The crowd around roared with delight, because the fight promises to be spectacular. Stretching his neck, Big Arthur tells Rick that he will take care of his family after he dies. The time for the fight came, and the heroes stood opposite each other in the arena. Rick feels a strong aura emanating from this fighter, which is several times greater than the aura of the twins combined. Before he had time to think about battle tactics, a loud sound of scraping patent leather shoes was heard in the hall. Rick understands that the big guy will attack now. Arthur performs a quick jump before attempting to hit Rick with his massive two-handed mace, which has an E-tier beast core built into it. The impact from it destroys the entire area within the attack radius into smithereens, causing the stone floor to shatter into small stones. However, the main character manages to jump away and dodge the attack, noting that the blow was much faster than he expected. Before he had time to come to his senses, Arthur immediately flew out of the cloud of dust, pointing his huge mace in his direction. He then attacks him with his weapon's E-rank special ability called Hurricane Double Strike. With multiple sweeping blows of his mace, Arthur tries to hit Rick's body, but he barely manages to parry all the attacks. After which, the main character jumps to a safe distance to catch his breath a little. Arthur praises Rick for managing to survive his double-kick hurricane. However, he will now fight more seriously. Looking at the fight, Morty thinks that if he were in Rick's place, he would definitely have died from a barrage of such powerful blows. Cat shouts to the main character that exchanging a few blows is enough for sparring and invites him to give up because this is absolutely normal. But Gray tells Rick not to dare to give up, because in this case, the Mercenary Association will lose its face, because everyone considers him a brilliant fighter. Looking at him, Morty realizes that he was planning to kill Rick during a sparring session. Having unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, Rick proudly says that he didn't even think of giving up, because his victory in the fight is inevitable, after which, with the help of the God of War system, he pumps up his maneuvering skill to the maximum. Having activated the skill, Rick attacks Arthur with incredibly high speed, barely noticeable to the human eye. The big guy is surprised by such enormous strength and speed of the main character because he can barely hold back the onslaught with the help of an elite shield. But it seems to him that even this is not enough. He was right. From the blow, his shield shatters into small fragments, and Rick's blade goes straight to his neck. Realizing that he is about to die, he prays to Old Man Vaughn to save him. But his plea was unsuccessful, and the blow still struck his body, causing him fatal damage. A huge body falls to the ground with a roar, and Arthur himself shows no signs of life. Having finished the battle, Rick shakes his opponent's blood off his blade. After which, with a proud look, he asks for forgiveness from those present for not being able to restrain himself, which led to the death of Arthur. The surrounding crowd is shocked by the strength of the protagonist, because he was able to defeat such a terrifying opponent in a matter of seconds. Rick's strength surprised his friends as well. Cat could not have imagined that the main character had such enormous strength. Seeing the fight, Morty realizes that Rick has just used his newly acquired D-tier ability. Ron understood this too, his mouth open in surprise. He did not understand how Rick was able to master such a complex technique in just a few days. Looking at him, the heroes consider Rick to be a real genius. It is not surprising that the chief instructor, Brooke, was so interested in him. Arthur's death infuriated Gray, and a grimace of despair and bewilderment formed on his face. Suddenly a loud voice was heard in the hall, and all conversations and arguments abruptly stopped. Old Man One came out into the hall. He was outraged that someone dared to kill a member of the Lee family while at their holiday. In despair, Gray shouts to his father that this man dared to kill not only Arthur, but also the Snake twins. They cannot just forgive him for this. But Old Man Vaughn did not even think of forgiving the main character. Finding an opportune moment, he rushed towards Rick at breakneck speed, wanting to finish him off with one blow. The main character is preparing for an approaching attack when suddenly a person rushes in front of him, which with the same incredible power collides with the head of the Lee family fist to fist. The clap from their collision forms a powerful shockwave, which forces even fighters who are not within the range of the strike to step back. An incredible fight ensues between them. The speed of both fighters is beyond the reach of the human eye, and the entire battlefield turns into a pile of stones. Looking at them, Rick realizes how much terrifying power the warlords have. It turned out that the person who protected Rick was Hughes. He attacks the old man with a powerful blow, forcing him to jump back. With a self-confident look, Hughes says that accidents are inevitable in sparring, especially since Arthur was the initiator of the fight, and he was the first to attack the hero. Looking at Hughes, Old Man Vaughn realizes that now is not the right time for a fight. However, seeing how quickly Rick is becoming more like his father, Vaughn believes he needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. But seeing that in addition to the head of the mercenaries, there is also Senior Inspector Brooke, the head of the Lee family, he understands that he is not yet able to resist two military leaders at the same time. Therefore, he decides to retreat, but warns the protagonist that from now on he is an enemy of the Lee family. With his palm and fist crossed together, the main character thanks Hughes for saving him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Hughes replies that he should no longer call him president because he saved his son from death. From now on, he can simply call him Uncle Hughes. Ron's friends opened their mouths at the fight they saw. Ron added that now they should understand why he didn't take first place in the operation, after which he thinks that he is glad that such a genius has appeared in their city, because this will be a good incentive for his personal development. The heroes leave the Lee family estate. A luxurious limousine is already waiting for them at the entrance. Looking back, Rick realizes that with his current strength, he is not yet able to fully resist the Lee family, and he needs to become stronger as soon as possible. This whole situation was observed by the same pink-haired girl whom Rick had recently met in an elite area. When the estate began to empty of guests, Old Man Vaughn invited his son into his room to have a serious talk with him. Filled with rage, Gray shouts at the old man's back that this bastard dared to kill Arthur and also took away his first place, for which they must kill him. But when the old man turned around, Gray's face changed sharply, and a grimace of horror appeared on him. With a straight face, Old Man Vaughn slaps his spoiled son, thereby showing that he cannot talk to him in such a tone. Gray grabbed his cheek, pitifully asking his father for an apology. The head of the family, with rage in his voice, tells Gray that he has invested so many resources in him, but he has never been able to live up to his expectations, and if this continues, he will again be subservient to Rick's family. Hearing this, Gray understands why the protagonist's face seems so familiar to him. He is surprised that the son of a traitor was able to survive. Vaughn explains to his son that the Lee family has worked long and hard to become so strong, and now that their plan is almost complete, they cannot allow Rick to interfere with them, so Gray must deal with him as soon as possible. Gray bows his head to his father, telling him to get rid of the main character as soon as possible, no matter the cost. A mysterious woman was watching the conversation between the two main people of the Lee family, hiding behind a tree. Adjusting her glasses, she is glad for the information she was able to glean from watching these scoundrels. A week after the party incident, Rick visits the training ground every day, wanting to become even stronger. The training pays off, and his speed and fencing skills improve somewhat, and the new skill becomes more and more understandable. The accuracy of his strikes has increased, and he can now easily control his destructive power. However, he understands that these skills are still not enough to fight such a strong opponent as Vaughn. Having discovered the system of the God of War, Rick sees that his characteristics are still far from the level of a warlord. And in order to become stronger, he needs to kill as many monsters as possible to earn additional points. At this moment, Kat approaches him. She informs the main character that President Hughes has agreed to join him in the team of monster hunters, whose members are waiting for him in the main building of the association. After which, Rick and Kat go to the main building of the association as a mercenary. Entering the guest room, the main character sees Morty and unfamiliar fighters sitting next to him. Seeing the main character, Morty calls him over to introduce him to the people who are sitting next to him. Looking at them, Rick realizes that this is the very team he should join. The hunting team consisted of 3 people. A huge guy with red hair is called Roger. He is the main tank of the squad, as well as an advanced level fighter. The blue-eyed guy is called Adolf. He is a scout for this squad, and is also an advanced level fighter. Rick realizes that even with these 2 fighters, the squad already has enormous power. But most of all, he is interested in the character sitting by the window. This man's name is John. He is the captain and main attacker of this squad, and he is also an aspiring military leader and wields a 2-handed sword. Looking at them, the main character realizes that this is the best team of monster hunters from the entire mercenary association. Sitting down at the table, Morty points to each of the squad members in turn, talking about them. He calls Adolf his older brother and Roger his grandfather. From what they heard, the fighters flared up somewhat, telling the fat man that they were still young and full of strength and energy, after which they give the fat man a beating. Looking at this, Rick understands that it will not be difficult for him to find a common language with them. John addressed Rick by name, telling him that he was here because President Hughes ordered him to be on the team, nothing more. The place on the Ghost Mountain where they are going is teeming with high-level monsters. If he and Morty cannot cope with the load, he will immediately kick them out of the team. To which Rick replies that he will adapt quickly and will try not to burden the team with his weakness. Pulling the fat man's cheeks, Roger tells the main character not to take everything to heart, because he and Morty only need to worry about protecting themselves. With a displeased face, Morty replies that they are greatly underestimating them, and they are already ready to fight D-tier monsters. Having completed his acquaintance, Captain John tells the squad that it is time for them to move to the Mountain of Ghostly Rain for a new hunt. Rick is a little surprised by such a quick outing. He realizes that John is a real man of action. With the arrival of darkness, a new detachment advanced to the Mountain of Ghostly Rain. They chose an armored jeep with bright headlights as transport. The large size and bright headlights of this car can attract a lot of attention from many monsters who are hunting in the dark. But Adolf says that this is precisely why they chose this transport, because searching for traces of monsters is a waste of time. Hearing a noise coming from behind the car, the heroes stopped. At this moment, someone attacks the squad with many fast, needle-like projectiles flying straight into the body of the jeep. However, Rick reacts to the attack and immediately jumps out of the cabin, after which he repels all attacks aimed at them. The needles that attacked them turned out to be quite large and had a deadly sharpness, because they could even dig into rocky soil. Seeing them, Morty says that the needles could belong to one of the D-tier monsters that spews them out with its fur. After which, the heroes notice their pursuer. This is a D-rank monster, a hunting fox. It has high speed and mobility, and can also simultaneously release many sharp needles. Seeing the heroes get out of the car, the monster let out a ferocious roar, signaling the start of the fight. Hearing the roar, John tells Morty to come out and help his friend, because these monsters are the weakest they will face, and this battle will be a kind of test for them. Realizing that this was an entrance test, the heroes changed their faces somewhat, because they had no room for error. While smoking his cigarette, Roger asks the captain if it's too cruel to send 2 youngsters to fight a D-tier monster. Adolf also joins his words, saying that apparently the captain did not intend to accept them into the detachment, which is why he arranged this test. However, John says that if these guys cannot cope with such a monster, then they will only be a burden in future battles. Meanwhile, our heroes have already taken a fighting stance. They are very determined and are not in the mood to retreat. Looking at them, the hunting fox emits a terrifying howl, indicating a quick attack, after which, waving her special tail, she attacks the heroes with many needles, randomly scattering them around the entire perimeter. Dodging attacks and gradually approaching the monster, Morty says that he wants to deal with it himself in order to try out his new power. Rick accepts the fat man's offer, telling him that if anything happens, he will be there and will definitely help him. Morty assumes a fighting stance, blocking the sharp spikes with his shield, after which he activates his innate skill, Heavenly Divine Power. Upon activating this skill, a powerful aura begins to surround Morty's body, which breaks the spikes apart, forming a strong barrier around his body. After which, Morty pushes off the ground with such force that the stones under him crack, and in a quick rush he heads straight towards the monster's body. Seeing this, the creature takes a defensive stance. The fox throws its tail over its head and prepares to strike the enemy. Looking at the battle, Rick is surprised by such a strong aura emanating from Morty. He did not expect that his innate skill could be so strong. Meanwhile, the fat man finally gets to the hunting fox, attacking him with all the might of divine power. From a strong blow, the monster flies to the side like a soccer ball and cannot do anything to oppose Morty. The shockwave created by the monster hitting the ground raised a high column of dust, and the monster let out a loud, pitiful howl, begging for mercy. However, Morty is relentless and tells him not to even think about running away and immediately attacks the monster again. After finishing the fight, Morty tells the main character that if not for the wound, he would have been in the top 10 in the military operation even without his help. Rick tells him that he never doubted him, because he just has great genes, and his innate ability is simply terrifying. Rubbing the back of his head, Morty tells the main character that he is very flattered by him, because he still has a long way to go, but as gratitude for the operation, he allows him to finish off the monster and keep the loot for himself. Rick opens his blade, and then finishes off the half-dead creature with a sweeping blow. Killing D-level monsters gives Riku 3 stat points. The hero understands that if he participates in a protracted battle, he can strengthen himself well. The main members of the squad watch the fight. They praise Morty, saying that his divine power is indeed a very rare and unique gift. However, they still haven't seen what Rick is capable of, which could play a cruel joke on them during a serious fight. But Adolf assures the captain that Rick is strong enough to be in their squad, because Morty simply wouldn't follow him. Perhaps he will still bring them a huge surprise. The heroes examine the monster's corpse for useful and expensive items. At this moment, Rick feels the rustling of someone's rapid movements behind them. Turning around, the heroes see in front of them 2 huge chameleon monsters rushing towards them at fast speed. Noticing them, the heroes became wary, because these chameleons are considered strong D-level monsters. They are excellent at camouflage and also have enormous speed. With cold calculation, the mutated reptiles attack the heroes with their sticky tongues, wanting to feast on their bodies. Seeing that the newcomers were attacked by serious opponents, Roger says that they must help them, because these monsters are very insidious. Without hesitating for a second, Captain John jumps from the tree to enter the battle as soon as possible. However, looking at the newcomers, he wonders whether he should help them, because they have not yet seen Rick's strength. Seeing new enemies in front of him, Rick immediately enters the battle and, given the high speed of the monsters, immediately activates the maneuvering skill. He deftly slips past the long tongue of chameleons, getting closer and closer to his opponents. After which, Rick activates his blade's beast core and also uses his new D-tier Shadow Blade ability. Realizing that these creatures' weakest point is their large eyes, Rick uses a Shadow Strike to attack their weak spot. At the moment of impact, the hidden ability of the Shadow Blade was activated, which allows it to inflict double damage, so the attacks seem to slip past the eyes of both creatures. The power of the activated weapon causes deafening damage to monsters, leaving them no chance of survival. The monsters fall like dead weight to the ground, and Rick feels how with each new killing of monsters, he becomes stronger. His progress is noticeable. It seems to him that even since the fight with Arthur, he has become much stronger, because he was able to easily defeat 2 D-rank monsters. After the battle, Morty runs up to the main character with a smile, saying that now they have definitely passed the test and will be able to participate in cleanup operations along with the rest of the squad members. Looking at how easily the main character defeated the D-rank monsters, Adolf and Roger are surprised by his strength. They were especially struck by the speed of the main character, which Adolf compares to the level of a general. John is also surprised by the newcomer's abilities. He realizes that he has several skills useful in battle, as well as extremely powerful weapons. Considering these facts, the captain is glad that he was able to get such a talented young man into his squad, because over time, he will be able to train him into a very strong fighter. Adolf invites the captain to try out Rick as the main swordsman, because it seems to him that with his abilities, he should cope with this role. Having finished the battle and collecting useful resources, the heroes returned back to the car. Captain John asks the heroes for forgiveness for his arrogance and bias towards them, after which he extends his hand, offering to become members of their team. Rick accepts his offer, shaking his hand and saying that he will try not to make them worry about him anymore. Having finished with the ceremony of joining the detachment, the heroes set off on their further journey. After driving some distance, Adolf sees a large cluster of monsters in front of him after which he presses the button for emergency evacuation from the car. He jumps out of the Jeep, attracting a huge pile of monsters onto his body, wanting to tear him to pieces. Roger and Morty take on the attacks of the monsters. They cover the squad with the help of their shields, while at the same time John and Rick deal with the rest of the creatures. The fight continued for a long time, but the fighters managed to remain victorious without any problems and get rid of the whole bunch of monsters, after which they climb onto one of the watchtowers located in the area to rest a little. The last battle took a lot of strength from the heroes. However, thanks to it, Rick was able to earn a huge amount of stat points. The heroes left Adolf as a patrolman because he is a scout. Looking at his sword, Rick realizes that if the squad continues to actively fight monsters, he can easily upgrade his skills and characteristics to the maximum available. After all, over the past days, participating in constant battles, he was able to earn about 100 points. However, he does not spend them yet because he does not want to attract attention with his too fast progress. Looking at Rick, John tells him to rest a little, because if they meet stronger opponents, such as monster warlords, then he will not have such a chance. Rick asks the captain for more information about the monster distribution system. John explains that the Phantom Rain Mountain is divided into zones. The most dangerous zone, the black one, is forbidden and entry is prohibited. The red zone is inhabited by strong monsters that only warlord-level fighters can handle. The yellow zone is filled with monsters of intermediate level and above, and the green, this is a joint operation area where low-level monsters live. After which, he added that now they are between the red and yellow zones. So in addition to medium-level monsters, they may also come across a creature of the level of a novice military leader. If they can defeat such a monster, then the material from it can be sold for several tens of millions, and valuable artifacts can also be obtained. However, Roger pacifies the ardor of young Rick because battles with such monsters are extremely difficult and sometimes last for several days. John says that capturing such a monster is the main goal of their squad. He wants to amaze the other military leaders with the success of his team. Rick is thinking about whether, having killed such a monster, he can become a military leader himself, because then he will be able to further upgrade his skills. At this moment, Adolf rushes towards the watchtower, shouting to his team to prepare for battle because a large wave of monsters is coming. Following him, the tower begins to be surrounded by a huge number of monsters that resemble wolves, looking in their direction with a bloody, hungry gaze. These are D-level monsters, rabid snow mastiffs. They're known for their absolute fearlessness, as well as their ability to gather in large packs. Looking at the fleeing Adolf, Captain John notes that he is doing an excellent job as a scout. Standing on the tower, the heroes prepare for the attack of the snow mastiffs. John tells his squad to stay in formation and help each other, and also make sure that none of the monsters begin to mutate. Hearing this, Rick asked the captain where they should start mutating. Roger replied to Rick that snow mastiffs are known for their fearlessness and madness. They cannot be intimidated, and prolonged violent fights can cause mutation in the monsters. Therefore, the heroes must kill each of them, because if a mutation occurs, the battle will drag on for a long time. Having brought the entire pack of hungry dogs, Adolf jumps onto the tower to join the rest of the squad. The rabid snow mastiffs continue to chase him and also try to climb the tower. The left side of the tower is covered by Roger, fighting off the dogs with his shield, and the right edge is defended by Captain John, cutting off the attacking monsters with his two-handed sword. But there are simply an incredible number of creatures here. They crawl out of all the cracks, attacking each of the heroes. Morty fights in a similar style to Roger. He blocks the bites of rabid mastiffs with his shield, buying time for the attacking heroes. Mad mastiffs are different from other monsters. As soon as they see their prey, they immediately become enraged. They are like mad dogs whose self-preservation instinct is turned off. Rick does not lag behind the other heroes and fights just as fiercely with the dogs, cutting them down one by one. The main character understands that the team works as a single mechanism, so they have an excellent chance of winning this fight. But if it weren't for the team, even warlord-level heroes would have fled from the battlefield, because there is no end to these creatures. Killing one monster after another, Rick feels his stats increase. For every kill of a snow mastiff, he receives 3 additional stat points. Adolf mysteriously watches Rick's fight. It is clear from his eyes that he is planning something. Seeing that Rick is very passionate about fighting monsters, Adolf realizes that this is his chance that he cannot miss, after which he takes out his knife. However, Adolf's plan failed to come true, because at the same moment, a huge, rabid, hungry creature attacked him. Adolf did not expect this attack. Seeing the furious monster, he was confused and could not move. Rick notices that Adolf is terrified, and if he is not helped, he faces death. Realizing this, Rick shields himself from the monsters with his hand, allowing him to bite it, and with his other hand, he kills the monster that attacked Adolf, saving his life. Looking at this, Adolf understands how fast the protagonist's reaction is. It's good that he didn't act rashly then. Looking at the frightened Adolf, Rick tells him that he should stay close to the rest of the team. John notices how fiercely Rick fights. Once again, he emphasizes to himself what a good decision it was to accept him into his team. The battle had been going on for more than 3 hours. More and more corpses of monsters fell to the ground, turning it bloody. But their number has not decreased, and the heroes continue to fight them fiercely. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurs that covers the entire area around the tower with bright flames, surrounding the heroes with a fiery trap. The corpses of monsters from which it was still possible to collect an arsenal are burned to the ground in a powerful flame. Looking at the high pillar of fire, the heroes do not understand what is happening here and where this explosion came from. Seeing the flames, John tells the team that someone ambushed them, as explosive weapons can easily cause monsters to mutate. It turned out that this was the work of Gray. Looking at how brightly the flame was burning, he shouted that Rick had made enemies in the Lee family in vain. Now he would have to die here, and he would feed his corpse to the dogs. The heroes stood in a circle, covering each other's backs. Morty says that if they manage to escape, Gray may not ask for his mercy. At this moment, the wounded, half-dead snow mastiff begins to emit a mysterious aura that has enormous power. He opens his wild eyes, filled with endless rage and power, after which the mad dog rushes towards the squad with great speed, wanting to tear their bodies into small pieces. The furious creature heads straight towards Roger's body. Due to the fact that Roger is large, his speed is not enough to raise his shield in time. But Rick saves him from the blow. He hugs Roger and falls to the ground with him, which helped them dodge the monster's attack. Looking at the rabid creature, the heroes realize that the rabid mastiff is mutating, and now its strength and speed cannot be compared with that of other monsters. A monster's mutation is like a transition in life. Its combat power is greatly enhanced, and intense battle, mortal wounds, and explosives only speed up the process. Looking at the fight, Gray tells the main character that heaven itself wants him to die today, because it's not every day you see how strong monsters mutate. At this point, Captain John attacks the mutated creature with his greatsword, telling the rest of the crew to stay away. He realizes that once this wolf completes his mutation, he will not be able to continue fighting him alone, so he must defeat him as soon as possible. The opponents are in no way inferior to each other, however. In a battle in which both sides have the same rank, the monster usually has the advantage. As John attacks one after another, he feels a transformation in his body. Seeing the captain's strength, Roger informs him that he is going to increase his level and receive the rank of military leader. Rick also notices a change in John's strength, as his aura has become much more powerful, but still does not reach the level of a warlord. The only one to whom this fact does not bring any joy was Adolf. He secretly watches the battle, choosing the right moment. Roger says that John is a brilliant fighter. If in one of the battles he had not been injured while defending him, he would have been a military leader long ago. That is why, for many years, he continued to fight against strong monsters, wanting to make a breakthrough as soon as possible, and now, finally, this moment is close. However, just as John was about to move on to the next level, he is sneakily stabbed in the back. Turning around, he sees that this is the work of Adolf. He cannot believe his eyes, because he saved him from death so many times. Adolf replies that he is very sorry, because this is what the Lee family wanted, and he can blame Rick for his death, who greatly angered this powerful family. Sensing the smell of human blood, the ferocious creature attacks Captain John with a sweeping attack of its powerful paw. The blow severely wounds John, leaving a deep cut on his body and causing great damage. Seeing that the captain was wounded, Roger covers the team with his shield, telling Morty to quickly give John first aid. Meanwhile, Adolf runs further and further away from the squad. Seeing this, Gray jokingly tells him that he is just a heartless creature. It turned out that Adolf is a secret agent of the Lee family. They did not want to reveal his identity in advance, but a joint operation with Rick forced them to take this step. After which, Gray orders the rest of his squad to launch an air attack with arrows on the battle-weary heroes. The Lee family's fighters laid siege to the tower with a hail of arrows. The shells were so powerful that when they hit a tree, they left a deep mark on it. At this moment, one of the shells hits the target, wounding Roger in the chest area. Severe pain sharply pierced his body. And at the same moment, the mutating monster attacks Roger, who has lost his vigilance, inflicting another deep wound on him. Barely standing on his feet, Roger uses his last strength to cover himself with his shield and tells the heroes to grab the captain and run away from here. To which Morty replies that they will not run away, but will make their way out of here together. Roger tells him to shut up, because at such moments the newcomers must listen to the elders. Even if they manage to break away, he is still seriously injured. Barely holding back the onslaught of monsters, Roger asks the heroes to tell the captain that he has now returned the favor for his past salvation, and they are now even. Roger realizes that he is no longer able to hold off the monsters, and a huge crowd of creatures led by a mutant attack him. However, at that moment, Rick appears behind Roger and knocks him out with a powerful blow to the neck. After which, Rick uses all the stat points earned during the battle to pump all his stats to the highest possible level. Seeing this, Morty is surprised by the next strengthening of the main character. Rick tells him to grab the captain and Roger and quickly run away from here, and he will catch up with them later as soon as he sorts things out here. Morty looks at Rick with a trusting gaze, because he has never let him down yet. After which he grabs the wounded bodies of John and Roger and rushes away from the tower, leaving Rick alone with death. The horde of hungry snow mastiffs seem to become even more ferocious after seeing their prey run away. However, Rick does not allow any of the mad dogs to get to the heroes, fighting them ferociously as if this is his last fight. With each monster killed, Rick feels his body filled with more and more power, and the points of the God of War system become more and more. Finding himself surrounded by creatures, the hero understands that he needs to break through them right now. After which, he activates the maneuvering skill and flies past the hungry creatures who did not even notice his movement. However, a mutated rabid mastiff sees Rick's movements and immediately sets off in pursuit of his prey. Realizing that the mutated monster's speed is very high, Rick decides to use the remaining stat points to upgrade his maneuvering skill to the next level. After leveling up his maneuvering ability, Rick feels significant changes in his speed. The rabid creature realizes that it will not be able to keep up with the hero, so it makes a loud roar, ordering all the other creatures in the area to pursue Rick. Novice warlord rank monsters like bosses have the ability to dominate weaker rank monsters. Making his way through the thorny forests, Rick realizes that finding his allies will not be easy, and monsters are watching the hero from the depths of the trees. Seeing this, Gray rejoices at what is happening, because such a huge squad of monsters will definitely deal with Rick. Morty was still able to distance himself from the monsters while saving his two new friends. However, he realizes that he has reached a dead end, and the further road is blocked by a huge mountain, which he is not able to climb over with two people on his shoulders. At this moment, Roger comes to his senses. He tells Morty to grab the captain and climb the mountain, and he will catch up with them later. But at this moment, the heroes are attacked by many needles flying in their direction. Roger and Morty barely have time to react and cover themselves with their shields. There were many hunting foxes sitting at the top of the trees, which would not allow the heroes to just climb the mountain. The only chance to get out of here is to defeat the monsters. Morty tells Roger not to worry, because he will definitely cope. After which, with complete confidence in his voice and determination in his eyes, he tells Roger to hide behind his body. Morty puts his shield forward, deflecting the needles aimed at him, trying to get as close as possible to the foxes in order to attack. However, he understands that he won't be able to avoid all the arrows, and most likely he won't be able to get to the monsters, so he needs to at least delay time. But at this moment, a blue flash flies past Morty, cutting off all the projectiles aimed at him. After which, a blue flash flies past all the trees in the area, reaching every monster attacking the heroes. It was Rick. With great speed, he moves between monsters by maneuvering, killing them one by one. Seeing this, the heroes cannot believe their eyes, because Rick has become much stronger since their last meeting. Rick looks at his opponents with a confident gaze, a powerful blue aura surrounding his body. Snow mastiffs from the watchtower gradually begin to come running to the battle site, accumulating into a large flock. Rick understands that the heroes are in this situation because of him, so he must help them get out of here alive. Having reached the place, the mad dogs attack the main character again. Absolute madness and boundless rage are visible in their eyes. Ever since Rick reached the threshold of meteorite advanced level agility and strength, fighting monsters of that level has become a piece of cake for him. However, the number of monsters may cause him to become exhausted, given that the mutant monster has not yet arrived here. Seeing how easily Rick destroys monsters, Roger and Morty consider him an absolute genius. Never before have they seen fighters progress so quickly. Continuing the battle, Rick hears a loud roar coming from the forest, which means the imminent arrival of a mutated mastiff on the battlefield. Realizing this, Rick tells the rest of the team that they should rather climb the mountain while they still have the chance to do so. With the captain on his shoulder, Rick and his crew climb up the cliff. Given their physiology, mad dogs cannot climb up the mountain, so they can only growl furiously after the heroes. Having laid John on the ground, Rick realizes that his wounds are not fatal, because they were able to provide him with first aid in time. However, Rick still blames himself for what happened, and swears that when he gets out of here, he will destroy the Lee family. Looking at this, Roger tells the main character not to torment himself, because the Mercenary Association and the Lee family have never gotten along with each other. But Morty also agrees with Rick and believes that as soon as they return to the city, they will immediately pay a sad visit to the Lee family. With his hand on Morty's head, Roger asks Rick why he was hiding his true strength, since he couldn't have become that much stronger in a matter of hours. Morty added that he now understands how Rick constantly managed to defeat his opponents so cleverly, because in fact he was hiding his strength. In response to this, Rick just grinned, telling the heroes that in fact he just had a talent for quickly learning abilities. Hearing this, the heroes froze with envy, because improving and studying talents is a much more difficult task than pumping up characteristics. In addition to physical training and weapons, the power of a meteorite fighter depends on leveling up his skills. For an ordinary warrior, learning them is much more difficult than improving his physical fitness. Rubbing the back of his head, Roger says that if he had such talent and was able to complete his class ability, then the mutated mastiff's attacks would be useless against him. Hearing this, Morty laughed, because Roger once thought of Rick as a newcomer, and he, it turns out, will be stronger than him. At this moment, a multicolored aura began to radiate from Captain John's body, possessing enormous power and colossal strength. Seeing this, Roger became happy, telling the others that the captain was going to evolve to the rank of warlord. The rest of the heroes are also happy about this, because if this happens, they can easily take revenge on Gray. When a meteorite warrior gains the rank of warlord, his combat power is greatly improved. In any city, warlords are always top-notch warriors. When John was young, he was injured while protecting Roger during a fight with monsters, the consequences of which reduced his chances of promotion to the rank of warlord. After this, John created his own squad of monster hunters and constantly fought on the front lines to hone his skills and increase his rank. Seeing that the captain is evolving, Roger cries because it was because of him that John was once injured, and now he will finally achieve his desired goal. After which, he looks at Rick and tells him that most likely he too will someday become a military leader, because he has enormous talent. In a cozy atmosphere, Morty laughs cheerfully, saying that they will soon become an invincible team, because they will have 2 first-class fighters on their roster. Rick asks Roger if fierce battles are the only way to rank up, to which he replies that this method is the most popular and frequently used, but it is not the only one. First, he needs to understand that when people make their way to the rank of warlord, it is similar to how monsters mutate. After the night of the meteorite fall, every living organism mutated, including people. When some strong stimulus occurs, monsters mutate. The same goes for people. This world is still changing, so there must be other ways to become a warlord. Hearing this, Rick ponders his words. The thought comes to his mind that perhaps the God of War system itself will give him a hint at the right time. After long battles, the heroes fell asleep and a new day dawned. But they did not manage to get enough sleep, because they were awakened by the rustle of wings emitted by eagle-eyed foxes hovering above their heads. Waking up, the heroes notice that there are a lot of flying monsters here. Roger explains to Rick that these monsters are known for their cunning and excellent intelligence, so he needs to be on his guard. Without giving the heroes a chance to rest, the eagle-eyed foxes immediately attack them, putting the squad in an awkward position because flying monsters are difficult to fight without a special arsenal. cunning monsters split up to launch a surprise attack from 3 sides simultaneously. Rick notices that all 3 eagle-eyed foxes are attacking his wounded comrades, and he does not have time to cover them. The heroes steadfastly withstand the blow of the flying creatures, covering themselves from the attack with their shields. But the force of the onslaught is so great that Morty began to bleed from the mouth. Rick tries his best to get to his teammates as quickly as possible in order to help them as quickly as possible. But as soon as he gets closer, the creatures immediately fly up. These bastards know that they need to aim at wounded enemies. Roger says that flying-type monsters are much more dangerous than others. Due to their huge field of vision and fast speed, fighting them is never easy. Morty says that the place where the battle is taking place is too spacious. For further battle, they need to find some kind of cave. To which Roger says that the most dangerous thing about these mantras is that they attack in groups, which means there is a nest somewhere nearby, and if they try to hide somewhere in a cave, they can run into even more creatures. Rick ponders the words spoken by his comrades. He realizes that to fight these monsters, ranged weapons are needed. Suddenly, the hero remembers that he has something similar in his arsenal, and an interesting idea appears. Realizing that the heroes cannot do anything to oppose them, the eagle-eyed foxes attack them again. This time, they fly towards Rick. Roger activates the ability to protect himself, telling the rest of the team that they need to hold out until the commander wakes up, and then it's down to business. However, Rick didn't even move from his spot. He carefully watched the flight of the monsters, waiting for the right moment to attack, after which he quickly throws a rope at them to bind the monsters. At the edges of the rope are tied sickle-shaped blades that Rick acquired in a battle with the twin brothers of the Lee family. The blow lands right on target and pierces the necks of 2 monsters at the same time, causing them to dive to the ground and roar in intense pain. Seeing this attack, Morty smiles, because he knows how these blades were obtained, and Roger once again is surprised at the ingenuity of the protagonist. Holding the creatures by the leash, Rick is glad that he has the opportunity to use this weapon, given to him by the Lee family. After which, he pulls the rope towards himself, causing the monsters to collide with each other and fall dead weight to the ground. Having defeated 2 eagle-eyed foxes, Rick immediately attacks the third while he is confused. Seeing Rick approaching, the last monster's eyes popped out in horror from fear of death, because to him, Rick seemed like a real butcher. Rick misses with his blow, because at the last moment the monster managed to fly up. Seeing his opponent fly away, Rick realizes that these creatures really have high maneuvering speed. Roger shouts at Rick not to dare let him go, because somewhere nearby there is a nest of these creatures, and if he gets there, they will definitely be finished. Rick himself understands this, so he immediately activates the ability to maneuver in order to quickly catch up with the fleeing creature. The hero manages to catch up with the monster, and he is about to overtake him by surprise. However, Rick understands that he should not attack him ahead of time, because he is already wounded, and sooner or later, he himself will fall to the ground from loss of blood. Continuing to pursue the monster, Rick runs past a multicolored forest. This area seems familiar to the hero. Seeing that the monster has weakened and began to move more slowly, the hero realizes that this is a great chance to attack. And at that moment, he violently throws a chaining rope with sickle-shaped blades tied to it at him. The attack reaches the monster's body, piercing through its neck and causing fatal damage. From the monster's fall, a high column of dust rose, and Rick inspects the corpse for useful artifacts and items for sale. Having finished the inspection, the hero sees a mysterious cave in front of him. He thinks that this could be the Bay of Eagle-Eyed Foxes. Rick decides to go there, and hiding behind a tree, he watches what is happening inside her. He sees in front of him the very cave in which the king of the D-rank monsters had his lair, guarded by many winged monsters. Rick is not surprised that this place seemed familiar to him. Moreover, he remembers the tree located in the center of the cave and having a huge aura. But now, for some reason, he does not feel that enormous power from him. Perhaps the warlord's monster guarding him has wandered off somewhere. On the crown of a tree, he notices an alien artifact shining in emerald color. It seems that this tree has undergone mutation and produced an alien artifact, which is why so many monsters have been lured here. Looking at the artifact, the hero realizes that it must be C-tier. With his current strength, he is able to at least get closer to the artifact to make sure of this, and perhaps take advantage of the power of this stone. After which, he throws the feathers of the monsters he has struck in order to distract other creatures from his person. The trick worked, and the monster's attention focused on these feathers, allowing the hero to sneak past them unnoticed. Activating the ability of the Shadow Blade, Rick silently gets rid of the two monsters, opening his way to the crown of the tree. Looking at her, he realizes that there is an abyss between the section of the rock on which he is located and the crown of the tree. However, an entertaining idea came into his head. He throws a rope with a sickle tied to it at a tree, after which he uses the rope like a cable and, with the help of the second blade, slides along it, passing the abyss and ending up on the crown of a tree. The crown of the tree was so huge that it could be compared in size to a small city, and in the very center of this mysterious color, the desired prey shines with bright emerald colors. The beauty of the stone fascinates the hero. He understands that the artifact really has enormous power and sea-level capabilities. Rick remembers what opportunities he received after eating a D-level artifact. He imagines what would happen if he ate a sea-level artifact. Perhaps after this, he will be able to break through to the rank of military leader. Getting closer to the stone, Rick notices a powerful monster sleeping next to an alien artifact. Looking at him, Rick realizes that this is the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes, because the aura emanating from him was terrifying in its power. The main character scans the monster's abilities using the perception skill and learns that the creature has the power of a general. Realizing this, Rick thinks that he has no chance of winning in a fight with him, but he continues to monitor the situation. The sea level is much stronger than the mutated mastiff. Even if Rick uses all his stat points, he will not be able to do anything against the monster. While thinking about this, Rick sees a small hare monster crawl out of the tree crown, attracted by the smell of the stone and trying to drag him away. But before he could approach the stone, an eagle-eyed fox flew out from around the corner and tore the rabbit apart with one blow of his claws. Seeing this, Rick thinks about why the hare was killed by an ordinary guard and not a general, because with his instincts, he definitely heard the hare. A thought arises in the protagonist's head, and he activates the perception skill to confirm his theory. He understands that the entire perimeter of the tree crown is guarded by many monsters, but their leader does not show any activity. This means that the general has not yet awakened, and the mission of these monsters is to guard the artifact until their leader opens his eyes. This situation pleases the main character because he is able to cope with ordinary monsters. In order to deal with monsters as quickly and silently as possible, Rick improves his Shadow Blade ability. Upgrading a high-rank ability costs a lot of stat points, so Rick will have to make up the points by fighting the eagle-eyed foxes. The monsters continue to sit in their original places, protecting the alien artifact from unexpected guests. At this moment, the hero simultaneously activates the ability of maneuvering and the Shadow Blade and instantly hits several monsters at once. There is virtually no sound from his blows, which gives him an advantage in battles with monsters that rely on hearing. Rick continues to destroy the creatures one by one, earning more and more stat points. Having discovered the system of the God of War, he realizes that he has only 16 points left to pump his mind and intelligence to the available limit. Standing on the canopy of a tree and observing his stats, Rick notices that when he is on it, his stats increase on their own. This makes him wonder what kind of crazy effects he will get after activating the C-tier alien artifact. Having killed all the monsters in the area, Rick decides to make his move before their king wakes up. He clings to one of the trees with a sickle-shaped blade, after which he rushes forward to the treasured artifact. Satisfied with himself, Rick believes that his plan was just perfect, but he cannot hesitate, and he needs to leave this place as soon as possible. The king of the eagle-eyed foxes sat just as calmly, with his paws folded on a tree branch. He suddenly became more active. Looking around, he furiously screams throughout the cave because someone stole the treasure of metamorphosis and killed his children. Unfortunately, at the moment he cannot leave this place because he must hatch the egg. But as soon as he is free, he will definitely kill the thief. Meanwhile, Rick has already gotten out of the cave and is running as fast as he can from there, wanting to help his friends as quickly as possible. Taking a safe distance from the cave, Rick decides to take a closer look at his prey. Looking at the artifact shining with emerald colors, Rick realizes that it is more like a stone than a fruit, and the energy in it is several times greater than any he has encountered. However, the God of War system warns the main character that now he cannot use this artifact because certain conditions have not been met. Rick decides to deal with this later because he needs to help his comrades as soon as possible. On the way there, Rick hopes that Gray is still there, because then he will be able to take full revenge on him for all the pain he caused his friends. Meanwhile, the action shifts to the squad. Roger tells Morty to be on the alert because it's already getting dark, which means there are more monsters in the area. Morty tells Roger that he's worried that Rick still hasn't returned. Maybe he needs help. To which Roger replies that Rick is not the kind of person who needs help from fighters like them. He can handle everything himself and is about to appear. The conversation of the heroes was interrupted by the loud roar of mad dogs, which with hungry fury directed their mouths towards the heroes. Morty asks how they were able to find them, because these dogs do not have intelligence, to which Roger replied that they had evolved again. There were a huge number of monsters. It seemed as if there was no end to them, and at the head of this entire flock walked a mutated snow mastiff with a proud look. Roger says it's too late to escape, so they need to focus on defense and hold out as long as possible. Mad dogs gradually surround the heroes, forcing them to retreat back so as not to fall into a hopeless situation. They watch each other's backs, and also hold back the tide with shields and counterattack when the opportunity arises. There are so many monsters here that even Roger's fists come into play, because one shield is simply not enough. Despite the heroes' efforts, mad dogs surround them more and more, and their attacks begin to hurt the already wounded heroes, leaving mutilations on their bodies. Suddenly, a blue flash flies past another wave of snow mastiffs. It was Rick. He finally returned to his comrades, and with all his appearance shows the monsters that now it is their turn to run away. Rick tells his crew to protect the captain, and he'll take care of the rest since they've already done a lot. To which Morty replies that he will not run away, because he alone cannot cope with such a huge crowd of monsters. But Roger blocks his way with his hand, telling him that they must rely on Rick. Roger believes that he has become even stronger since their last meeting. Rick thrusts his blade forward, challenging the aspiring Mastiff warlord. From this monster, Rick feels an aura similar to that of the captain. The monster accepts the challenge to fight, after which it emits a powerful roar that seems to be about to demolish the heroes. However, Rick understands that compared to last time, for him the aura of this monster feels weaker, because now he himself has become much stronger. Without even a second's delay, the main character activates the Shadow Blade's ability and attacks the squad of monsters with a frontal attack. He easily destroys several D-tier monsters who cannot even notice his movements. Seeing how easily Rick destroys monsters, the heroes think that he was actually hiding his true power all this time. Meanwhile, Rick continues to rampage on the battlefield, destroying more and more monsters and thereby gaining more and more stat points. Having killed the main pack of monsters guarding the leader, the hero swings at the main monster to check the progress of his forces. He reactivates all of his blade's abilities to deal devastating damage to the monster. However, the monster does not sleep and also attacks Rick at the same moment with a sweeping blow of its powerful paw. Opponents collide with each other. Powerful blows created a blue flash, the light from which reached the city itself. Having received a strong rebuff, Rick jumps back as he realizes that the monster's punching power exceeds his 99 points. But the monster does not give the main character a chance to rest and immediately attacks him, directing its mouth towards his body, which is about to catch Rick. To avoid the bite, Rick uses the maneuvering skill and jumps away from the monster to a safe distance, causing it to hesitate a little. A bloody fight ensues between the mad dog and the main character. The opponents are in no way inferior to each other and take turns taking the initiative. Looking at the fight, the heroes are once again surprised by Rick's abilities. They don't understand when he managed to become so strong. And even more so, considering his age, this makes him the envy of many fighters. It is not surprising that such attention is focused on him. At this moment, the rabid mastiff attacks Rick with a powerful sweeping blow of his huge paw, forcing the protagonist to retreat. As expected, the monster is superior to an advanced level meteorite fighter in every way. However, thanks to his improved skills, Rick can fight with him on par. At the moment of the next attack, a plan comes to Rick's mind for further battle. Waiting for an opportune moment, the hero spends the skills he earns to improve his Shadow Blade skill, thereby increasing the chance of delivering a double attack. And at the moment when the monster reaches him, Rick dodges the attack by jumping up, after which he takes out a rope to bind the monsters. The rope hits the target, and he manages to immobilize the creature for a while. Realizing that he will not have another chance, Rick uses the Shadow Blade skill and attacks the leader of the Snow Mastiffs with all his strength. Many blows fall into the mad dog's mouth, causing him enormous damage. And with the last attack, Rick attacks his eye, piercing it through and causing fatal damage to the monster. The hero finally managed to defeat the strong monster. The bright scarlet blood of a ferocious monster stained the entire earth, and the mad dog fell to the ground with a death rattle. Seeing this, the heroes cannot believe their eyes that Riku managed to defeat such a strong monster alone. Realizing that the rest of the creatures may go berserk after the death of their leader, the main character stands in front of the corpse, showing the others who is in charge. But the rest of the wolves did not attack. Seeing that their leader was dead, they ran away with their tails between their legs. For killing a monster close to the level of a warlord, Rick receives 10 points. He understands that even with his existing characteristics, he is superior to any advanced level fighter, and his potential is higher than that of any warrior, lower in rank than a military leader, which makes him a serious opponent for any fighter. Rick realizes that now it's time for him to start thinking about the rank of military leader in order to quickly complete his mission and get into the secret room with the safe. A joyful Morty jumps on Rick, causing his injured body to cry out in pain. He tells him that he never doubted that he would be the one to defeat such a strong monster, because he is truly special. In response to this, Rick simply pulls the fat man's cheeks, and at that moment Roger tells him that he has truly amazing strength. Perhaps this strength even surpasses the strength of the captain, before he made the breakthrough to possibly become a military leader. After which, Roger tells him that he need not explain to him where he got such powers, because he is sure that Hughes specially added him to their squad because he knew about the plans of the Lee family. Morty says that this is really like his father, and he could predict their next move in advance. Perhaps he saw such potential in Rick. Rubbing his chin, Rick tells his friends that they have incredible intuition, but he doesn't want to talk about the God of War system yet. Instead, he turns his attention to the corpse of the mutated monster, telling the heroes that it is time to see what they have been fighting for so long. Rick's eyes lit up at the thought of how many expensive materials were in the creature's corpse, and Morty salivated at the thought of how juicy the meat from this monster would be. The heroes began to gut the monster's carcass, taking all the useful artifacts for themselves. One of these are mastiff eyes, which are valued at tens of millions on the market, because they are a very exclusive product. From what he heard, Rick choked because he pierced one of his eyes with his blade. Roger tells him that he shouldn't be such a cheapskate, because there are plenty of other valuable materials here. For example, claws, fangs, bones cost more than $1 million apiece, and fur costs more than $5 million, because it can be used to make armor or capes for fighters. Throwing the entire arsenal into bags, Morty remembers that they still have not searched the corpses of ordinary monsters, because there are a huge number of them there. He immediately sets off to deal with this matter and offers the rest of the heroes a little rest, because they suffered greatly in a long battle. After which, Morty regrets his offer because there was a really huge amount of materials, and he had to unload them all alone. However, Morty has a reason to be happy because during the search, he found something extremely entertaining. After which, he takes out 2 D-tier beast cores from his pocket, which are perfectly preserved and still emit a strong aura. The heroes are happy about this find, because the core of the beast is an extremely rare reward. Usually only one comes across 100 monsters, but here, there are as many as 2. Imagining how much money they will earn after selling all the goods, the heroes laugh merrily, despite the difficult path they had to go through. Roger is glad that everything ended well, and in the end they managed to achieve the desired result and even get a good arsenal. But the captain still hasn't woken up, so they can't linger here any longer and need to return to the base as quickly as possible to put him in a clinic. Morty says that as soon as Captain John wakes up and becomes a military leader, they will definitely destroy the Lee family for such a vile act. Rick agrees with his words. He thinks to himself that he will never forgive the Lee family for what they did, and Gray will regret that he was even born. Meanwhile, the action moves to the scene of the battle between the heroes and monsters on the watchtower. There, the pawns of the Lee family are trying to find the corpses of the heroes, because Mr. Gray ordered their bodies to be found, alive or dead, and dragged to him. But Adolf has a bad feeling. He can't believe that his comrades died so easily in battle, and deep down, he repents for his action. Having reached the mountainside, the heroes see that same watchtower. Rick sees that the bastards from the Lee family are still patrolling this territory. He is glad about this, because now he can take full revenge on them for all the hardships that they had to endure. Roger tells Rick that he can do whatever his heart desires. They will take care of the captain in the meantime. Hearing the team's approval, Rick clings to a tree on the opposite side of the mountain with his sickle, after which, with a deft movement, he glides over the mountain slope, quickly covering a long distance. Thanks to their secrecy, the Lee family soldiers do not even suspect that an unexpected guest has appeared here and continue to calmly talk. Activating his Shadow Blade skill, Rick silently kills them, without making a single sound and dealing with them with one blow. Rick realizes that by leveling up this skill, the chance of a double strike has increased significantly, and combined with the perception skill, this makes him the ideal silent killer. He kills the Lee family's henchmen with great speed, and even the rest of the squad members do not notice him and calmly go about their business. But at one point, the two warriors still managed to utter a few words before dying, which caused a little noise in the area. Hearing this, the rest of the squad members raise the alarm, putting the squad on alert. Now Rick has stopped. He looks with bloodthirsty rage at the remnants of the Lee family detachment and does not even try to hide from them. He calls these people rats, and also asks where their rat boss has gone, because he too must repay for his action. The pawns of the Lee family understand that this is an average fighter in front of them, and a fight with him should not bring big problems, so they are glad that he himself came out to them. After which, surrounding him in a circle, the fighters simultaneously attack him, using the entire arsenal of their attacks. But Adolf's anxiety does not go away. He understands that something is wrong here because an incredibly strong aura emanates from Rick. His aura reminds him of a power similar to that of an entry-level warlord monster, which confuses Adolf. She is literally imbued with bloodthirstiness and a furious desire for death to her enemies. Looking at the main character, Adolf breaks out in a sweat, because from Rick he feels enormous strength, which he had not noticed before, being next to him. Adolf's ability to sense danger is much better than other people, which is why he joined a team of monster hunters as a scout. Adolf tries to warn his allies that attacking Rick is dangerous and they should retreat. However, they do not listen to the scout, after which they quickly die one after another, leaving Adolf completely alone on the battlefield. Seeing that Adolf was left alone, Rick tells him that he did not think that they would meet so quickly, but fate put everything in its place. Realizing that he cannot cope with such force, Adolf tries to escape from the battlefield, using all his skills to maneuver. But Rick quickly catches up with him and asks where he is in such a hurry, because they haven't seen him for so long, and the team probably missed him. Hearing this, Adolf realizes that the entire team managed to survive, and Rick hid his real strength from everyone. After performing the Shadow Blade attack, Rick tells Adolf that he wants to see how long he can outrun it. The blow hits the target and causes minor damage to Adolf. In response, he tells the hero not to force him, because he put his life on the line in this battle. The heroes come together in battle, using the strongest abilities from their arsenal and striking their blades against each other. When using the ability, Rick activates a double lightning strike, and it deals serious damage to Adolf. Crouching in wild pain, Adolf asks the hero when he became so strong that he could calmly fight with an advanced level fighter, to which Rick replies that he has always been stronger than him, and suggests that he give up so that he does not have to suffer anymore. Adolf tells him to shut up. He hates him for hiding his power, because if he knew, he would be a spy for the rest of his life. After which, he grabs his blade and with his last strength tries to attack the main character. Seeing this attack, Rick thinks that he will first immobilize his opponent, and only then deliver him to his team so that they themselves can pass judgment on him. However, this was not destined to happen. After all, Adolf deliberately runs into Rick's blade, forcing him to pierce his heart, inflicting a wound incompatible with life. He says that he cannot be defeated, but lastly, he would like to see his team, because dying this way is not so bad. Memories of the old days arise in his head, when he was just accepted as a scout in Captain John's squad. The moment when they had their first glory after successfully clearing the monster's lair, then he admired his captain. He remembers how he earned his first money from joint assignments. Those were truly wonderful days. He wanted to remain a scout in this troop forever, until he realized that the troop had become a target for many of the bigger players. Initially, there were 5 people on the team, but during one of the battles, they were surrounded by a huge number of monsters. Although they were able to escape then, 2 of their comrades died in that operation. After that incident, Adolf became afraid of monsters. He became addicted to gambling and received a huge debt. When there was nowhere else to go, Lee's team found him and offered him to become a spy in the Mercenary Association. For this, they did not promise to cover all his debts. Now he understands that everything was arranged in advance, and he simply fell into a trap, and he no longer had any choice. He does not ask Rick to forgive him, but since he turned out to be so strong, he asks him to protect the Mercenary Association, since the Lee family is up to something. And also, he asks him that if he ever meets his parents, and they ask how their son died, then let them think that monsters killed him, how he became a traitor, because this will be a strong blow for them. After this request, Adolf dies. Rick looks at this unfortunate man with sadness in his eyes, because he was never able to find the right path in his life. At this moment, the main character hears the sounds of a walkie-talkie, from which comes a voice from the fighters of the Lee family, who ask to report on the situation. Hearing this, Rick uses his maneuvering ability to estimate the radio wave flow and find out the location of these people. The call came from Gray's squad. When the signal was cut off, they warned the young master that something must have happened. At that very second, an aura of incredible power begins to press on them, which makes their bodies tremble. They don't see any monsters or meteorite fighters nearby, but just in case they decide to leave this place. After which they jump into their armored jeep and press the gas pedal to the fullest in order to quickly leave this area. Rick, who arrived at the scene, does not understand what made these fighters flee so hastily. Is it really possible that a wave of monsters should appear now? Meanwhile, the action moves to the cave from which Rick stole the alien artifact. We are shown an egg that was hatched by the leader of the eagle-eyed foxes, and it began to emit a power that terrified even fighters located at such a great distance. The leader of the eagle-eyed foxes sees that the egg has begun to emit energy. However, he simply covers it with his wing because the time for the full awakening of this power has not yet come, and the egg still needs to be hatched. Rick doesn't understand why this feeling of a strong monster suddenly disappeared, however. He is glad that he will not have to fight another wave of monsters. Watching the departing jeep leave, Rick says that Gray had better live until their next meeting, because they must meet him. After which, he decides to return to the rest of the team, because it's time for them to return to the city. Several days pass. The action moves to the house of Adolf's family. It's pouring rain outside, which seems to be crying for someone, and someone knocked on Adolf's apartment. Two elderly people came out into the street. They were Adolf's parents. When they saw a stranger on the threshold, they asked him who he was looking for. The hooded man told them that their son died heroically in a battle with monsters while protecting his squad, and also gave them an arsenal worth a large sum of money. After which, the young man once again consoled the old people and went back. The action moves to the main headquarters of the Mercenary Association. There, in a special capsule for a quick recovery, lies Captain John, who is about to make a breakthrough to become a military leader. His chamber is watched from outside by Roger, President Hughes, and his assistant, and they discuss how difficult it was for John to become a military leader. Hughes says that the Lee family is already crossing all boundaries, and after moving to the city, they often put a spoke in the wheels of the Mercenary Association. The assistant explains to Hughes that the Lee family's actions are not illegal, and if war is declared on them, they will become enemies of all meteorite families in this city. Hughes is furious about this. He believes that they simply cannot allow the Lee family to do whatever they want, because then the mercenaries will be mocked. To which the assistant replies that this time, there are also positive aspects, because John will soon become a general. And also, the team managed to earn a very good arsenal. Hughes asks Roger if Rick really defeated the entry-level warlord monster, and if he is embellishing his story. To which Roger replies that this is the pure truth, and he himself thought that President Hughes deliberately placed him in their squad, because he knew about his strength. Coughing, Hughes says that, of course, he knew about the strength and abilities of the main character. However, he thinks to himself that it is not like Rick was hiding his power, but rather that he is progressing very quickly, which is an incredible rarity and genius. After which, the boss's mood changes. He says that it seems that Rick's past awards are not enough, and he should be thanked even more generously. The assistant tells him that he is sure that Rick will also soon reach the level of a military leader, and then any meteorite family will be nothing to them. Hughes is happy about this news, because then they will definitely destroy the Lee family. These bastards will answer for all old and new grievances. 1 week passes and we are shown the main character who is training hard on the training ground to better develop all his skills. After all, To break through to military leadership, he must have excellent concentration and fully realize his potential. And at that very second, after prolonged concentration, Rick makes an attacking lunge towards the training dummies. He flashes between them like lightning, striking each of them multiple times. In a matter of seconds, Rick completes a full-fledged combat combination, performing many offensive maneuvers. However, he still believes that his strength is not high enough to fully compete with individuals from the Lee family. At this moment, from the strong overvoltage from the Yu's Shadow Blade ability, the training wooden sword shatters into splinters. Rick analyzes his indicators in the system of the God of War and understands that he is now at a dead point from which only a breakthrough will help. At this moment, he smells delicious food coming from the barbecue area on the roof of the building, after which he immediately goes there to try this delicious dish with such an appetizing aroma. Having run to the roof, he sees his friends who are preparing the meat of the warlord monster. Seeing the main character, Morty invites him to join the meal. On the roof, Rick notices Captain John, who has already woken up and is now in the status of a military leader. John thanks the main character for saving his squad in this difficult mission, because if it weren't for him, most likely they would not be dining here now. In response to this, Rick simply rubs his cheek because he just did what he had to do. Analyzing the captain's abilities, Rick notices how different his aura has become, wondering how big the gap between their powers is. John tells Rick that after they grab a bite to eat, they need to stop by the mall because President Hughes wanted to thank him there. This surprised Rick, since he had only recently won big awards. After some time, the heroes find themselves in the same shopping center. The heroes are sitting in a luxurious recreation room. John says that the entire arsenal from the operation, except for the cores of the D-level beast, was sold, after which he hands Rick a card with 70 million on it. Rick says it's too much money, and he can't accept it because he's the reason they got into this mess. But John replies that this cannot be questioned because this is a presidential decree, and he also takes out another card with 30 million and says that this reward is from him personally. Rick can't believe his eyes that he became so rich overnight. Friends remind Rick that since he is now so rich, he should not forget to treat them to some luxurious restaurant that serves only the meat of elite monsters. Rick promises them that he will definitely fulfill their request, because he ended up here only thanks to the Mercenary Association. But John interrupts his friend's excitement about the delicious dinner, telling Rick that he should spend this money wisely. When the time comes, it may not be enough. Rick didn't quite understand John's words, so he asks again what he might not have enough of 100 million for. John replies that after their operation, the situation with the Lee family only got worse because they lost a lot of people, so a very serious conflict is brewing. War could break out in Chin City at any moment, and Rick will be one of the main targets for the Lee family, because he is the cause of the war. Advanced meteorite fighters are the average of a family's strength. Many fighters died during the operation, and families suffered losses. The Mercenary Association and the Lee family have been fighting in the shadows for a long time, and a war between them could break out at any moment. John has successfully become a military leader, and if Rick tries hard, he can also reach this level, and then the strength of the mercenaries will be enough to subjugate any family. But Rick is now in a dangerous position. Even if you look at his weapon, you can understand that in a battle with a serious opponent, he will be of no use. Looking at his blade, Rick does not understand the insults towards his blade because it is made from a mutated E-level core, the strongest in its style. Hearing this, a grimace of bewilderment appeared on John's face because fighters of the rank of Warlord had weapons that at least contained a D-tier core. If so, Rick agrees that maybe he should replace his weapon. John explains that an auction is about to begin and a lot of high-end equipment will be up for grabs. The auction is about to start any minute, so they need to hurry to get there. John tells Rick that he should buy himself a new weapon at the auction in order to quickly increase his strength, after which the heroes are nominated for auction. Entering the shopping center, the heroes encounter the Lee family, with Gray in the front row. They also came here to purchase new equipment. Standing opposite each other, tension loomed between the two teams following the events that had recently transpired. Looking at Rick, Gray becomes furious that he managed to survive again. He also understands that the multiple losses of his squad are connected specifically with Rick. Seeing the Lee family, John could not contain his emotions and asks Gray how this brat dared to catch his eye. Captain John's aura was extremely powerful. To the rest of those present, it seemed like a huge, angry, fiery tiger. The Lee family squad understands that John managed to break through to the level of a warlord, and due to the strength of his aura, they cannot budge. John can barely contain himself, waiting for Lee's squad to make their move first. Gray tells his charges not to stand still, but to do something before John himself attacks them. At this moment, a military patrol, which is located at the base of the shopping center, intervened in the case. Since this is a shopping center, any battles are prohibited here, and those who break the rules will face immediate death at the hands of the military. Shopping centers limit fighting. This is agreed with all powerful groups. Anyone who breaks the rules will be killed. Passing by Lee's squad, Rick tells Gray to wait a little, and then he will definitely get to him, and he will fully answer for all his sins. Gray laughs at Rick's words. He says that with his strength he will deal with him on his own at the first opportunity. The man in the hat warns the young master that the mercenaries are now stronger than ever, and they need to be careful not to ruin their plan. Gray tells him that everything is going swimmingly, and the Mercenary Association will not be able to change anything. The masked man asks Gray who the young man was standing behind John. Gray replies that he is an ordinary brat and asks him what he could do to attract his attention. The masked man reflects that Rick is not who Gray thinks he is, because his strength is close to the level of a warlord, which means he could become a threat to their plan. Gray doesn't understand what the special envoy saw in Rick, and it greatly irritates him. After some time, John invites Rick to cool down a little, because he still has time to take revenge on the Lee family. Now the most important thing is the auction they came to. John puts a special card on the chip, and the door opens in front of them. Upon entering, the heroes see many fighters sitting in front of special devices that display the entire arsenal up for auction. And in front of these people there are special exhibits, the prices of which start at 50 million. John explains to Rick how this thing works and how to use it. Inside it, he will find almost any weapon strong enough. Rick leafs through the auction catalog for a long time. He notices many valuable items here, but one blade attracts special attention. The blade has an elegant appearance, and at first glance, a powerful beast core. As it turned out, the appearance attracted the attention of the main character, and he decides to get acquainted with this weapon in more detail. After reading the characteristics, Rick opened his mouth in amazement, because this blade has a D-level Monster King beast core built into it, and the price starts at 50 million. The squad praises Rick's choice, because the blade is truly unique. But in order to buy it, John suggests that Rick sell something from his arsenal, because there may not be enough money. Rick doesn't understand how he can't afford a blade that costs 50 million. John tells him that he is still too young and does not understand what the core of a D-tier Monster King is. When the bidding begins, the price of this blade will skyrocket. With great anguish, Rick withdraws his remaining money, and now he has 160 million on his balance sheet. He hopes that this amount will be enough for him. Having opened the auction schedule, the main character sees that the price of the blade has already risen, and now it costs 70 million. The price for it continued to rise in arithmetic progression. Ultimately, the price stopped at 110 million, which made Rick even more sad, because he was left with practically no money. Rick's friends congratulate him, telling him that this is a great purchase, and the price he paid for this blade is quite reasonable for the level of the item. However, this does not console the main character because he is very sorry for his honestly earned money, after which an auction worker approaches him and presents him with the same blade, congratulating him on receiving an excellent weapon. Rick opens the case for his new blade for the first time. Inside it, the sword looked even better than in the picture from the screen. Taking the blade in his hands, Rick feels a significant difference from his old weapon, and he feels much more confident in his hands with it. When using the blade, the weapon increases the user's agility by 99, and its weight is halved compared to the Bone Crusher. In general, if you compare it with the old weapon, then despite the mutated core, the new blade is superior to the old one in absolutely everything. Rick is happy with his new purchase because now his combat effectiveness has increased once again. Although it was a bit expensive, it was 10 million more than he expected. Roger tells Rick not to worry about wasting money, because with his current level of power, he will quickly earn the same amount again by killing powerful monsters. To which Rick replies that he has been saving all his life, so spending such a huge amount at once puts a lot of pressure on him. Gray was sitting in the front seats of the bidding room. He sees that Rick has now acquired a new blade, on which he spent a tidy sum. Realizing that Rick can wield such a powerful weapon, Gray realizes that Rick is the cause of the death of all his subordinates on Phantom Rain Mountain. This makes him furious, because if the main character is so strong, then he must be even stronger. Watching the progress of the auction, the heroes see another remarkable lot. An alien artifact is displayed on it, which increases the power of the absorber. The starting price starts at 15 million. Rick is surprised that such a valuable treasure was put on the market for such a small amount, given its rarity. After all, they are almost impossible to find in shopping centers, and rare fruits are found only in influential families, because they are obtained during difficult operations. Gray is glad to have this amazing opportunity to purchase an artifact at auction, because he was unable to earn it during the joint operation. Rick analyzes the fruit using the God of War system, and notices something wrong with it. The host announces the start of bidding, saying that the fruit significantly increases the strength of the user, which provides an excellent opportunity for advanced warriors to make a breakthrough to become a military leader. People froze with delight because the item has a fairly low cost, and in return you get excellent improvements. Rick argues that this fruit only gives additional strength, but does not contribute to a breakthrough into military leaders. After all, only fighters who have reached all characteristics up to level 99 have a chance to make the breakthrough to Warlord. But some fighters cannot reach this level, so the fruit is an excellent chance to increase their characteristics. Looking at the item, John says that the starting price for it is just a fiction, because in fact this item is priceless. Naturally, Gray takes part in the auction, and he is very annoyed that someone is constantly raising the price because it has already reached 35 million. Looking at the screen, the heroes understand that the price is growing at a rapid speed and is already equal to 55 million, which according to the average price is 10 million higher. Rick notices that Gray is sitting in front of him, who is indignant that someone is raising the price, and an idea comes to his mind. The heroes discuss that low strength has always been Gray's weakness, which is why he needs this artifact to get closer to the level of a warlord. Therefore, Rick decides to play a game with the scion of the Lee family. Gray sees that the price of the artifact has increased again, but he believes that this thing is worth fighting for. Every time Gray bids, someone outbids him, making the price of the artifact higher and higher, which infuriates Gray. The price set for the artifact was set at 90 million, which is twice the market price. The crowd thinks that most likely some warrior who wants to make a breakthrough is fighting for it. However, the price increase has not stopped, and someone continues to fight with Gray for the artifact, setting a price of 98 million. But Gray does not give up and makes a bet of 100 million, but this is his last bet, because he did not take any more money with him. The auctioneer begins the countdown, at the end of which Gray wins this lot. The auctioneer congratulates the Lee family on acquiring an alien artifact for a modest 100 million, sarcastically calling the purchase a very successful one. The huge amount spent on the item makes Gray break out in a sweat, because this is all the money he had for personal use. Turning around, he sees a group of mercenary associations mockingly laughing at him, calling the Lee family the richest since they are willing to spend 100 million on a D-rank artifact. Anger chills Gray to the bone. He promises himself that at the right moment he will definitely kill Rick, and the power of the artifact gives him even greater strength. Friends tell Rick that a D-tier artifact grants the owner great power, so there is a possibility that Gray will be able to break through to the rank of general. Rick replies that the next time he meets him, he will be on his guard. But in fact, he realizes that the artifact that Gray just acquired is damaged because he assessed it using the God of War system. The effect of such a fruit provides only 40% of its full power, which is even inferior to an E-level artifact. Rick would like to see Gray's face when he finds out that the fruit is defective and he spent such a huge amount on it. As Rick continues to scroll through the auction items, he notices another interesting thing. This is a D-level movement ability called Soaring Step. The initial cost is estimated at 30 million. Rick is surprised by the high price, since D-rank abilities usually cost around 10 million. The party tells Rick that this ability has a high price due to its very unusual origin. 3 years ago, one of the famous gods of war died during a large-scale battle with monsters. This skill is his unique movement skill. Rick is surprised by this answer, because such a low-level skill does not correspond to the god of war. 3 years ago, an elite warfighter died in a battle with monsters. He fought with the creatures for 3 days and 3 nights, and was able to fight for so long thanks to his unique movement skill. Floating Step is a war god level ability, but due to the death of its only owner, the ability was lost. This version of the skill was most likely found at the death site of the god of war, so it does not have its full power. The starting price for a D-tier skill fragment is too high, so no one will try to purchase it. By analyzing the skill using the God of War system, Rick learns that this ability is C-tier. This makes him delighted because for a C-level skill, this price is very reasonable. Therefore, he places his bet on this ability. Seeing this, the heroes do not understand Rick's actions, because it seems to them that this ability is a pig in a poke. To which Rick replies that this is the ability of the God of War, and if he fails to master it, then it is good for collecting. John tells the hero that their guild is full of D-rank movement skills and does not understand why Rick spends so much money on him. Rubbing his cheek, Rick says with a grin that he wants to try to master this skill. Hearing these words, the heroes slap their foreheads with their palms, because this purchase is too reckless. After some time, the auction worker brings the hero his ability. Having opened the case, the heroes analyze the skill and realize that they can activate it. The hero is happy about this, because with a C-level movement skill, his combat effectiveness will increase significantly. When the God of War system finished analyzing the ability, it turned out that it cost 45 points to activate. Rick is outraged by this because he thinks it's too much for an inferior skill and calls the system greedy. After which he takes a closer look at the description of this ability. It says that this skill is a War God level skill, but since it is just a fragment, Rick can activate it. But the main character decides not to spend points on this ability yet, because when his account has less than 20 points, he feels uncomfortable. After some time, the heroes set off on their further journey. John congratulates Rick on his new purchases and says that now it's time to try out his new equipment. John's words interested Rick. After which, John invites the main character to test his new weapon in friendly sparring with him. The rest of the squad are happy about this news, because the sparring between them should be simply amazing. The heroes move into the arena for the battle of fighters and stand opposite each other. The top brass of the Mercenary Association also came to watch the battle. They were interested in seeing the strength of a man who defeated a mutated snow mastiff. Pointing his blade towards the main character, John tells him to attack first. A terrifying, fiery aura surrounds the captain's body. Although Rick felt the pressure of the captain's aura, but the battle against him is completely different. The gap between them is large. However, he still attacks John because he wants to find out what the difference is between his strength and the strength of the warlord. Looking at this attack, the observers note Rick's high speed because they cannot even notice his shadow. Rick attacks John with his blade, but he deftly blocks his blow. After which, in order to increase the speed and damage from attacks, Rick uses the Shadow Blade Flash skill and quickly attacks John. A spectacular fight ensues between the heroes. Captain John is surprised at such a fast speed of the young genius. But this is useless against a fighter of the level of a warlord, and John easily throws Rick back with just a swing of his blade. The force of the push made Rick jump back several meters, although it was a normal swing of a sword. Friends support the main character, telling him that he is holding up well and a little more, and he will become an aspiring military leader. The management also praised Rick's abilities, although he did not even show the full arsenal of his abilities. Rick realizes that after switching to a new blade, the power of his blow has weakened, but the true power of this sword lies elsewhere. After which, he activates the D-rank ability of his blade, called Extreme Acceleration, and attacks John with great speed. Seeing Rick use his new blade skill, John realizes he needs to be more serious. Seeing Rick rushing forward like the wind, John takes an attacking stance and prepares a powerful blow. After which, with a sweeping blow of his two-handed sword, he creates a huge shockwave reminiscent of flame. The heroes clash with their abilities, but from the level of their aura, it is noticeable that Rick is much inferior in the power of his ability. His ability develops, and the hero himself understands that with his current strength, he will not be able to get closer to the captain. The force of Captain John's blow sent Rick flying backwards, the rocks under his feet cracking from the quick landing. Analyzing the fight, the God of War system again offers the main character to spend 45 points on learning a new C-tier ability. However, Rick decides that he cannot afford such luxury yet, because then he will be left with 0 on his balance sheet. Therefore, he decides to save the points and spend them when a higher number is reached. After a powerful blow, John invites Rick to end the battle here, because they have already perfectly tested his new weapon in battle, and it showed itself perfectly. Scratching his cheek, Rick tells the captain that he agrees to end the fight now, because John might accidentally kill him. John praises Rick, saying that his skills are unique for a fighter of his age, but the difference between advanced fighters and military leaders is too great. Rick thanks the captain for the excellent fight and the opportunity to try out new weapons in battle. Morty tells the main character that now he will have to watch these fights often, because the captain will definitely want to prepare him to become a military leader. Hughes's assistant tells the president that at this rate, Rick will soon be able to become a military leader, and then they will definitely be able to bring the Lee family to their knees. Meanwhile, the action moves to one of the districts of the city of Chin. A couple walking through the city notices many rats lurking in the corner watching them. However, after a few seconds, their faces change because they saw something more terrifying than just a pack of rats. Bloodthirsty monsters devour a loving couple, staining the bench where they kissed with their blood. The action moves to the secret laboratory of the Lee family. There, among many laboratory flasks with green liquid, a mysterious hooded man informs the head of the Lee family that one of the experimental samples has escaped. However, there's nothing wrong with this, because the plan is already nearing completion, and if everything works out, the Lee family will become the main one in the whole city. From what they heard, the heads of the Lee family were delighted, because they would finally be able to wipe the noses of all their enemies. Suddenly, the hooded man feels rustling noises coming from behind them. Turning around with just a wave of his hand, he creates a wave from the aura and directs it towards the sound. However, the girl who was watching the villains managed to dodge the attack, and she headed towards the window to quickly escape. After which, she breaks the window to smithereens and jumps out of the window of the secret laboratory. The soldiers inform the head of the family that this woman stole data from a secret experiment before escaping. Old Man Vaughn is incredibly angry, but the hooded man says that this thief has already been poisoned, so the soldiers only need to catch up with her to make sure that the data does not fall into the wrong hands. The head of the Lee family sends a detachment of warriors after her, ordering her to be brought alive or dead, because this data is extremely important. The action moves to the gym, where Rick has just finished his workout. While stretching his body, he thinks that he is not sparing himself at all, because every day he fights with the captain, after which he works out in the gym. Walking down the street, he thinks about the recent occurrences of monsters in the city. The hero hopes that they are D-level, because then he will be able to earn extra stat points. Suddenly, he notices a bloody trail left by someone in one of the dark alleys. Looking around the corner, he sees a girl surrounded by many unusual and very bloodthirsty creatures. He is happy about this find, because in addition to saving the girl, he will be able to earn some points. However, what he saw next greatly surprised Rick. Driven into a corner, the woman easily destroys all the creatures herself, fiercely fighting them with only her bare fists. Looking at her, Rick realizes that this woman reminds him of someone, and he also emphasizes her high strength and speed. After the battle, the woman can barely stand on her feet. It is clear that this battle took the last drop of her remaining strength. Seeing Rick, she manages to say his name, after which her vision begins to quickly darken. From extreme weakness, she falls to the ground. Seeing this, Rick immediately runs to her aid. Putting her on his lap, Rick tries to revive the woman and asks her what happened to her. Barely opening her mouth, the woman in the mask whispers that Rick should quickly take her away from here, because it is very dangerous here. Hearing her thin voice, the protagonist's heart began to beat faster. He realizes that perhaps fate itself has given him a chance to meet her. Rick holds the girl's body on his lap, discussing what the beauty's request to take her somewhere means, because their meeting turned out to be so spontaneous. Suddenly, looking at her wounds, Rick realizes that poison has entered the girl's body. The girl tells Rick that she found out the secret of the Lee family and they started chasing her, so he needs to get her out of here as quickly as possible, otherwise they will be caught. Rick doesn't understand what she's saying, so he asks her to tell him everything in order. But they had little time to talk, because huge rat monsters began to surround them, wanting to eat the heroes alive. These monsters had the head of a dog and the body of a giant rat. This is the first time Rick has seen such a monster and has never even read about such a thing. The creatures attack the hero, but he successfully repels their attacks and cuts the rats one by one. Holding the girl with one hand and his sword with the other, the hero understands that these creatures are E rank, so they should not pose a big problem for him. However, after these words, the rats abruptly began to change their battle tactics. They begin to run around the heroes. Rick does not understand what is happening, because such a fighting skill is not typical for monsters. It looks as if someone taught them this. He decides that after the fight he will take a couple of monsters with him to the laboratory so that scientists can study them. At the same moment, the hero hears the voices of two pursuers behind him, who say that they were lucky to find them both here. The barely alive girl, in a thin, lifeless voice, tells Rick to dodge the attack. However, Rick does not need to talk about this, because he himself perfectly sees the attack of these bastards and easily dodges it. After which, just as quickly, he counterattacks the Lee family fighters, striking them in the neck with his blade and instantly killing them. Standing over the corpses of the fallen warriors, Rick says that they came here very opportunely, because he is always happy to ruin the plans of the Lee family. Looking at this, the Girl Scout is surprised by the abilities of the main character, because when she last saw him, he was much weaker. Seeing the girl's face without a mask, Rick opened his mouth in surprise. He doesn't understand what she's doing here, because it's Suzanne. It's no wonder that when he noticed her before, this girl's aura seemed familiar to him. Before he had time to question her in more detail, he saw new reinforcements of the Lee family fighters pursuing the girl. It doesn't matter what happened before, because if Suzanne is now the enemy of the Lee family, then he must help her, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Arriving on the battlefield, the Lee family fighters notice the corpses of their comrades and realize that this is the work of Rick. Having reached the base of the Mercenary Association, Rick quickly takes the girl to the clinic, where she is placed in a recovery capsule. Looking at her, Morty is angry that the scum from the Lee family decided to get rid of such an amazing beauty. They will definitely answer for this. The assistant reports that they were able to establish the identity of this girl. This is Second Lieutenant Suzanne, and he also adds that she will only be able to wake up in 72 hours. Holding the information stolen by Suzanne in his hands, Hughes understands that most likely it's all about the contents of this object, but it cannot be opened by force, otherwise the insides may be damaged. Rick asks him what about the monsters he brought, if he managed to find out anything more about them. Hughes replies that such monsters have never lived in this area before. This is a completely new type of mutants that at one point completely populated the city. John wonders if these monsters could be raised and trained by someone, just like Rick said. Be that as it may, everything in this story leaves many questions for everyone in this room. The discussion is interrupted by an assistant who tells Hughes that the head of the Lee family has requested a conversation with him. Hughes grinned, thinking that this old brat must be very angry now because he had lost something very valuable to him. Opening his computer, Hughes answers a call from Old Man Vaughn, who apologizes for calling so late. Vaughn reports that a member of their squad, Rick, invaded the Lee family estate, stole valuable material, and then fled the scene of the crime. He asks the Mercenary Association to hand over the criminal to them so that they can fairly judge him. Hughes tells the old man that his ability to talk nonsense is at the highest level because he does not and cannot have evidence of Rick's crime. Vaughn says that they are asking the Mercenary Association to hand over Rick to them in an amicable way. Otherwise, they may have problems in the city because they are covering for a criminal and they will have evidence of his guilt. Hughes, furious, replies that he will not fall for the tricks of the brats from the Lee family. And if they want, then let them try to take Rick by force. Then they will have a more entertaining conversation. Slamming his fist on the table, Hughes is furious that the Lee family dared to start a war with the Mercenary Association. The assistant tells Hughes that he has fallen into the trap of a cunning old man. Now he knows for sure that they have the secret data. Vaughn calls the hooded man Master and says that the data is indeed in the hands of the Mercenary Association. The hooded man replies that this data is probably in the password box, so they have 3 more days until Suzanne wakes up. Vaughn says that since this happened, they need to finish what they started as quickly as possible, and at the same time, deal with the annoying Rick. Smiling, the hooded man is surprised that Rick is actually with Chris's son. He reasons that their family is definitely unlucky. The action moves to Suzanne's room, where Rick asks the doctor to speed up the process of her recovery because the information she has is very valuable. The entire Mercenary Association is wondering what Suzanne stole that made the Lee family act so quickly. Suddenly, the loud sound of a red siren was heard throughout the city. The face of Old Man Vaughn appeared on all the monitors in the city. The warriors were surprised at such an emergency alarm, which only happens when dangerous monsters attack. The head of the Lee family reported that a person from the Mercenary Association killed his family members and stole valuable treasures, so he is a dangerous criminal. The person who catches this fugitive will be personally given a 10 billion bounty by the Lee family on his head. This message was heard on all the main streets of the country and was heard by almost the entire combat-ready population. No matter who brings Rick's head, Old Man Wong will use the alliance of Chin City families as a guarantor to fulfill his obligations. The news about the 10 billion reward shocked a large number of fighters because this is simply incredibly huge money. Having heard about such a reward, many of them immediately took up arms against the main character, hoping to instantly become very rich. The news was discussed by absolutely everyone, even the military of the Phantom Rain Mountain. Ron tells General Brooke that such news could throw the city into chaos, and perhaps they should intervene in this matter, because the situation could lead to large-scale bloodshed. To which Brooke replies that he should blockade the base and not allow any of the military to escape from it. Otherwise, they will want to try their luck in capturing Rick. Looking at the raging city, Ron hopes that Rick will survive, because he is a good guy and does not deserve such bad fame. The news about Rick's capture infuriated the mercenary president. He furiously slams his fist on the table, saying that Old Man Vaughn has simply gone crazy. At this moment, his phone received a call from the president of the Chin City Meteorite Families Union. Incredulous, Hughes answers the phone and begins a conversation with the man in a respectful tone. The president of the Meteorite Families informs Hughes that according to the old rules, warlord-level fighters should not participate in this brawl. He had already discussed everything at headquarters with all the influential families of the Meteorite, and they all agreed to this condition, after which the conversation ended. Hughes once again hits the table with his fist, because he is absolutely powerless in this situation and cannot help Rick in any way. At this moment, his son Morty runs into his office and reports that Rick has left the building. Hughes no longer understands at all what is happening here, and why Rick voluntarily abandoned the protection of the mercenaries. But John answered him that it seems that not all the fighters in the Mercenary Association wish Rick well, and many turned against him after hearing the high price on his head. Rick was worried that staying here might lead to internal conflict, so he left the place himself. Hughes orders the squad to tell the doctors to quickly revive Lieutenant Suzanne, and also to assemble an elite squad of fighters to fight the Lee family. With their heads down, the soldiers went to carry out his orders. A torrential downpour plays into the hands of the main character because it helps him move silently across the rooftops of the city's houses. But he makes a promise to himself that any person who wants to make money from him is his enemy, and the price his enemies will pay for his head will be their lives. At this moment, one of the Lee family units was able to find the main character and quickly attacked him with the entire unit. However, Rick activates the flash of the Shadow Blade and instantly destroys this small squad, leaving them no chance. Looking at this, the rest of the squad stood in a stupor because they did not expect to see such enormous power. Rick warns them that if they don't want to die here, then they should quickly run away from here because he is not as weak as they thought. However, these scum did not even think about running away, but only delayed time to create a barrier from which Rick could not escape. Smirking, the fighters already feel the weight of money in their pockets, which they will receive after killing the main character. Rick was naive, giving these scumbags a chance to escape, but he won't waste such opportunities anymore. Since they dared to attack him, then let them try to earn this money. Maybe luck will smile on them. After which, he activates the Shadow Blade skill and makes a swift attack towards the barrier and the fighters in it. With just one blow, he manages to destroy this huge barrier, causing its fragments to scatter throughout the area. The fighters are horrified by the strength of the protagonist, and this time they ask him for mercy, saying that they did not know that he had such strength. But Rick did not give them a second chance and calmly destroys all the fighters. For killing each of them, he receives 1 point in the characteristics system, after which he continued on his way, hoping to go to a more secluded place. In the rain, on the roof of the Lee family's headquarters, Gray stands with his new elite squad of fighters from the family. He is informed over the radio that the main target has just destroyed more than 30 advanced meteorite warriors and is now moving east. Gray tells them to shut up because these fighters were just trash that only boosted the protagonist's morale. But still, Rick really turned out to be stronger than Gray expected. However, he has already come up with a plan for this case, and this night, he will make Rick repay all the ridicule in his direction and finally finish him off. The Lee family is constantly informed of Rick's whereabouts, and his every move is tracked by a separate squad. Every step on the water and splashing drops is listened to by special scouts. The action moves to a room where the elite of the city of Chin are meeting. They are discussing the situation in the city and possible ways to resolve the conflict. The president of the meteorite families states that despite the complexity of the situation, the family union decided not to interfere in this situation, to which his subordinates respond that if nothing is done, then a civil war will begin in the city, because there are already so many losses. Although he feels sorry for such a young fighter, he cannot stop the Lee family from achieving their goal, and they can only watch from here. Running along one of the alleys, Rick stumbles upon another squad of fighters. Seeing the main target, the fighters immediately begin to attack the main character with the whole crowd, hoping to hit the big jackpot. However, for Rick, these fighters are like ants and they can't keep him here. Moreover, for killing each fighter, he receives 1 point in the God of War system, which can allow him to activate some of the abilities. Fortunately, the effect of the D-rank fruit obtained as a reward for the operation gives him a passive recovery effect. Thanks to this effect, Rick can fight for a long time with fighters of this level, which cannot be said about fighters stronger than the advanced level. Before he has time to think about it, he sees an attack flying in his direction with 2 pink boomerangs. Rick deftly tilts his body back, thereby dodging the enemy's dangerous attack. However, as is typical for all boomerangs, they immediately return, putting the main character in an awkward position to dodge. Rick uses the Willow Flash skill to get out of this position and dodge the attack. Jumping back, the main character realizes that such an attack is almost at the level of a general, and the fighter using it is approximately equal to him in strength. He sees in front of him the already familiar Gray, who with a grin on his face asks if Rick expected to see him here. Rick replies that he didn't expect to see such garbage here, also accompanied by his friends, behind whose skirts he constantly hides. Gray is furious at Rick's words and tells him that he will show him why he shouldn't be so rude to members of the Lee family. 2 of Gray's squad, advanced warriors of the Lee family close to the level of a general, tell the young master that he shouldn't get his hands dirty, and they will sort it out themselves. Gray tells them to be careful with his body, because before his death he wants to mock him properly, after which he will finish him off himself. Gray's mad dogs immediately attack the main character with a combined attack, attacking him from close and long distances. To block blows, Rick uses Shadow Blade Flash, the most powerful ability in his arsenal. The attack is parried, but the shockwave forces the protagonist to retreat back. He understands that fighting 2 such warriors will be very difficult. The Lee family fighters are surprised that Rick was able to repel their attack. They realize that he could become a big problem for the Lee family in the future. The weaker fighters begin to whisper behind the young master's back that it is now clear why the other squads could not cope with Rick. Furious, Gray orders them to shut up, because he is already tired of everyone's constant admiration for the main character. He thinks to himself why Rick is so strong. Where does he get so much energy from? Can he be stronger than Gray himself? No, he adds. If Rick dies now, then Gray will be the strongest, after which he orders the squad to shoot at the main character. Gray's squad attacks the hero with another combined attack, only this time it also includes crossbows. Rick understands that now is the time to retreat, because Gray is only dreaming of how to use the next rat trick. Gray orders his squad to pursue Rick and under no circumstances let him escape from here. He must die that night. At this moment, a farewell surprise from the main character arrives at the squad in the form of an explosive grenade. It immediately explodes, giving Riku some time to escape from the battlefield. Having made his way to the nearest warehouse, Rick sits down to rest a little to regain his strength after long battles. During this time, the main character has already killed more than 50 people. He never thought that his hands would be stained with blood, but now he has enough points to activate the soaring step. Gray's squad manages to find the location of the main character. Realizing that with his current strength, he is unable to fight the elite squad, Rick activates his hover step ability. The sensations from this ability are indescribable. It seems to the main character that his legs are about to break from an excess of strength. His legs are filled with power, as if a heavy hammer is now creating them anew. He feels that he has become much faster. After reading the description of the ability, Rick realizes that his speed has increased by 50%, which is a very high result for a sea-level ability. Perhaps the increase is so colossal because Initially, this skill was at the level of the God of War, which only a single fighter possessed. However, the ability also has a downside. Every minute it absorbs 1% of the used stamina, which means the time of use is limited. At this moment, the wall behind which Rick was hiding shatters into a pile of stones, and Gray's voice is heard from behind it. Looking at the hero with a mocking look, the elite fighters call Rick a whining dog who has been driven into a corner, but now he has nowhere to run. After which fighters with crossbows also come here, showing the main character that he has nowhere to run. However, they do not understand that they are actually the ones who have fallen into a trap, because some changes have occurred since the last battle. Previously, he would not have been able to defeat the entire squad at once, but with the current strength, the roles of the victim and the hunter have changed. After which, Rick activates his new ability. His body begins to ooze a yellow aura. Without giving time to attack, Gray's elite fighters immediately strike at the main character, but he passes through him, and the silhouette of his body evaporates before his eyes. The fighters don't understand how Rick could just disappear from their view. This frightens them because they just saw him in front of them, but in 1 second he disappeared like a vengeful ghost. At the same moment, with the help of a shadow blade, Rick inflicts a strong attack on the fighters, hitting each of the opponents in the shoulder area. The Lee family fighters jump back and try to figure out how Rick got behind them, and when he became so fast. The armor on the fighters matches that of the warlords, so Rick's punch doesn't do much damage to them. But Rick assures them that the armor will not save them from the next attack because he is going to become even stronger. The fighters reason that if they continue to fight him, trying not to kill him, they will not be able to defeat him, so they need to solve the problem radically. After which, they attack the main character with their strongest joint ability, wanting to finally end the battle. Rick realizes that his strength is still not enough to both block and seriously counterattack his opponents. Therefore, he uses the points he earns to upgrade his Shadow Blade ability to a higher level. The strike from the Lee family's elite fighters creates the aura of a ferocious bear and rushes towards Rick, but he only stands still. After which, he says that it is time for them to die, and activates the improved ability of the Shadow Blade, releasing a colossal aura. Rick's attack leaves no chance for the fighters to survive, and he instantly kills them with one blow. Looking at the fact that their leaders lost, the rest of the squad is horrified, because this simply could not happen, because these are some of the strongest fighters of the Lee family. Rick instantly appears in front of the remaining squad, telling them that without these two fighters, they are just useless trash. After which, he kills one of the fighters, while the rest, in a rage, try to attack him. But after the kill, Rick instantly disappears from their sight, his speed beyond the eye of an average fighter. Those below the military leader are now weaker than an ant for Rick, and for such weak fighters he only needs a light touch of his blade. Looking at the column of dust coming from the building, Gray does not understand why the entire squad has been fighting Rick for so long and has not yet brought him his body. Suddenly he hears the voice of the main character behind him, who asks him who he expected to see here. Rick was also looking for him, because it was time for him to answer for all the pain he caused to the Mercenary Association and his friends. Gray asks him what he did to his squad and how he managed to survive, because there were elite fighters there. Rick tells him that he can go into the building himself and check what happened to them. Maybe he can find someone else alive. And at that very second, he appears in front of Gray and says that the time has come for him to answer for everything. Gray froze in place from wild horror. After which, being in a desperate situation, he panics and tries to attack the main character, gathering all his strength. In response, Rick counters his attack with his Shadow Blade ability. Helpless, Gray flies away from just one collision. He does not understand why Rick is so strong and why he has never managed to achieve anything in life. Ambushes, betrayals, hidden attacks are all that Gray is capable of. Rick calls him trash and is going to finish him off with one blow. Hearing this, Gray bowed his head to Rick, calling him master. He says that if he spares him, he will tell him about all the plans of the Lee family. When Rick heard a member of the Lee family call him master, memories from his childhood appeared in his mind. He recalls that when he was a child, not only Old Man Vaughn was constantly near his father, but also another person, whose face he cannot remember. He was also one of those whom Chris saved during the battle with monsters, and often called Rick a young master who had great prospects for the future. But when Rick tries to remember his face, no pictures arise in his memory. And the next thing he remembers is his father's trial, where Old Vaughn, Gray, and the silhouette of a third unknown person can be seen. Who he is and how he's related to the Lee family and his father is a question that Rick wishes he knew the answer to. Therefore, he understands that Gray's death needs to be postponed a little in order to properly question him about everything. Putting his blade to Gray's throat, Rick orders him to tell him everything about the mastermind of the incident with his father. At this moment, Rick's words are interrupted by the ringing of the phone in Gray's pocket. On the other side was Old Man Vaughn. He asks Gray why he hasn't been returning for so long. He should have already brought Rick's body to them. But Rick picked up the phone. He answered Old Man Vaughn that if he wants his head, then let him come here himself and try to take it. Vaughn calls Rick a bastard and asks him what he did to his son and why his phone is in his hands. Rick brings the device to Gray's ear. He pitifully asks his father to help him and do everything that Rick tells him, because then he will spare him. Taking the devices into his own hands again, Rick tells the old man that if he tells him about the organizer of the incident with his father, he will let Gray go home. The word organizer caused Vaughn to have a fit of horror, because his name cannot be spoken out loud, much less told about him to other people. At this moment, we are shown another mysterious character, from whom a dark aura emanates. He, with a grin on his face, presses some button, which causes the activation of the device, which breaks the glass at lightning speed and flies towards Gray. The device achieves its target, hitting Gray square in the neck and causing his entire body to shake with horrific pain spreading throughout his body. Toxic stains begin to appear on his body, and the veins on his face bulge from overexertion. His pupils roll back, and his gaze looks more like a rabid animal. Rick did not immediately notice Gray's changes because he was distracted by the sound of glass cracking, from which the device flew out. But Gray immediately gets up, and with furious wild eyes, tries to attack the main character. However, Rick manages to react to the attack and immobilizes him by piercing his arm with his blade, forcing him to let go of his weapon. After receiving the injury, Gray's appearance immediately began to change, and the toxins from the device began to devour his body alive, bringing him ever closer to death. In his death rattle, he curses Rick and asks his father to avenge his death, after which he collapses lifeless. Seeing that Gray died, Rick realizes that he did not inflict a fatal attack on him, so most likely it was all about the device with poison that got into Gray's body. Therefore, he immediately jumps to the place where the shot occurred in the hope of meeting the culprit there. Continuing to hold the phone in his hands, Vaughn says that he will tell Rick everything if he spares his son, because this is the only thing he has. However, on the reverse side, he does not hear any words, after which someone finally picked up the device and answered the old man that young Master Gray was dead, and Rick had mercilessly killed him. From what he heard, Old Man Vaughn squeezes the telephone receiver so hard that it shatters into pieces. His rage knows no bounds. He hates Rick and promises him that he will kill him. He does not care about the agreement of the meteorite families, not the non-intervention of the military leaders. He will take revenge on him for his son. Who cares what the rest of the families agreed on? Rick killed his son and now he's going to tear him to pieces. After which, he flies out of the Lee family building, heading in search of the main character. A silhouette of a man in a cloak appeared in front of the man who killed Gray, who was standing behind Vaughn. He tells him to run away from Rick and not allow him to reveal his identity. The second person replied that he was worried that after the completion of their plan, the authorities would value the Lee family more. But thanks to Rick, this problem was solved. Rick tries to keep up with the mysterious man, but his speed is very high, and even with the activated hovering step, he can barely keep up with him. This man is an elite meteorite military leader. So far, this is all the information that is known about him. When Rick almost catches up with him, he suddenly disappears from his sight, as if evaporating before his eyes. Rick realizes that he is no longer able to continue chasing him because the time for using the hover step is limited, and he is already at his limit. At this moment, a signal light appears above Rick's location, showing the fighters his location, who immediately headed there. From all sides, Rick begins to be attacked by many different troops from the Lee family and other families of the meteorite. But this does not frighten the main character. He tells everyone that if they still do not understand the difference between them, they will die until they stop hunting for him. During a long, exhausting battle, Rick leaves behind a mountain of corpses of fallen soldiers. Drenched in the blood of fallen warriors, Rick earns a huge amount of points from their deaths, which has already amounted to over 100. One of the warriors, with his last breath, says that someone will still be able to defeat Rick, because his strength will soon dry up, and 10 billion is worth trying his chance. These words made Rick think for a second. However, he replies that after the meteorite fell to the ground, a single rule was established here that only the strongest survive. He still has many unfulfilled deeds and promises, therefore, anyone who dares to harm him or his friends will be defeated by him in battle. This night will go down in history as one of the most bloodthirsty in the entire period of the existence of this city. Even puppies hide behind walls when they see a fierce warrior like Rick. He quickly moves between opponents based on body heat and pulse, so he automatically moved to this dog. Looking at her, Rick realizes what a monster he has become, that even puppies are afraid of his presence. However, he did not want this. After this, Rick again feels the presence of the mysterious hooded man behind him. Turning around, he headlong sets off in pursuit of him, saying that now he definitely won't be able to escape from him. The difference in speed between the fighters has narrowed after Rick learned a new movement ability. However, he still cannot catch up with the hooded man. Therefore, he decides that the only way to get closer is to increase the skill of this ability to a higher level. He uses the points he earns over a long battle and upgrades his ability, which allows him to get closer to the mysterious enemy. However, Rick's speed is not enough, after which he literally disappears from the hands of the main character, leaving behind only a green shadow. Rick is upset by this. He believes that he didn't waste all the points to upgrade the ability to perfection. Then he would have had enough speed to catch it. Before he has time to think about it, the light from the signal flare lights up again above him, which shows his location. This noise and light was noticed by all the fighters in the area, which is especially important, noticed by Old Man Vaughn, who asks Rick to wait a little longer, and then he will avenge his son. The action moves to the main headquarters of the Mercenary Association. President Hughes is informed that Gray Lee is dead, Rick killed him, and now Old Man Vaughn is going to take revenge on him and has already gone for his head. Morty asks his father to quickly come up with something, because if Old Lee finds Rick, then the main character will definitely not be able to survive, because the difference in their strength is huge. The rest of the squad members just crossed their fist and palm together and said that they all suddenly had urgent matters and needed to go somewhere. After this, the action moves to the military base of the Phantom Rain Mountain. Commander Brook also sends several strong fighters from his base to quickly find Rick and help him in the battle against the Lee family. Ron asks the commander's permission to join this detachment, and the commander-in-chief grants his request. At the headquarters of the meteorite families, they are concerned about the current situation. Old Man Vaughn broke the agreement and is going to kill Rick. And if the Army and the Mercenary Association decide to unite against the meteorite families, it will put them in an unfortunate position. To which the head replies that they will no longer be able to change anything, and the only thing they can do is wait, because the death of this young man is already inevitable. At this moment, Old Man Vaughn still finds the main character and attacks him with great speed, wanting to cut off his head. When attacked, he furiously screams at him that he will destroy Rick and make him suffer the same way his son suffered. To which Rick replies that the Lee family has no honor because the old man broke all the promises between the families in Chin City since he came here. After which he uses a hovering step and dodges the old man's attack, causing him to hit the ground. Seeing Old Man Lee here, many spectators begin to gather on the roofs of houses to watch this spectacular fight. Rising after a strong blow, the old man tells the main character that he was unlucky to anger the Lee family so much. Now only death awaits him. Rick replies that these are just the words of a frail old man, after which he takes out his blade and takes a fighting stance. The old man does not give Rick time to prepare and immediately attacks him, sending a fiery fist in his direction. He uses the D-level skill Magma Cannon Fist and sends a huge blow towards Rick. Rick tries to dodge and block the attack at the same time, but its power is so great that the slightest touch makes Rick jump several meters back, destroying everything behind it. Blood begins to ooze from the limb in which the hero held his blade. Rick realizes that the old man's strength and speed are much greater than he thought. Rick doesn't understand why he couldn't dodge the attack because his speed, combined with his blade and abilities, is at an incredibly high level. The old man really seems to him to be a terrifying monster who is capable of defeating him with one blow. Wiping the blood from his cheek, Rick remembers that he still has some aces up his sleeve. Looking at Rick, the old man is surprised that he was able to take the blow of the magma cannon and stay alive. It is not surprising that he managed to defeat Gray in battle. However, after the next attack, the end will come for him, and he will be fully responsible for Gray's death and go straight to his hell. Rick replies that the old man talks too much, and if he wants his head, then let him attack right now. Before he can finish his sentence, Vaughn is right in his face and is preparing to deliver a stunning attack. Rick notices the attack and manages to use his hovering step ability to dodge it a second before the strike and end up in a different place. The magma cannon causes incredible destruction. The entire battlefield within the attack radius turns into a mess of stones and sand. Looking at this attack, viewers believe that Rick most likely died from it, since this skill has reached perfection for D rank. However, stronger warriors notice that the main character is still alive. Moreover, his speed has become even higher during the battle. Rick upgrades his hover step ability again and uses it to get behind the old man, preparing to deliver a fatal attack. He activates the beast core of his blade to increase the speed and power of his strike for the most powerful attack on the old man. However, the old man of the Lee family sees everything perfectly, and a second before the strike he simply moves his head a little back, thereby dodging the attack. The old man calls the main character an idiot, since he believes that he can defeat the warlord with speed alone, after which he inflicts many crushing blows on the main character, each of which reaches the target and inflicts significant damage on the hero. These blows are much stronger than they were before. The main character understands that all this time the old man was hiding his true strength from everyone. Seeing that Rick is already running out, the old man tries to inflict a control attack on him to end the fight. At the moment of the attack, Rick once again uses a hovering step and dodges the blow. He realizes that he is now unable to defeat the old man, so he decides to retreat for a while until he becomes stronger. After which, he uses a hovering step and runs away from the battlefield at full speed. Fortunately, the ability has already been studied to an almost perfect level. If Rick had not had such speed, he would have died long ago from the old man. Just as he thought about this, the main character hears rustling movements behind his back. Vaughn is not going to let the hero go just like that, and in a split second he closes the distance, directing his fierce gaze towards the main character. Rick doesn't understand how this is possible, because he uses a C-class movement skill, which is almost at the maximum level. This grandfather has incredible strength and speed. Most likely he is at the peak of stage 1 of the warlord level. This fact horrifies Rick, because in this situation he will not be able to either escape or fight him, and these thoughts make the protagonist's forehead sweat. The old man likes to look at the desperate face of the main character. He tells him that it finally dawned on him that the difference between them is simply huge. After which he adds that he will play cat and mouse with him as long as he wants, but in the end he will kill him and revenge for his son will be achieved. He attacks the main character over and over again. The hero manages to dodge some attacks. Some hit the target and cause him damage. The God of War system marked the owner's critical condition. If he continued like this, he would no longer be able to use the soaring step and would die. Continuing to run away, the old man shouts after him that Rick is just a small rat, and he will gladly continue chasing him because he wonders how much longer he can hold out. Seeing that Rick is already running low and about to fall to the floor, the other fighters decide that this is their chance to kill him and earn 10 billion. Even if the hero is wounded and exhausted, there must be some kind of reward for killing him, so they decide to attack him. After which, they appear in front of the fleeing Rick and block his path with their bodies, preparing to launch a joint attack. Seeing this, Old Man Vaughn tells them to bring Riku as much suffering as possible, after which he himself will finish him off. Looking at them, Vaughn calls them pathetic beggars, because money made the whole city go crazy and run after one fighter. Seeing the weak fighters in front of him, Rick calls their appearance very timely, because he just needed a few points to upgrade his abilities, after which he activates the Shadow Blade and his attacks, like tongues, quietly and silently approach the necks of his opponents, and instantly inflicts fatal damage on them, causing the entire squad to fall to the ground like a dead weight. For killing fighters, Rick receives the missing points to improve the level of the soaring step to perfect, after which he stands opposite the old man, showing him that he is ready to fight. The hooded man notices that Rick's speed has increased again, and suspicions about him begin to creep into his mind. Rick only pretended that he was going to attack, but at the first convenient moment, he immediately tried to run away from the scene of the fight. Catching up with him, the old man tells him that he can run as much as he likes, but in the end he will reach him and realize his revenge, after which he concentrates his strength in his legs to make a powerful push and catch up with the main character. However, this is not enough to overtake him. The old man does not understand why Rick has become even faster again, because earlier he used this technique to catch up with him. The perfect level soaring step ability grants the user plus 200% speed, which helps Riku break away from the old man. The old man's technique is D-level and also at a perfect level, so we cannot explain how Rick can break away from him. In addition, the old man is at the level of a military leader, which means his characteristics are much higher. After thinking about it, he understands that Rick is a real genius and needs to get rid of him immediately. Otherwise, problems may arise in the future. He concentrates maximum strength in his legs and with a furious cry makes a powerful jerk, but does not have time to catch up with the main character. Finally, Rick was able to get a safe distance away from the old man and is able to regain some of his strength. He drinks a healing potion, which helps him restore his health faster. Thanks to the passive recovery effect, the hero's health is regenerated faster than that of an ordinary person. Rick feels himself regaining strength and stamina and is now ready to continue the battle. He didn't have to wait long. As soon as he thought about it, someone immediately attacked him, destroying the rocky wall into small pieces with one blow. Holding the potion flask in his teeth, Rick does not understand who attacked him, because the aura emanating from this person is not similar to the aura of Old Man Vaughn. Rick uses the skill of perception to evaluate the stop and identify the attacker. Looking at him, Rick recognizes the man who attacked him. However, the hood and mask are still covering his face. It was another mysterious hooded fighter looking at Rick. He says that he has indeed become even faster than before. However, speed alone is not enough, and he attacks the protagonist, telling him that he is ordered to remove the obstacle because he could become a problem in the future. Dodging multiple attacks from this man one after another, Rick realizes that this is another first-stage military leader, and the battle with him will not be easy. Hiding behind the wall, Rick discusses why the man who killed Gray so easily ran away from him if he has so much power. Rick comes to the conclusion that all this was done in order to shift the blame for Gray's death onto him and start a war between the main organizations of the city. He understands that he needs to get out of here as soon as possible, because if the two military leaders catch up with him, it will be certain death. However, before he had time to think about it, a metal spike with a steel chain tied to it flies towards him at great speed. The spike flies around the main character and creates a powerful whirlwind. This ability is called a spiral cage. She does not allow Rick to leave the area of effect of this cage, and the main character falls into the trap of a man in a hood. Having trapped Rick, the hooded man fires a flare to attract as many fighters as possible. The light from the flare is noticed by the old man of the Lee family, who immediately goes to the location of the signal. The old man instantly appears on the pain field. Looking at the spiral grid, he realizes that this technique belongs to his master. Rick is confused. Now his affairs have become much worse than they were before. After all, fighting two military leaders at the same time in a limited area, while being an advanced level fighter yourself, is certain death. At this moment, an idea comes to Rick's head. He remembers the sea-level alien artifact he stole from the cave, and realizes that this is the only chance to correct the situation. A C-class treasure truly has terrifying power, and it is unknown what changes it can cause to the body of the user. Looking out the window, the head of the meteorite families realizes that this is the end for Rick. No matter how talented he is, he regrets that such a fighter was not a member of any of the meteorite families. Not only opponents, but also allies came running to hear the signal flare. Captain John and the crew were about to be there. A plane with elite army soldiers and Ron will also soon be in place and ready to defend Rick to the last. Seeing his allies approaching, the hooded man whistles into a special device that causes an annoying sound throughout the area. From this sound, mutant rats began to run towards the battlefield, and with all their ferocity, they began to attack the protagonist's allies. The Mercenary Association squad forcefully makes its way through the horde of creatures, but there are an incredibly large number of them here, which takes up a lot of their time. After punching Rick in the face, the old man tells him to run. He wants to see how fast he can run. Before falling, the main character reads the description of the fruit, which says that for a fighter of his level, the use of this item is prohibited, because with a 70% chance the hero can die. With tremendous speed, Rick crashes into the nearest rock, after which he practically loses consciousness and is at the limit of his capabilities. With a furious cry, Old Man Vaughn rushes towards the main character, wanting to finish him off with one powerful blow. Rick understands that if the old man gets hit, he will most likely die, so he has no other choice. and will have to take the risk of absorbing the artifact. After which, he begins to greedily devour it, absorbing the alien artifact entirely without leaving a single piece behind. After absorbing the artifact, Rick feels a surge of severe pain that spreads throughout his body. It seems to him that his muscles are about to burst, after which, a colossal flow of energy begins to ooze from all the holes of the main character, which is accompanied by a strong scream. Vaughn finally delivers his blow, hitting Riku right in the stomach with a powerful attack, forcing him to stop screaming. The force of the blow makes Rick fly a long distance, but the old man doesn't even think about giving him a break. He immediately catches up with him and begins to beat him mercilessly, delivering precise blows one after another. The main character does not have the strength to dodge the blows. Now he looks like a whipping bag that flies in different directions from the constant attacks of Old Man Vaughn. Looking at this beating, the protagonist's friends try to help Rick. However, they are unable to get through the barrier. Observing the progress of the battle, the man in the iron mask concludes that Riku's young talent has come to an end, and nothing will save him. Vaughn of the Lee family continues to beat him, and prepares a powerful magma strike to put an end to this battle. However, at this moment, Rick opens his eyes. New strength and self-confidence are visible in his gaze. After opening his eyes, the hero begins to be surrounded by a very strong blue aura, which forces the old man to step back. The old man does not understand how Riku managed to repel the magma cannon, because for a warrior of this level, this is impossible. The effect of the eaten fruit worked. The hero made his way to the warlord stage, plus all his characteristics increased by 20 points. Rick feels incredible power flowing from his head to his fingertips. He feels more powerful than ever. Looking at him, the old man says that he doesn't care what happened to his body. Now Rick will know the difference between their strength. After which he performs a powerful jerk and rushes towards Rick, wanting to deliver a powerful blow. In response to the old man's magma cannon, Rick uses his Shadow Blade skill to deflect his attack. Jumping back, the old man is again surprised by the abilities of the protagonist, because he twice managed to repel his attack. Rick looks at Vaughn with a confident look. He understands that with new strength he is able to fight with him almost on an equal footing. The old man does not understand what happened to Rick. This makes him furious, because he has once again become stronger before his eyes. Making a graceful dash towards Vaughn, Rick tries to strike him with a Shadow Blade, telling him to try and deflect it. The blow comes with great speed, and the old man realizes that he will not have time to dodge this attack. And so it happened. The blow hits the target and inflicts a superficial wound on the old man's shoulder. Jumping back, Vaughn realizes that this is a completely different person in front of him, and he should be more serious in battle. Right now, Rick has the strength of an initial stage warlord, which is only slightly less than the old man himself. Looking at him with a confident look, Rick tells the old man to attack so that he will now know the difference between their powers. Vaughn is angered by the impudent boy's tone, and he succumbs to Rick's provocation, after which he attacks him. As he approaches the attack range, he concentrates the energy in his body, preparing to launch a powerful attack, after which he forms a powerful stream of magmatic aura in the area of his fists and fiercely attacks the main character. In response to this, Rick uses his strongest attack ability again and counterattacks the old man. A bloody fight ensues between them. The heroes take turns wounding each other, washing the battlefield with their blood. The aura created in the barrier has colossal power. It is felt by every person in the area of this city. Beams of this aura burst from the barrier, as well as the blood of heroes fighting fiercely among themselves. Eventually, the strength of these two fighters causes the barrier to collapse, which raises a huge pillar of dust in the area. Looking at this, the masked man realizes that Rick's power has increased again and is now a real threat. Seeing that the barrier has fallen, Rick's friends rush to help the main character, hoping that he managed to survive. But they still don't know that Rick not only managed to survive, but also broke through to the level of a warlord, becoming the youngest warlord in Chinese history. When the dust settles, the heroes see that Rick is safe and sound. Moreover, John immediately understands that Rick has broken through to the rank of military leader, and he is once again surprised by the genius of this man. Looking at Rick, Old Man Vaughn senses his father's strength more and more in him, and he realizes that the main character is becoming a real problem. If you don't defeat him now, it may be too late later, so he attacks the hero again, but this time a little differently. Now he inflicts many chaotic blows on the hero, which are inferior in strength to the magma cannon, but are significantly superior to it in speed and quantity. Rick hardly notices such a huge number of blows, and the old man begins to gradually drive him into a corner. However, an idea comes to Rick's head. He realizes that with the increase in level to military leader, all his basic innate abilities should have been strengthened. And so it happened. He uses the ability of perception and understands that it has increased several times. Now the overview from it is much greater. At the moment when the old man attacks him, Rick realizes that he is now able to see his attacks. The old man does not know that the hero has activated this ability, so he continues to stick to the previous battle tactics and tries to launch another attack. However, now Rick easily dodges the blow and immediately launches a counterattack. The blow hits the target directly and again inflicts a wound in the same place as the previous attack. Although the blow did not cause serious damage, the old man was still very surprised because he did not even notice where this attack came from. The situation has changed in the opposite direction, and now Rick is number one in their battle and begins to push the old man back. Not wanting to give in to the young impudent man, Vaughn tries to attack the main character again with many blows from the magma cannon. All the warriors in the area do not dare to interfere in this battle because they are afraid that if they fall into the radius of one of the attacks, it will be instant death. Even onlookers watching the fight are surprised at the powerful strength of the fighters. Now they understand why they are willing to pay so generously for Rick's head. At this time, being in the main premises of the Mercenary Association, Kat prays for Rick so that he can survive. President Hughes is informed that Rick managed to break through to the rank of military leader and is now fighting on an equal footing with the head of the Lee family. The news of the protagonist's breakthrough reached the military base. Commander-in-Chief Brooke is also happy about such good news. When this is reported to the head of the meteorite families, the situation here is a little different. After all, this man made a bet on the Lee family and did not want to interfere with the capture of the main character. However, now everything has changed dramatically, and Rick can become the person who will make everyone doubt the strength of the meteorite families. They must prevent Rick's victory because they simply cannot fall on their faces in front of ordinary people. It is unknown whether there is any connection between him and the masked man, however. After these words, the masked man decides to act. He plans his attack to strike at the most opportune moment. Having blocked another blow from Rick's blade, the old man decides to use a sneaky attack. A sharp blade grows from his glove, and when he is about to counterattack, it turns out that this blade is used for long-range attacks. However, the main character's perception ability works properly. He notices the old man's sneaky attack, and he manages to dodge it by tilting his body back a little. After which, the old man is immediately about to launch another attack on the somewhat distracted Rick. At the same time, the main character is attacked by a mysterious man in a mask, stabbing him in the back. However, Rick sees all these blows and uses a floating step to dodge the attack of the masked man, leaving only his shadow. The masked man is surprised by the hero's enormous speed because he expected to hit the target with his spear. Rick jumps back and spots his attacker, now preparing to fight him. However, Old Man Vaughn has not gone away, and appearing behind the protagonist, he shouts to him that his main opponent is him. Rick tells him that he never let his guard down because he perfectly sees his sneaky attack. He doesn't even need to use any unique techniques to evade because he completely read the old man's movements. Rick uses multiple attacks from his shadow blade, forcing the old man to block. But the main character doesn't need a blade to destroy the vile old man, because it's a pity to ruin a good weapon on him, and he's going to defeat him with his bare fists. After which, he delivers a crushing blow to the old man's face, which is accompanied by the characteristic sound of a jaw crunch. From a strong blow, the old man dives down with stunning speed and breaks a pile of stones with his back. Gritting his teeth in pain and rage, the head of the Lee family somehow manages to get down on one knee after this blow. Looking at Rick now, he sees him not as a young warrior, but as his father, Commander-in-Chief Chris. This sight frightens him because he possessed strength that the old man could not achieve even in his entire long life. Rick believes that one punch is not enough for the old man, and he plans to beat him to death with his bare fists. Drops of blood scatter throughout the battlefield while Rick's friends watch all this. Having dealt the old man many strong blows, Rick is interrupted because the old man asks him to stop beating him. Bowing his head before him, he calls Rick a young commander and asks him for mercy. He promises him that if he spares him, he will never try to harm him again and will tell him everything he wants to know. Hearing this, Rick immediately asks him the only question of interest: who was behind his father's betrayal? This question brought panic to the old man because he understands that answering this question means certain death. Suddenly, rat monsters appear on the battlefield, wearing explosive collars. Approaching closer to the heroes, the detonators on the collars are triggered, and a large explosion is formed, which covers the entire battlefield with tongues of flame. Taking advantage of the moment, the masked man grabs the old man by the collar and carries him away from Rick. Looking at the fleeing villains, the main character realizes that there is no more strength left to catch them, and if he uses the soaring step one more time, he will not be able to continue the further battle. Therefore, he can only watch as his long-awaited goal eludes him again. The memory of this night will forever remain in the hearts of people, and will go down in history as the Chin City Massacre. And also, this day will be remembered by many as the formation of the youngest general in Chinese history. Looking at his hand, with which Rick took more than 100 lives, he still cannot believe that he managed to survive in this situation. He looks up and sees that onlookers are still standing on the roofs and watching him. Feeling the gaze of a ferocious warrior on themselves, the spectators immediately became wary. Because after what they saw, they had no desire to fight him. Rick tells them to come to him and try to get their reward, to which they respond that they are ordinary onlookers and have nothing against the young master, after which they suddenly left this place. Once the dust from the battle has settled, the friends can finally get closer to Rick. Rick is glad to see them all here, because in these long few days, these are the first people who do not want to kill him. Morty jumps on the main character and hugs him tightly. He is happy that Rick managed to survive, and even become a military leader. Looking at his friends, Rick realizes that he has found excellent teammates. However, Fat Morty hugs him so tightly that Rick almost loses consciousness. He asks his friend to get off him. Seeing this, the rest of the squad laughs cheerfully, saying that it is time for them to return to base, because President Hughes is already waiting for them. And also, Ron tells Rick that Instructor Brooke is also waiting for him at the military base and wants to tell him something important. Rick is happy about this news, because becoming a military leader gives him access to secret materials from the military base. Looking at his comrades, Ron realizes how far Rick is ahead of him. Only 6 months have passed since the joint military operation, and Rick has already reached the level of military leader. The memory of this day will forever remain in the hearts of the people of China, and very soon, Rick will become the most talked about person. At this moment, Ron received a call from Instructor Brooke, who told him that rumors about this case must not be allowed to spread. Ron tells him that this is not fair. Did Instructor Brooke really enter into an agreement with the government of Chin City? To which Brooke replies that he would never do such a thing, and he will have a different conversation with the city commanders. After finishing the conversation, Ron realizes that the instructor has some kind of special relationship with Rick, as if something connects the two of them. All major forces in the city had received notice that the reward had been revoked, and it seemed that everyone had come to a tacit agreement not to talk about today's incident. This rainy night when one man carved his name on the stone of history will not be forgotten for many years to come. A 10 billion bounty that ended in the bloodshed of countless warriors and the rise of a man dubbed China's youngest warlord. The heroes return to the Mercenary Association building, where they are met by President Hughes and his assistant. Looking at the main character, they discuss that they never could have imagined that such a young military leader would appear in their organization. Hughes is happy with this turn of events because friendship with such a strong warrior will benefit his son. Meanwhile, the heroes decided to test Rick's new powers in another sparring match with the captain. The whole squad watches the sparring as usual, and they notice how much Rick has improved during this time. Captain John also notices this because now he can hardly keep up with Rick's movements. With the current strength of the main character, he is far superior to any first-level military commander because he has very high speed. John attacks the hero, telling him that his mind should not wander in the clouds during battle, and asks him to show him all his strength. However, Rick dodges the blow in a split second and ends up behind the captain. Their blades clash with each other, making a loud sound and releasing a large amount of aura. Those watching open their mouths in surprise because they see that Rick is now pressing the captain. Moreover, Rick was able to master the ability, which he had recently acquired at an auction in the form of an ordinary fragment. Rick feels that even though he has upgraded the soaring step to the maximum level, this ability can still be improved. Captain John gives up, telling Rick that he is tired of running after him and that his heart is about to jump out of his chest. Rick, on the other hand, does not feel any fatigue. Leading thanks to the breakthrough to the rank of warlord, his passive regeneration has accelerated. Looking at this fight, the squad laughs cheerfully, telling the main character that he should not have let the captain go so easily. In response to this, John replies that he cannot keep up with Rick's movements. But these three are a completely different story. Rick thanks everyone for sparring and says he needs to take a break to visit a military base. On the way there, he looks into Suzanne's room. The doctor tells Rick that there are about 12 hours left before she wakes up. Rick is a little upset by this situation because he quickly wants to know the information that this woman has. Meanwhile, an armored jeep arrives for the hero, which is supposed to take him to a military base. After which, Rick hits the road, hoping to finally find out what lies in the mysterious safe. Having reached the military base, Rick notices that the security is now much stronger than the last time he was here. Coming out of the jeep, he is greeted by Instructor Brooke, who offers him his congratulations on becoming a military leader. And also, he asks for forgiveness for not being able to help him in time during the hunt for his head. With his hand on his shoulder, he says that Rick is a true warrior who will go down in history and become world famous in the future. Looking at this, Ron suddenly wonders if Rick could be Instructor Brooke's long-lost relative. However, Brooke knows whose son Rick is, and looking at him, he reminds him a lot of his father. Scratching his cheek in embarrassment, Rick nevertheless asks the instructor why he wanted to see him at the military base. Instead of long conversations, Instructor Brooke decides to immediately show the reason why he came here and asks him to follow him. The heroes walk along the corridors of the restricted area. Rick is glad for this opportunity because he does not need excuses to get here. He understands that there are many checkpoints in the restricted area. It's good that following the instructor, he can carefully think about getting into that very room. Having activated the perception skill, Rick realizes that even with his current strength, if he manages to get into the forbidden room, the instructor will still find out about it. Analyzing his abilities, Rick learns that he is a second-level military commander. He could not discover this before, and only after becoming a military leader did Rick feel the enormous power that Instructor Brooke had. Finally, the heroes reached their destination, and what they saw there greatly surprised the main character. A luxurious garden opened before them, surrounded by a powerful protective aura from outsiders. In the back of the room, Rick notices the very safe his father told him about. He immediately takes notice of it and comes up with a plan for how he will hack it later. Having walked deeper into the room through the protective aura, the heroes enjoy the view. Ron tells Rick that such a place is not intended for him yet, so he will train elsewhere and leave the hero here alone. Admiring the stunning tree, Rick thinks how wonderful this place is, something you can only see on the night of a starfall. He feels a feeling similar to the one he had when he was on the crown of the tree from which he stole the C-rank artifact. Sitting down, he realizes that while he is here, his characteristics begin to increase, just like last time. Rick understands that this place is the same, and if he stays here for a long time, it will greatly improve his overall performance. Every 10-15 minutes, the hero receives one characteristic point, which is added to a random attribute. Staying here longer and longer, the hero feels that he is becoming a little stronger than before. He realizes that it's all about this mysterious tree. The source of these alien artifacts comes from different plants, so the stat points will be added randomly. This arrangement of events greatly lengthens the time the hero spends here, because pumping up all the attributes at the same time is a very long task. But the hero is glad of this opportunity because now he can only become stronger by defeating strong monsters, and the extra stat points certainly won't harm him. So he decides to just sit and wait until his stat points reach the required level to become a mid-level general. The hero thinks that in this way, he will be able to reach the next level only after a few months, but there is no other way out. Analyzing the God of War's system, Rick notices that he can now upgrade his hover step ability to B rank. However, such an improvement requires as many as 100 distribution points, which Rick does not yet possess. Meanwhile, the action moves to the office of Hughes, who asks his assistant if he has found the location of Old Man Vaughn. The assistant replies that the president need not worry about him, because the best intelligence officers of the Mercenary Association are looking for him. Recently, what is happening in the city has been haunting the president. He is very worried about two mysterious people in cloaks, as well as a sudden attack by monsters. To which the assistant replies that they have enough fighters to cope with everything except an attack by a huge wave of monsters, so he need not worry. At this moment, a call comes to Hughes's phone, from which the scouts report that they have discovered something shocking. Hughes asks them in an interested voice if they had found the whereabouts of Vaughn of the Lee family. The scouts replied that they had found something more interesting, and they had already sent a photo of this device to his phone. After looking at the photo, Hughes realizes that this is a trap for monsters that should not be in the city. This is a special device with a built-in core for monsters. Used to lure them during a monster uprising, it is used to drive them to one place. Hughes realizes that the situation will become tense if people find out that a monster bait has been installed in the city. At this moment, a voice from the device reports that another trap has been found, only in the eastern part of the city. Hughes realizes that everything turned out to be worse than he expected, and they urgently need to come up with some kind of response. At this moment, Kat bursts into the president's office and reports to him that Lieutenant Suzanne has woken up. They immediately go to her room, where Suzanne shows them the materials that she managed to collect in the process of spying on the Lee family. The guy in the armor is the guard of the Hooded Man. They are both warlord-level fighters, and the Lee family are just pawns in their plan. It seems that they deliberately placed traps within the city to create a wave of monsters and distract all the fighters from their main goal. Looking at the rainy weather with lightning, silence reigned in the ward for a moment, indicating an imminent bloody battle. Hughes orders his assistant to notify the entire mercenary association of the approaching battle and take all precautions. Looking at her visitors, Suzanne asks them where her savior went. Having heard about Rick, John suddenly realizes that if traps are set in the city, then most likely the main goal of these people will be a military base. The action moves to a military base, where your patrols are discussing how inclement the weather is today. I would like to drink something hot and quickly finish my shift. The second patrolman replies that after his shift, he would like to go to a bar and drink a whole lot of cold beer there. Talking to each other, the patrolmen do not even notice the bloodthirsty rat monsters behind their backs, which are about to devour them. They dig their sharp fangs into their bodies, but the patrolmen still press the red button and tell about the wave of advancing monsters. An alarm siren sounded throughout the military base, signaling an attack by a wave of monsters. A quick response to the attack was made, and the soldiers quickly began to guard the military base. Looking at the Phantom Rain Mountain, they see a huge number of strange creatures there that are not like the monsters from the mountain. This crowd is led by Old Man Vaughn, who sits on a huge sea-level monster and is surrounded by a huge number of D-level rat monsters. His face no longer resembles a human one. Now he looks more like a monster than a man. A horde of monsters has appeared in the vicinity. All these creatures came from the mountain of ghostly rain and are heading towards the military base in a huge crowd. Standing at the helicopter, President Hughes orders his subordinates to inform every resident of the city about the invasion of monsters. He adds that it is necessary to gather all the fighters and prepare for battle. The battle promises to be difficult. The fighters from the Mercenary Association bow their heads and begin to carry out this order. Captain John is worried about Rick, because he will be the first to take the blow of the wave of monsters. He hopes that he will be strong enough to withstand the pressure of the creatures. Standing on the roof, Suzanne wishes Rick good luck and hopes that he will definitely survive this difficult battle. Meanwhile, the main character continues to meditate in the garden, improving all his characteristics every minute. Rick realizes that if he can continue to stay in the Garden of Alien Artifacts, he will break through to the second stage of the Warlord very quickly. Suddenly, he hears the sounds of an alarm siren, indicating an attack by monsters. Ron immediately runs up to him and tells him that the military base was attacked, and they need to leave this place as soon as possible. Many fighters are sent to help in the battle against monsters. One of them tells the heroes that the base is surrounded by a horde of monsters, and there are rumors that they were lured here by the missing Old Man Vaughn. What they heard put the heroes in a stupor. They do not understand how he managed to bring the monsters here. The main character is going to deal with this issue himself and goes after the others. On the way there, he realizes that he must take advantage of the commotion and break into the safe and then go to the aid of the others. He makes his way to the cells and enters the password for the safe that his father told him. Finally, he opens it, expecting to see there something that can justify his father in the eyes of all the people of China. However, the safe turned out to be empty. Rick does not understand how this can be, because his father never lied to him. At this moment, behind him, he notices the presence of Lieutenant Suzanne. Being in confused emotions, Rick seems to be glad that she woke up, but the fact that she saw him here does not make him happy. Suzanne replies that they don't have time for useless conversations and asks the hero where the Garden of Alien Artifacts is located. Rick is surprised by this question because the Garden of Alien Artifacts is a secret place of a military base, which only a few dozen people know about. Suzanne orders Rick to take her there, because the Garden of Alien Artifacts is the main reason for the monster attack on the military base. Rick tells her that she and her stupid boss took his father away from him, so he won't show her the way to the Garden of Alien Artifacts. Suzanne replies that a child like him cannot see the whole picture, because with this action they saved his father from danger. Rick doesn't understand what these words could mean, but for some reason they inspire confidence in him. After which, he notices a small monster similar to a lizard, which makes its way here through the ventilation shaft. A few minutes later, this entire room was filled with D-rank gecko monsters. Seeing a huge number of monsters, Suzanne tells Rick to run and she will hold them here. But at the first attempt to attack them, she receives powerful rebuff and flies back straight into the arms of the main character, who protects her from colliding with the wall. Holding her by the waist, Rick tells Suzanne to leave those monsters to him, after which he begins to destroy the creatures one by one. Looking at this, Suzanne is surprised at the strength of the protagonist. After finishing the battle, Suzanne asks the main character if he now trusts her. Rick replies that he still has doubts, but now he is ready to show her the Garden of Alien Artifacts. On the way there, Suzanne tells Rick that the Lee family was preparing monsters for this attack, and their main goal is this garden. There are people who will do anything for personal gain, and this is not the first time this has happened. Having reached the Garden of Alien Artifacts, Rick places his palm on the scanning sensor. Opening the door, the heroes see in front of them a terrifying number of gecko monsters who are trying to break through the protective barrier. There are at least 100 monsters here, and there are more and more every minute. Ron is in charge of the defense of the garden. He orders the soldiers to hold formation and not allow anyone to get inside. The heroes fight furiously with the monsters, trying to contain their influx. However, there are simply an incredibly large number of monsters here, and Ron realizes that it is becoming very difficult to continue to hold the defense. The time has come for them to fulfill their duty to their homeland, and Ron orders them to continue to hold the line, even at the cost of their lives. At this moment, a C-class gecko monster appears on the battlefield, causing the heroes to stand in a stupor. Ron understands that most likely none of the squad will be able to survive the battle with this huge monster. Despair is visible on the faces of the fighters. Suddenly, a quick flash of blue flies past him. This was Rick. Using the ability of the Shadow Blade, he rushes into the battle, delivering a strong attack to the C-class monster. With just one blow, the powerful gecko monster dies. Rick stands in front of the squad and blocks the path for the monsters with his body. He immediately takes on the role of leader and distributes responsibilities between the fighters. After which he attacks the horde of monsters with a frontal attack, as if he had no sense of fear at all. Looking at him, Suzanne understands that Rick just gave her an order, although she is a person from the army, and he is not. But for some reason, she wants to carry out this order. There is simply no limit to his self-confidence. The hero rushes towards the monsters and cuts them down one by one without a drop of regret or fear. The rest of the fighters are surprised by the capabilities of the main character, because he chops monsters like vegetables, leaving them not a single chance of survival. Ron also calmed down a little, because having such a powerful ally, they would definitely be able to hold the defense, and losses in the squad would be minimal. Suzanne asks Ron how the main character managed to become so strong in such a short period of time. Perhaps during that time he met with someone suspicious. To which Ron replied that 1 hour would not be enough for him to tell the whole story about Rick. But she should know that he managed to defeat Old Man Vaughn. Suzanne is surprised by this answer, because the old man from the Lee family is one of the strongest aspiring military leaders in the city. Seeing how fiercely Rick fights, Suzanne compares him to Chris, adding that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. With his current strength, fighting against D-rank monsters is not particularly difficult for Rick. He spends a minimum of his strength on the battle. The only thing that bothers him now is constantly using the hover step, which costs his stamina points. But the number of monsters is not decreasing. Moreover, several more sea-level creatures have appeared, which cause even more problems. 2 of the monsters try to surprise Rick again, but he perfectly notices their movements using his perception skill. However, he notices that these are unusual monsters because they have some other smell. Attached to the belt of these small reptilian monsters are some kind of metal devices that have a dial and a detonator. As soon as the monsters begin to move, the detonator is triggered and a strong explosion occurs, which destroys most of the room. When the dust from the explosion settles, it is clear that the explosion caused massive damage, and it was only a few monsters. All the soldiers begin to notice the bombs attached to the bodies of the monsters and focus their attention on these creatures because they need to be defeated first. Monsters sacrifice themselves as if they were being controlled by someone nearby, because any living creature would not agree to such a stupid death, be it a monster or a human. Ron compares this night with the night of the meteorite fall. According to rumors, that time too, someone controlled a large crowd of monsters who acted to please the user. A huge number of creatures are looking at the main character, led by the 3 remaining C-class monsters. But Rick is not afraid of the presence of explosives. At that very second, he disappears from the creature's field of view, leaving behind only a small cloud of dust. After which he immediately attacks the strongest monster with a shadow blade, cutting its flesh into 2 parts with 1 blow. The rest of the monsters are in no hurry to attack, because despite the lack of expressed intelligence, they still have a sense of self-preservation. Looking at them, Rick analyzes the situation, because among all this heap of creatures, there should be 2 more C-class monsters that pose the greatest threat. He remembers that when he came here, he definitely saw everyone. But now for some reason he can't see them. Perhaps these monsters know how to hide their aura. When suddenly, he notices them. The monsters have turned away from their entire group and are about to flee the battlefield. Rick is surprised by this behavior of the creatures, because he has never encountered anything like this before. The main character tries to catch up with them, but at that moment, he notices a mighty green axe flying towards him. Rick blocks the axe attack with his sword, and notes that this attack was at least the rank of a warlord, because he felt the blow even through the block. Having jumped a few meters back from the shockwave, Rick sees 3 powerful warriors in front of him, walking towards him. 3 masked warriors appeared on the battlefield, each of them emanating an aura no less than the level of a general, and each possessing different weapons, creating an excellent team balance. Seeing them, the soldiers of the military base opened their mouths in surprise, because they did not expect that the Lee family had so many strong fighters. Rick understands that the attack of the man with the axe was at the level of a warlord, which means each of this trio is no weaker than Old Man Lee. He needs to be more careful with these fighters, because any mistake on his part can lead to tragedy. Another fighter joins the battle. His weapon is a flute with which he controls the monsters. He says that there is no reason to delay the battle for a long time and it needs to be finished as soon as possible. After which he uses his flute, causing the monsters to violently attack the heroes in their entire horde. Seeing this, Rick realizes that things are bad because he cannot fight the warlords and protect his friends at the same time. At this moment, a fighter with an axe immediately attacks him, telling him to be less distracted by strangers because his opponent is in front of him. First of all, let him help himself. With these words, the masked man attacks the hero with his massive axe. However, Rick activates the hover step and dodges the attack because the lives of his friends are more important and he needs to help